Welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me, as always, Reese2753.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Okay, and TD&M is here.
Sup, boys and potential females.
That's a good way of
Nobody clapped.
the audience. All right, so we have more. Oh, Christopher Barker says this 30-year-old kid has been waiting for hours. Well, I'm glad that we didn't push it to tomorrow because that was a real possibility. All right, so I'm gonna get us started. We have more hosts that will be joining us. Dan is currently finishing supper, and Augie is cheating on us. Augie has a mistress.
Tune in next week for the divorce court.
Okay. So in Vic Mignogna news, because I always at the last second go, holy shit, I forgot to look if there's anything new.
There is?
Apparently, no, there is none.
Oh,
but I do need to figure out how long ago the appeals court thing was like, yeah, they've got 6 months or whatever to determine, because I feel like they're running out of time, to address. Now, apparently Monica Rial had COVID last month. So,
Really?
Yep. According to her, she said she had COVID brain and used that as an excuse for not remembering someone. So there you go. Moving on from there,
I
though.
couldn't remember my molester because I had COVID.
No, it was somebody's like, you probably remember me. I'm that guy, the social worker, child protective services guy. And she's like, oh yeah, I had COVID brain. All right, anyway. So
That was a very nice rendition of Monica
yes.
Rial's
Moving on. We've got a lot to get through. So if you guys would like to support us, there's the Open Chest Anime Podcast Patreon, which is a monthly Patreon that helps keep this show going. In addition to that,
Become our simps.
yes, be my pay pig, please. We've got the Anime Collector Patreon, which is
Or else we're going to get
video.
banned for using the S word if this goes to Twitch.
Sure enough. Okay, moving on. I thought poggers was the word we're not allowed to use.
No, that's the emote we're not allowed to use.
Greenline743 says, those damn nuns. Yeah. Flip strikes me as the nun type. Okay, so also there's Stealth Weeb, which I have not even changed the stupid ass name of this one. I'm going to move on from here. So yeah, there's another way you can support us. Oh, by the way, I think I brought this up before. This shirt is soon to be no more because I'm losing access to the long sleeve yellows. So I do need to find another provider, which is going to, of course, make it a big headache when people order shirts and go, only half my order arrived. I'm like, oh God, because two different fulfillment centers and all that, twice as much. Twice as much. What do you call it? Shipping for everybody. This is going to be a fun way to do it. Unless the other provider's better and they just already have everything that I need. But the good thing is that if I find another fulfillment center that'll let me use products, I might actually find like certain things that I've been wanting to do, like bomber jackets and whatnot. So. Anyway, it'll probably be for the best in the long run, but I just don't have any time to do this because I have been working.
COVID.
All right, so Mike Glad, rightfully so, is very offended. Augie is cheating on you with the nuns and the priests. Yes, he's
especially the priests.
Especially the priests.
High Priest Flip Otaku. Okay.
God,
now
you just gave him a decent sounding nickname. Take that back.
All right, so over 4,800 boxes of ice cream in China have been found to be coronavirus flavored. Just a what do you call this? A public service announcement for everybody here. Pretty much everything being shipped to the U.S. from China right now is riddled with COVID, especially the food. So just don't.
Oh,
Buy
including
American.
including but not limited to those. What are they? The things that Animago is getting from China. They literally had an update that's like, yeah, our blah blah extras for Megazone are coming from China, and they're on their way or whatever. So I guess
Robert J. Woodhead, I hope you're social distancing and wearing a mask, because that'll definitely protect you from the China virus coming from China. Anyway, so various 450-gram boxes of ice cream in China were discovered to contain the abhorred coronavirus, leading to health authorities rushing to track those who might have unknowingly contracted the foul disease. 3 samples of the locally made dessert were realized to be of the coronavirus variety in the municipality of Tianjin, while 4,836 boxes were said to be contaminated by the Tianjin, oh dear God, Dakuidao Food Company.
What was that? I missed that. Say that again.
Dakuidao. My Chinese is pretty good, I think. 2,089 were located and are now stowed away in storage, though 1,812 were let loose into other provinces. 935 went into local markets, but only 65 were ever actually sold. Health officials encourage those who may have purchased the frozen delight to, quote, record their movements so potential infections can be tracked. Tell us where you are! Tianjin Dokuidao food companies, 1,662 employees were ordered to... I was reading ahead. I thought it's ordered to taste the ice cream themselves. No, were ordered to isolate themselves and have undergone testing for the virus. The virologist based at the University of Leeds believes the coronavirus-infected ice cream may have occurred due to human contact and may be a one-off.
Yeah,
it's going to turn out some guy dipped his nuts in the ice cream. The chances are that this is the result of an issue with the production plant and potentially down to hygiene at the factory. Remember all the stuff we covered of the mask shipments? The guy's like stepping on them and rubbing them on his shoes and his ass and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So potentially down to hygiene at the factory. That the ice cream is made with fat and is stored at cold temperatures would make it easy for the virus to have survived, he said. But he added, quote, we probably don't need to panic that every bit of ice cream is suddenly going to be contaminated with coronavirus, riddled with herpes.
I make homemade ice cream. It has whole milk, heavy whipping cream, sugar, and vanilla as the base.
Every time I've made homemade ice cream, it's been complete garbage. But then again, I was young.
And Canadian.
I'd argue we probably have better ice cream making skills because we're stuck.
Well, you said yours is crap and mine's good, so I mean, I think the only difference really
you're
is that
also a 500-year-old Shota, while I was a 5-year-old Shota when I made mine.
Oh, okay.
You got more experience.
All right, so real quick, I'm just going to power through these. Persona 5 Strikers Western dub was delayed due to COVID-19.
Damn it.
Space Battleship Yamato compilation film delayed due to the state of emergency declaration. Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 movies midnight screenings canceled due to coronavirus. Or, as Sora News 24 put it, Evangelion cannot get released.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Sora News 24.
Tokyo's latest plan to boost birth rate. Pay people 100,000 yen per baby they give birth to.
Oh, so it's going to be a baby boomer?
10,000. That's $10,000, right?
That's less than $1,000.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because they
1,000 yen is roughly $10.
They say here that it would equate to US $966.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they also say here parents wouldn't be handed a stack of cash at the hospital, though. Instead,
how expensive children are, Brad. You'd know.
Yeah, I believe the metric is that it cost about $1 million to raise a kid to the year to 18 or whatever the number is. It's a lot. Parents wouldn't be boy, I can just totally hear the echo in my. Somebody needs to shove their earbud all the way in.
It's probably me because my microphone's right next to me.
Needs to shut the.
Okay, so parents wouldn't be handed a stack of cash at the hospital, though. Instead, the program would award them with credit to be redeemed via a website for childcare items and services. I like how it's just like, congratulations, here's a coupon book worth $966 of value, and it's like, a bunch of crap
you have to redeem it in 5 years,
and you'd have to spend. No, they actually are only running this for 2 years, first of all. Right. So, but the thing is, those coupon books where it's like $10,000 in savings. It's like, yes, but you'd have to spend $10 million to get those savings. Right.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, it's just like the people at the beer store in Canada. It's like they bring back 1 billion empties and they're like, I got $50 from that. Ain't I a genius? It's like, yeah, but how much do you have to freaking spend to even get that many for a deposit of $50?
Well, the homeless-looking Hispanic people that live in California, they're smart. They go to the trash bins around the city and they just pilfer. They just pilfer the empties from there.
Yep,
they're the real geniuses. I don't know.
They're doing their part to keep the.
They're doing Satan's work. I mean.
All right. So continuing. Unless we got some chats, I think we might have some chats. Hold on. We got some chats. So Christopher Barker is bragging that his pickups are a couple of CDs of Ariana Grande and Amaranth.
I think
in
we're
Alita
going
Battle Angel.
To Amaranth. Isn't that the guy who? Well, their main vocalist left a couple years ago. If it's the band I'm thinking of.
So Christopher Barker, FDM is judging you.
What?
Lishansky says, "Sup, losers. Thanks for recognizing our status as losers.
Thank you for validating us as losers."
Yeah. Takes a bite. Tastes like COVID. Yeah. The real tragedy is all these people are like, it's just COVID, whatever, I'll eat it. And then it turns out, how did they get COVID in there? Yeah, some guy jerked off into the supply. COVID positive man juice.
Yeah, that has to be the only method. It can't be like someone's hand slipping into it. It has to be them smacking off.
Smacking off?
Yes.
Is that what they say in Canada?
No. It's just a remix.
Is that sexual gratification without reproduction?
What, you just smack it and you don't like?
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that specific phrasing you used shortly. Okay. There's a 1-to-1 knockoff of COVID-19.
Goddamn Chinese.
I saw photos of. Also, just real quick. I don't listen to either of these bands, Christopher Barker, but I hope you enjoy your purchases.
Ariana Grande isn't a band; it's some poppy chick, as far as I'm aware.
Artist.
She hates America, and therefore you shouldn't support her. Okay. I saw a photo of kids with masks with their mouths exposed, but still wearing the masks, playing flutes in a music class. Yep. In fact, we've covered, or did we cover that article? Did I cover that article about masks? See, because there was so much COVID news that eventually I just got kind of tired of sharing all of it. But one of the mask things had a slit so that they could insert the. We did cover this because we talked about sucking dick through it, right?
Oh God.
Take a drink.
I'm so excited.
Oops. I've got the non 0% alcohol mango cart today. Still tastes like shitty beer.
My cup is empty. I need to go get something.
If we're here, I'd give you a Dr. Pepper.
I got Dr. Pepper in my refrigerator. That's what I'm going to go get.
All right. Lishansky says, I like how Japan declares a state of emergency. And my state of Wisconsin has more daily cases than their entire country. Ridiculous. live free or die, bitch.
Well, clearly Japan knows what the hell they're doing to stop it, whereas Wisconsin, I guess, doesn't. I don't know.
No, the difference is that in Japan, when you meet somebody, you don't shake their hands, you bow.
Yeah.
So Christopher Bark says
and
America.
in California, you suck your dick. I mean, it's like wildfire.
That's how we greet each other here. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, women.
I will remind you that in California, it is no longer illegal to knowingly give somebody AIDS without telling them. So yes, that is how we spread COVID and AIDS.
Wait, so it's no longer illegal to?
Yes, they passed a bill to decriminalize the act.
Wait, to decriminalize?
To decriminalize the act of knowingly spreading AIDS by having sex with somebody and not telling them previously, hey, by the way, I'm HIV positive.
I take that back. They didn't make a good law.
Yeah. No, California, their national pastime, the state pastime, is not making good laws. So, yeah. America isn't taking this shit seriously. Lishonsky said 2021 is looking to be a bigger shit show than last year for a lot of reasons. Let's keep going here. Amaranth has 3 singers. 2 of them have been replaced over the years. Well,
the one I'm thinking of left
so,
to make his own
there.
project with the X and Flames guitarist, which is the only the best member of that band.
At the end, it's not called smacking it. It's called something completely different in the United States. So you open Canada must be doing some pretty freaky shit. Oh, so it's supposed to you up in Canada must be doing some pretty freaky shit. There were no slits in the masks. The whole mouth was exposed. Oh, okay. Well,
look at me. I slit my mask. Pay attention to me.
The cheeks and above the upper lip was all that was covered. I'm trying to picture that.
It kind of sounds like what your beard is not covering of your own face, AC.
There you go. So in the spirit of fighting COVID, Fukuoka town erects 7-meter gorilla scarecrow as a symbol of strength against COVID-19.
Well, thanks for giving COVID to those who were setting it up.
You had your chance, I'm a BA. It's the gorilla's turn now. So again, I'm a BA being
that's kind of racist, isn't it? The gorilla is white.
Yeah.
What is that supposed to mean?
They're whitewashing the gorillas. Gorillas aren't actually always white. They're not
gorillas are supposed to be
darker
black.
Gorillas.
Nobody's ever met an albino, apparently. All right. So we are soon approaching. We are soon approaching a full year since the reemergence of the legendary yokai Amabiye, who you might recall famously said, quote, "If an epidemic spreads, draw a picture of me and show it to everyone." Yes, these are the wise words of Amabiye. A half fish, half platypus, half cousinette, Japanese demon. So anyway, we did. Thousands upon thousands of pictures flooded the internet, and then came the Amabiye donuts, Amabiye Hello Kitties, Amabiye personal seals, and conspiracy theories that Amabiye
I'm gonna
is
be
actually
real here. No.
Dan's here. How's it going? How was your dinner?
Oh yeah, it was good.
Good. All right. So right now we're talking about a 7 meter, not 7 foot, 7 meter gorilla scarecrow that is a symbol of strength against COVID-19 in Fukuoka.
Is it working?
We're about to find out. I'm reading about how Amabiye got all of these articles written about it, and that was its great accomplishment. And where has all that gotten us? That's right, a first-class ticket to Bupkisville, and Amabiye drunk and in the driver's seat. COVID-19 cases are running more rampant than ever, and a state of emergency has been once again declared in 7 of Japan's most populous prefectures. So it's high time we hand Amabie its walking papers and move on to some other idol to worship. And who better to revere than a 7 meter or 23-foot gorilla? So yeah, it's very lifelike. Damn, there's birds living in it. Yeah, so there you go. You can kind of watch it. So it's called Giant Straw Scarecrow Gorilla. Very clever name. No, I'm sorry. That's not all of it. It's called Giant Straw Scarecrow Gorilla, Proud Gorilla 2020. This massive yet detailed primate was erected by Chikuzen Town, Fukuoka Prefecture.
Was erected by the gorilla across the street.
What?
I'm saying another gorilla got him erect.
Oh,
All right.
eh.
Okay. I think you should have said like the gorilla next door or like.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Too lazy to get the bad joke meme going. It took 2 months to construct and was completed in early December of 2020. The ape's lifelike hair was made from rice straw layered on top of a steel frame. The likeness of a gorilla was chosen as a symbol of power and strength in the face of the prolonged coronavirus pandemic. Apparently, we get to see some photos of the construction. This is actually the 6th in the town's annual Giant Scarecrow series. Are you fucking serious? Like,
I'm back. My cup running.
okay.
What the? Is that Godzilla?
Godzilla.
He's got
apparently-
thick thighs.
Well, it's like the original Godzilla.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the real story here is that they're just recreating Godzilla versus King Kong.
No, actually, as a matter of fact, give me a second. If you want Godzilla, I can show you Godzilla.
He looks so old and decrepit because he's made of straw.
Yeah.
The gorilla one looks better for whatever reason.
Because the teeth are they've got their anatomy down, and the teeth are just wood.
Okay, here, but let's see here. Give me a second. There we are. There's Godzilla.
Oh my god!
I bought this in Japan. This is an actual,
Oh.
genuine, honest-to-God Japanese Godzilla.
Those eyes.
Why is he in blackface?
Because he's from Japan.
That's
The Japanese
I
don't
like
care
his-
about that thing.
Yeah, I like his tuft of white chest.
the mouth is kind of derpy. Is that weird?
His eyes are derpy.
It's
Yeah.
funny because you say that you bought that in Japan, but if you said you went down to Mexico and bought that, I would totally believe you.
Well, I mean, it could have been made in Mexico. Actually, I think it was made in China, to be honest. But
Oh,
I did buy it in Japan.
Oh god.
Whether or not he was like made,
It probably says it on the bottom of its foot.
yeah, it does. 1985, Toho Company,
Made in North Korea.
Imperial, made in Japan. I don't know if you can.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, you can't see it.
What was the date? What was the date again?
1985.
Oh, okay, so that's
Oh,
after
God.
Imperial. I thought for a second I thought it was actually like in. Oh no, because Imperial Japan ended before Godzilla was created because Godzilla was a reaction to being nuked, right? So
Mhm.
yeah, okay,
I mean, I
Oh,
suppose
the
for 1985, it looks pretty good.
yeah.
Anyhow, sorry.
All right, no, that's great. Thank you for sharing your blackface. Tom.
Lance wants to know if he can join. Can Lance join?
Oh, of course you can join.
All right, Lance. Check your Discord.
All right, so this is actually the 6th in the town's annual Giant Scarecrow series. So, did we mention the eyes glow red in the evening? Yeah, the kid is. I love this. This video, when you start playing it, all you hear is some kid crying. Like,
That's not out of straw, right?
yeah,
That's a fire hazard for you to have.
it's got a steel frame and it's like layered in straw on top of it.
It'd be cool if it was lit on fire, though.
They probably do like a Burning Man, and ending. So all these like, oh, we got to take it down. Alice, burn it. I, for one, welcome our new gorilla savior and hope it will hurl a mighty feces at the coronavirus before the town takes it down at the end of January. And if this doesn't do the job either, I guess we can try praying to Super Mario next when he comes to Universal Studios Japan in February. Damn, they are really reaching for article links. Here's the gorilla's information. Giant straw scarecrow gorilla, proud gorilla 2020. None of the other information here is important. Will remain until the end of January. Well, there you go. Eyes light up from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Just like a real gorilla. Okay. All right. So there you go. Now, in KyoAni arson tangential news, so a 15-year-old junior high school student wins an award for inventing detachable metal bars in response to the Kyoto animation arson. So basically, from the outside, they're just like metal bars to stop people from getting in. But on the inside, there's like a button, and then you can just pull that shit straight off. And then you can fall to your death.
You know how many tragedies in the past the invention like that would have prevented?
Yeah, well, at least the KyoAni one.
I don't know if I can go with that.
With that said, you would think that this would have already been something that was
invented. Yeah. And you got to wonder if that plastic device is just going to melt.
Like, oh, we're safe. We got these detachable bars. What happened to it? It's all melted. I can't get out.
Hold on. Those bars are supposed to be on the outside, so the locking mechanism's on the inside, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Because I was going to say, wouldn't people be able to just pull it off if it was...
I like how he has to open the windows into the middle to get his hands out to push it off. And then somehow he has to, while still holding it, get his arm back in and slide the window all the way to the edge so that he can fit through. I hope there aren't any morbidly obese people in Japan.
Well, isn't it illegal to be fat?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is illegal to be fat. All right, let's see. I want to address some chats real quick. Kong will defeat COVID but lose to Godzilla. Well,
Yeah.
That's not how it happened in the U.S. version of that movie. That sucks. And none of the DVDs that I have of it have the Japanese ending.
Godzilla.
Eli's Ride is the lead singer of Amaranth. The other singer is the lead singer of Dynasty. And Henrik England does the growls. Okay. These are chats that you should be reading. Oh no, it's Godzilla. He'll take both victories. Lance is joining. It is a bird. There you go. Good insight there. Kong got the lead. All right. Okay. So continuing here, we will jump into pickups shortly. Elon Musk tweets Idolmaster meme, and the Bandai Namco stocks rise.
Of course.
Yes. So 5D chess play from the richest man in the world. When Elon Musk isn't bathing in all the money he has as the richest known man in the world, right? Richest known man, because I'm rich in spirit.
You're rich with the Lord.
Yeah. He's making the stonks meme a reality by literally rising the stocks of video game company Bandai Namco with just one The Idolmaster tweet. At this point, Musk is just rejecting every known economic reality and substituting it with his own interest, of which anime culture is just one of many.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he hasn't, funded an anime himself.
Elon Musk, if you're listening, I've got an anime for you called Once Cucked on Another Planet that I think you would be very interested in finding.
Absolutely.
All right, so no joke, even senior editor at Bloomberg Japan, God damn this guy's name. Geroid Reedy. It's like Leroy Jenkins. Is citing Musk's tweet. as the reasoning behind Bandai Namco's stock rise today on the Japanese stock market. Stock in Bandai Namco has been steadily rising throughout 2020 as video games, plus ventures in anime, remained as one of the only reliable industries throughout the pandemic, but saw dips during the holiday period in late December. So this is his amazing tweet. Hey, you. Yeah, you, queen. You're going to make it. Heart, heart. And then the picture accompanying that tweet. Hey, you. Yeah, you, king. You're going to make it. So confirmed, Elon Musk doesn't know how to make his own memes because he just has to change the text in his actual tweet. Anyway, Musk's tweet has made the stock rebound to just shy of 9,400 yen per share. While lower than Bandai Namco's peak in early December 2020 at just over 9,600 yen per share, this amount is still higher than Bandai Namco has ever seen in the history of the company since Bandai Namco merged in 2005. Wait, hold on. What?
2005.
Stock rebound to just shy. It is still higher than Bandai has ever seen in the history of the company. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Musk's tweet has made the stock rebound.
No, I see. I think I see what they're saying. Just shy of... Oh, yeah, okay. So, while lower than the peak in early December at just over 9,600, it's still lower...
No, it says the amount is
higher
still
than
higher
the history.
Has ever seen in the history of the company since they merged in 2005.
Yeah, I think they're saying that, like, that 9,400 per share is higher than they'd ever seen up until that point, I think, is what they're trying to say.
Yeah, that's a poorly... you're right. I think that is what they mean, but that's a poorly phrased sentence.
Like, it's not as high as what it was in December.
It's not the highest it's been, but it's still like higher than
it had been up until, I guess, December of last year. I think that's what they're trying to say.
Yeah, I think that's the only logical explanation. Clearly, Musk has a great taste in Idolmaster girls, with the tweet consisting of an image of the Idolmaster Cinderella girls, Sachiko Koshimizu, known as the pure idol type to fans of the franchise.
Are the others like massive?
She just looks like she's pointing at your tiny dick. Like,
hey,
that's the smug anime girl. Now I wonder which ReZero girl the Tesla and SpaceX CEO prefers, Rem, Amelia, or Echidna. How dare you? How dare you? All right, so he also trended on Japanese Twitter. I think actually worldwide trending, but it was the Japanese spelling of Elon Musk. All right, you guys remember we talked about Shuesha copyright flagging all those tweets?
Yep.
Well, the tables have turned. Wait, no, that's not. Plot twist. That's what I meant to say. Shuesha copyright takedown hoax allegedly caused by an obsessed stalker. Earlier in the week, a series of copyright takedowns had disturbed Twitter users posting One Piece and Dragon Ball images, fan art, cosplay, and other derivative works, causing them to all point fingers at Shuesha for starting to very strictly enforce copyright. Only after a few days of radio silence, Lance F. and Powers, everyone.
Lance
there you are, you're here. Sorry. So, Lance, that's what happens when two people have an equal desire to add you to the stream. And I add you, and then Reese unadds you at the same time.
I think I added you first, and you unadded him.
Yeah, well, whatever. That's not how I saw it, but I'll let you have it. If it's that important to you, and all. Nice avatar, by the way.
I made it myself.
So, Lance, I take
you have more skills than Elon Musk.
Say what?
I take your throat's doing good then?
That's a strange question to ask.
No. It's not a strange
context.
Question. Why am I hearing everyone 3 times?
Do you still have the stream going behind you? That's weird.
No.
What's that all about?
Hold on.
Get out of
Hold
here.
on. Let me check something.
First to Lance.
Okay, I think FDM might be delayed.
Okay, now I got it.
Yeah. Okay.
I-
I'm glad to see that
I
this
don't know
wasn't
what
a
the hell I did, but I
disaster.
got it.
When's it never a disaster?
You know what? When
Dude!
I get on the
What is
scene,
happening?
it's always a disaster. I have taken over
Did
the
we
stream.
just do the stream this way? Okay, hold on. How were you doing that? Is that what was causing that? What
That's
the
kind of neat. You're like a news anchor now.
And
Our next
dude,
story comes from.
Hey, AC, just put your hands up like you're holding it, like you're presenting.
This would be the thumbnail.
And you can see the bestiality in the background.
Yeah.
You know, I
Oh,
saw
oh,
the
oh.
thumbnail this morning while I was getting ready.
Yeah,
to
hold
take
on. I'm gonna remove everybody. I'm gonna remove everybody for the stream to see the backdrop, bro.
Yes.
They've
Oh, we
all
have.
been removed.
I laughed so hard when I saw that.
Huh.
Oh.
I have comments.
It's like supposed to be a really serious scene, and it's like, wait a minute.
Oh
here.
god. So yeah, when
Look, this
we'll address
taking
it.
Beauty and the
We'll
Beast,
address it
wait,
when
I
we.
wasn't ready.
Doing the bestiality.
I think we broke StreamYard. Yeah, so we'll get there. We'll address it when we get there. But that scene when it happens in the movie made me think of in Family Guy when they had the fake commercial for like what's the diamond company like that they do the commercials for, like not
Hey.
Jared, the other one.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, like whatever. It's one of those, and it says it's like. It, you know, da, 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 you know, that plays the song every time, and he like loops over the thing, and then the girl starts getting lower, like she's, and it says she'll pretty much have to, right? Do you know that when they, so the joke is that she's gonna suck his dick for buying her diamond.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah, I get it. I don't know.
So-
As they do.
So when
You
they
know
were
what?
making that,
Every time I've given a girl a diamond, I've gotten my dick sucked. Man. Wait, I gave my
As
mom a
one
diamond.
does.
Never mind.
okay, so when they were making that shot for Family Guy, they animated her going all the way down, right? And they sent it to Fox, and the censors sent it back and said, no, absolutely not. So they kept sending it, removing just one frame until they said, okay, fine. I'm pretty sure they actually animated the head like bobbing and stuff too. I know that the one with the episode where Peter gets like the marriage counseling tapes that says, I'm going to ask the wives to leave the room, right? It's like, okay, Peter, this one's all you. And then it just turns out to be a porno at that point. There's an uncut, like full version of that is extremely pornographic that I don't even know why they bothered to animate it, because the censors clearly. Go ahead.
I need to know. The wives leave the room? Is there situation pornographic? Or is the video that Peter's watching pornographic?
The video that's supposed
it's much
to
less interesting
be a
now.
couples counseling thing. It comes on. Lois and Peter are watching it because like they're doing counseling, and then the lady on the screen says, for this portion of the therapy, I'm going to ask the wives to leave the room. So she says, all right, Peter, I'll be out in the hall or whatever, and she leaves, and then she's like, now that your wife's gone, she starts unbuttoning her clothes and stuff. Yeah, there's a version of that. I'm sure you could find it if you look for it, where like it goes like full on like using toys and like full nudity and insertion.
Someone's watched it. Here's the question: what like to me is kind of weird. So unlike with God, I've already forgotten, what was it, Overwatch or one of the other communities where like the owner of the company and all that's like, no, we want to take the hentai down, but the Family Guy creator is all,
Family Guy,
guys,
they were making
put this
it
in the episode.
Yeah. Well, they put it in, but obviously the censor said, "Fuck no!" Like, I honestly think that at the company that was animating Family Guy, they were literally just taking the piss.
Called a hentai.
No. I think that they were. I think that they were literally like. I think that they had dealt with the censors so much in those early seasons that they said, let's just ruin their whole life, like animate an
Let's make
entire
them watch
porno.
this 90
Like,
times.
I mean,
Or
they
maybe they made it as extreme
I
as
love
possible.
what
Yeah.
I do, so let's just fuck it all up.
No. Well, so there is an argument to be made that what they were doing, especially with the Zales, that's what it was, the Zales diamond thing where the girl's head goes down, is let's go extremely far with it. It's the big ask, right? I want to show this on TV, and you show something way further than you actually want to show. So
Just
that
so
when
you
you ask for what
can,
you actually want to show,
be
they're
more-
like, all right, you can have this one then, you know.
All right,
You-
all right.
they might
That's-
make more than
that
what
right
we
there, that right there is a typical like argument ploy. You let the person that you're dealing with know that you're going to start on this far end, about as far as you can, and you just
Yeah,
slowly work back.
When you bid on a product on eBay, you don't bid for the best offer. You don't bid $5 underneath. You bid like $50 underneath, and then they meet you halfway between the price they actually wanted to sell it for and the price you asked for. Right?
I love how you bring up eBay after my situation.
I'm so sorry.
I don't.
Maybe
I don't
if
feel
you didn't
anything.
have the Kinder. I don't know the German word for porn.
They found
Never mind.
look, dude. No, look. eBay
That's one
knew that when I
surprise.
signed up, they saw me and they were like, "Holy crap! He is that amazing TikTok artist that doesn't have a TikTok channel." And they're like,
Yep,
"Bam!"
that's you. Lance F and Powers. All right. So I will say this. I was ranting and raving before the podcast about how screwed we are with the amount of articles to get through. So it's a great day to add 5 hosts. So let me just power through this. Also, Weaburger, if you're there, the link is in the Twitter mentions. All right. So okay. So earlier this week, a series of copyright takedowns had disturbed Twitter users who are posting One Piece and Dragon Ball images, fan art, cosplay, and other derivative works, causing them to all point fingers at Shuesha for starting to very strictly enforce copyright. Only after a few days of radio silence from Shuesha did the publisher respond to the accusations of thousands of Twitter users, explaining that a different individual is in fact responsible for the takedowns. The statement provided by Shuesha regarding the takedowns is as follows. Quote, "It has come to our attention, Shuesha has been falsely misrepresented by an individual sending copyright and removal requests on Twitter and other social media platforms. Shuesha is currently consulting with the various platforms to investigate what measures can be taken to address this issue." So even before Shuesha came out with their official statement about the copyright trolling, a document compiling some evidence as to who was the cause of the takedown has been circulating on Twitter. According to the exhausting list of evidence provided by Twitter user Yashahime and claims by many other people, the one responsible for the takedowns was a troll donning a Marshall D. Teach, One Piece character, avatar on Discord, who abused Twitter's DMCA system. Now,
God damn.
just
troll
look at how
wizards.
fucking long this stupid thing is. With all the evidence laid out. Your Honor, I rest my case. Right, okay. Such instances of copyright trolling is hardly new, as even Sankaku conflicts had been handed similar notices. While now exposed to the wider public, the troll will most likely continue their actions unchallenged until proper legal action is taken against them, or multiple platforms implement solutions to battle false DMCA takedown requests. Ha! Wishful thinking. Now,
All they need to do is walk up to this troll, give this troll at the bridge a haiku, and they'll leave him alone.
gotta pay the troll toll to get into this boy's soul. Okay, Shuesha denies the involvement, right? So here's what Anime News Network had to say. They basically have these 2 paragraphs down here are a breakdown of that long TLDR thing right here. Okay, so they posted a document that alleged Shuesha did not make the copyright claims, but a third party who supposedly used Shuesha's name to harass others. The post identified the phone number and fax number in the claim document belonged to Kadokawa. Not Shuesha as listed. So whoever is false flagging Shuesha is using Kadokawa's fax number and phone number. The post further claimed to identify the user who sent the claims by way of correlating the name used in the claim document with a YouTuber with a similar moniker. The YouTuber allegedly threatened another YouTuber with harassment and copyright claims to coerce them into entering into a relationship. Now, I don't know about you. I don't know about you. But every relationship I've ever had that was successful started with threats.
wait. Every relationship you ever had that was successful. So, how many times have you been married?
Once.
Okay, so once. Gotcha.
That's why it was a success, as I said.
You need to marry me, or I'm going to.
Dude, did your wife give you? Dude, you know what? Did your wife give you?
No, who's doing the threatening in this relationship?
She's like, marry me, you bastard, or I will do this to your family.
I will murder your family as an extension of myself being part of it.
Oh God!
And then the penny just dropped.
Suicide is not the answer.
That's the moment you knew she was the one, right?
All right. Ghost of Tsushima. Oh,
I don't think we've crossed the line. Brad's like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
There's too many people talking. I can't even follow anymore. Pickups.
Ah, yes.
Shall I go first?
Yes.
G-Kids forgot to send me the DVD copy.
What the hell? Why'd you buy? Yeah. You bought the DVD version?
I own every single Lupin release, my friend, except for the save edition of the woman called Fujiko Mine.
You know, really
so I'm noticing.
Classics.
Now that you mentioned Lupin,
right. I'm noticing there's an animation on the back of the bonus features. Animation breakdown, CG model gallery, yellow carpet premiere, racist. Yeah. Trailers and promos. So looking forward to finding out what those breakdowns are. Who's next?
I guess it could be me.
What is happening?
Here we go. After long wait, I picked up the Digimon Adventure Last Evolution Kizuna. Apparently Kizuna is Bonds. I find it weird that I thought it was like a location, so it would be like Digimon Adventure Last Evolution Tokyo or something. I'm like, what the hell? Why does it say Kizuna after it? After some investigation, there is no limited edition coming, even though I could have sworn we read an article that disclosed one, but it must have been like the limited edition lithograph you can get from Showcase.
Yes. Those lithographs that everybody loves.
Yes, but as a plus side on the bonus feature, it says 20 years, remembering 20 years of Digimon with Joshua Seth and Tom Fan. Tom Fan,
Agumon Hitler.
And for those of you who don't know, Tom Fan is Agumon, who's been there since day one. So I'm pretty hyped to see him. Like I've never seen
same with Joshua Seth. I mean,
no,
so what
no. Joshua Seth has been on the Try features already, but don't get me wrong, I'm glad to see him too. But I'm more excited to see Tom Fan for the first time on video in HD with his Agumon voice. Won't that be so awesome? Anyway,
Okay.
That's my pickups.
Congratulations, good pickups. Who's next? Oh, what?
Don't mind you. You're just smacking up.
I'm just opening my bottle.
What?
I want to be able to do this, but
Reese,
have FD. I guess I can do that. Okay.
There you go.
That's
This is so exciting.
Why am I here?
When the vast majority of us don't use our cameras.
All right.
I could use mine.
Mike,
I'm
glad. Are
just
you
saying,
glad
like he's fiddling around. It's like the last thing we need for a podcast that's going to go long is just to fiddle around with all the buttons.
Oh, yeah. I was like,
so you want to show us? You want to show us your pickups?
I got pickups, and this is the journey of me building my pickup. It's not a pickup, actually.
We don't get to hear the live clanking of Lego pieces. It's a tragedy.
Is that like a USB in the front? There you go.
Look, Reese needs to use a USB.
Why?
Build Lego.
No, go back a couple of photos to where you saw like the front dash of the car. I thought that looked like a USB slot.
That's the
radio
back,
or something.
That's
I
the
didn't
back
know- I
end.
didn't know Legos
That's the
could
back
go-
end.
No.
of the car.
See the
next to the
keys?
steering wheel.
Yeah, next to the right of the steering wheel. It looks like a USB slot.
Oh no. That's like a sticker
Yes.
for the radio.
Anyway, all right. Well, so you need to buy yourself, like those people who commission custom Legos, so you can get a Lupin and Jigen Lego guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
If
see
you
that
put a Lego
Teresa
guy
Sandy-
in there, would they fit? Would
No,
fit?
it's a
It's
lot
too big, right?
bigger.
It's a lot
too
bigger. Yeah.
Like it's like
you'd have to have somebody make one of the Lego guys. It would actually be doable. In fact, like, have you ever been to Legoland, Reese, or have you ever seen any of the stuff from Legoland?
no. I mean, this is like the first time I've touched Legos in like 15 years.
Well, at Legoland, they have a mini city, like where they've rebuilt, like for instance, New York and Las Vegas and whatnot.
Mhm.
And they have people in the city, but they're not Lego guys. They're like built out of Legos, right?
Yeah.
So they have this abstract art style of building where, like, like the two pieces go camera to me, the two pieces that kind of go like this.
Mhm.
Camera to me. You've got if the
Hold
camera's
on,
on,
God damn it! Come on.
the picture is in front of me, even if you switch
There
the
you go.
camera to me.
Cut.
Picture down now.
God damn it! How do I fucking clear it? There, God damn it!
So you know the pieces that are 1 by 2, and
One
they
by-
have the little edge on the end, and they clip together, and then they can bend,
Yeah.
right? They use those as like the knees and the elbow joints,
Mhm.
and then they make the faces out of abstract, like an abstract art thing. You could find some tutorials on how to do that, and just make the characters wearing the green color jacket or whatever color
Oh.
you want them to wear.
So this is the only Lupin figure I have, and it's like 6 inches tall, and like
Too
just like down for scale. For,
Yeah.
A
There you
7th scale.
So,
All right.
yeah,
So
that's-
who's next? Anybody else want to share?
I got nothing.
I've
think
got
so.
something more
Like I told you the other day. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Budgeting.
Hmm?
You're budgeting is
Well,
what you
yeah,
told me the other day.
I am, but I did, like I told you yesterday, I did go on eBay. Oh yeah, Walmart. For everyone who doesn't know, Walmart has done the ultimate cuckening towards me, and they canceled my order for the
Violet Evergarden.
yeah,
You know,
Violet Evergarden.
I'll
So-
say this. I
I
feel like them canceling your order is less of a cuckening than having to shop at Walmart in the first place.
well, that may
you
very
know.
well be true, but the point is they strung me along for way too long.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Like every
so
good
I
woman.
went the eBay route, so it's on its way.
So he's way overpaid.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
basically.
Probably a bootleg by now.
No, I don't think so.
I've
Alright,
got
so,
volume 15 of Slime coming, and of course I'm finishing up.
Slime coming.
Oh, yeah, Slime
Yeah,
coming.
I know what you meant. You've
That
got
time I got
15.
reprinted
Volume
slime.
15 is on its way. Gotcha. All right. So just a follow up here. Ghost of Tsushima fans push restoration of ancient shrine gate far beyond the crowdfunding goal. So the Torii Gate that collapsed is going to get rebuilt, and I didn't read the article, but I assume that they're just going to make the rest of the game real with all the extra money. Also, into streaming news here, thus spake Kishibe Rohan, JoJo spin-off anime, pens in February 18th start. So it's going to be on Netflix worldwide, February 18th.
Oh.
Be interesting
Good
if
job,
they
question
do
mark.
end up recasting Vickman. Yeah.
Well, if they do, then poo-poo on you, Netflix. But I don't know, because the people who Netflix uses, they use Sound Cadence, right?
Well, I think JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was done by Bang Zoom.
JoJo,
Yes.
yeah.
But Netflix uses Sound Cadence,
But yeah,
right?
they do that, and they use Sound Cadence, and they have.
Wait,
you-
so everyone
Well-
is what is it? Talking about how great Sound Cadence is when they're responsible for recasting all of these sequel shows. like what is it, Takagi-san season 2, completely different cast.
Well, what I'm getting at is that if they're using a completely different studio, but Vic has like a world like greatest level home studio, I wouldn't count it out, but yeah, it's probably unlikely.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Netflix inevitably will recast everything, apparently.
Yes. Okay. So continuing, because there's still lots of news to get through.
And do you think, that being said, do you think we'll actually ever get this on home video?
Viz.
Big
It's
old
hard to
question
say.
mark. Will they ever finish?
Well,
Let me
this
ask you
got
this much: Will
Castlevania,
people ever
so-
finish Bleach on Blu-ray?
The real question is, will they rename characters in the Netflix stuff?
Don't give
So-
it up, Zolo.
So, High Dive to allegedly stream a redo of The Healer, Complete Recovery, uncensored version.
Ooh, that's
So,
interesting.
Sentai Filmworks anime streaming platform High Dive may be releasing the uncut version of redo of The Healer called the, quote, Complete Recovery version.
What do you mean May?
Forward. According to a rumor on Twitter, the uncensored version of redo of Healer will be available on the streaming service High Dive 1 week after each episode. Can't wait to watch them cock like fucking Funimation did. Oh shit! This doesn't live up to our standards, or whatever they said.
Well, a lot of people say Sentai stuff should go to Sentai. Ecchi stuff should go to Sentai because they embrace the identity.
Those pictures of it I sent you guys with those. That's basically, that was it. It airs like 3 hours or 4 hours after the regular version. And it's got like maybe
the completely uncensored. Oh, because this is pretty old.
3 hours to recompile it and unblur everything.
January 15th.
But there was a couple lines of dialogue that did not get subtitled from like them just using the straight up the regular subtitled versions.
Okay.
So they're probably gonna have. It is probably gonna be a better watch than what I had seen.
All right.
But apparently there's apparently gonna be like three different versions of the show: the regular fully censored version, the TV broadcast uncensored version, and then the Blu-ray completely uncensored version.
So which one is the complete recovery version?
Probably the second stage one.
Probably
the ATX version.
All right. So according to the rumor on Twitter, the uncensored version of Redo of Healer will be available on the streaming service High Dive 1 week after each episode, meaning the episode which premiered on January 12th in the West will release uncensored on January 19th, and so on.
That's tomorrow.
So they said, hope this helps everyone with the confusion surrounding 3 versions of Redo No Healer. Yeah, Redo of Healer.
All I have to say is this show has not like done anything to make me want to watch it.
Oh yeah. The show
I'm not even being judgmental towards the name.
No. I'll agree with you. The show has done nothing to make me want to watch it, but the reeing that I can hear from everywhere has done everything to make me want to watch it.
Yeah. So it's like many other series in the last 2 years. It's the controversy surrounding it that's drawing people.
Yes.
To it. The publicity
Yes.
is
I will. I had no desire to watch the series, but I will absolutely watch it just to own the libs. So they're saying anyway. Yeah, it was you basically explained it already. I'm not going to read it.
I love how Brad's evolved.
Redo
I gotta move on from this.
Say what? I've evolved to what?
I love how you evolved, because when I first joined this stream, I'd say something and we'd stay on it for 10 minutes. Now you're like, moving on.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to get through tonight.
We don't want a big deal repeat.
No, that was great. That we got more likes in the first 24 hours and concurrent viewers than I think we've ever had.
Do you mean the first 24 hours of the runtime of the video?
I just wanted to actually send a heartfelt thank you to everybody who stuck out that stream, because
made it through.
Well, I'm just surprised that we were met with pretty open arms for that whole discussion, whereas it could have gone different ways, and instead it was all likes and love, and I really appreciate it. So
But you still got the monetize, right?
No, actually, I managed to regain monetization. Yes. I don't know how this stream is going to do. Probably already demonetized based on the title alone. Continuing here. Cells at Work Code Black episodes 3 and 4 to air tonight together as 1 hour special. So I'm sharing this as an excuse for you to get to geek out about your favorite new show. Tell me about your erectile dysfunction. Reese, we've watched this episode.
I did watch it. I'm watching.
I think we're all men. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry.
The episode 3 was basically, okay, we are gonna trigger this erection, and they're like, get red for blood seals, get into that penis. I was like, oh, we can't get it up. What do we do?
No,
you take Viagra. Go. And then episode 4 was, oh no, he's got gonorrhea.
This is a very R17 version of Osmosis Jones.
Yes, Cells at Work Code Black.
It's Cells at Work Late at Night edition.
Yeah.
Cells at Work
yes.
Bible Black.
I don't see any platelets
all
on
the
this,
white blood cells are busty women.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
damn.
don't see any platelets on this screen.
All
here.
the platelets are no longer 3-year-olds; they're like middle school kids.
That's better.
And they're foul mouthed.
Hey guys,
Yeah, the Shin-chan.
I am going to duck out. I may join back in later. I'm going to have my first meal in 24 hours.
Well, enjoy breaking your fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Man.
All right.
All right, so can you explain why there are so many ugly bastards?
Talking about it's illegal to be fat in Japan. So why is there so many ugly bastards in hentai?
Oh, okay, I gotcha. All right. So there's a comedian. There's a comedian who has done a what do you call it? He has a skit that says every man is secretly gay, and the way that he like builds his case against men being straight, or like for them to actually be gay, is he talks to a guy in the audience. He's like, "You watch porn?" He's like, "Yeah, I watch porn." It's like when you watch porn, you want the guy, you want him to be a fat, ugly old guy, or you want him to be like a chiseled, man who's really railing it on the ones like, yeah. It's like, you're gay, dude. Like, anyway. Yeah, so to answer your question, I have no idea. No idea.
It's gotta be more of a self-insert kind of thing. Yeah, I can see myself.
So I'll say this.
Well, yeah, but there's a lot of neck-beard meat.
I identify as a fat guy.
Artists have a tendency to draw themselves.
And they're all neckbeards.
Because the version, like, the anatomy that you have the easiest time studying, that you see the most often, that you are most intimately acquainted with, it's your own, right? So you'll always notice that when a person draws something, if you ask your friends to draw a character, they'll usually look a little bit closer to them.
That's
right?
why we're getting all these fat superheroes. It makes sense now.
Yes. So I always forget her name, Trailblazer. Anyway. Yeah. So I have to imagine that the doujin artists that are making the horrible decision to include all these morbidly obese, giant-lipped, buck teeth, balding Japanese salarymen are they themselves. So, and then also, hey, don't compare the burning of Godzilla or King Kong to the Zozo. My apologies.
The burning of Godzilla should be like burning the American flag. It should be illegal.
Actually, it's not illegal to burn the American flag.
Okay.
FDD&M,
the Canadian flag.
Digimon Adventure is awesome.
Yes.
Also,
preaching to the choir.
Christopher Barker says, "Sorry, I missed stuff here on the stream. Damn chores." I'm sorry that your 30-year-old ass has chores to do today and didn't get them done well in advance to be able to join the stream without interruptions. Might I suggest AirPods? Because the watch time would be greatly appreciated. No, it's all right, man. Don't worry about it. You have not missed much.
I mean, you can watch it on your phone. I mean, you can always carry your phone in your pocket.
Take your phone into the other rooms of your house where your family lives, and
with your headphones.
I just want to briefly touch back on the Footnote Digimon Adventures is awesome. So in Japan they have a Blu-ray of it, but I don't think they're ever going to bring it over here because they'd have to recut the footage, and no one would be masochistic enough to do that besides
I'll do
me. So I've been essentially taking the Japanese and doing the opposite. I'm not cutting the Japanese footage to the English footage. I'm taking the English footage and wrapping around the Japanese, and then it periodically cuts in with the Japanese dialogue to say, I don't know, suck my ass or whatever. And it's like in the Japanese, they clearly cut out. You know.
What episode of Digimon was that in? I must have missed that one.
I don't know. Must be the Hot Spring one. Fun fact, though, there's literally a Hot Spring episode. I think they either completely cut out or they just cut out a significant portion.
I think the more important question is which Digimon says that.
In the Cyber Sleuth games,
Monzamon, right?
in the Cyber Sleuth Digimon games, they're swearing. It's rated teen.
Bro,
I was
traumatized. Not 2 weeks ago,
the Digimon
Hitler Agumon. So I don't doubt at all.
Well, I didn't know about Hitler Agumon when I played that game. Okay, give me some credit.
You didn't know about our Lord and Savior Hitler?
Oh dear God.
No Agumon?
Grammar Hitler, you mean? Let's clarify this. Gomer and other anime movies are added to HBO Max. Second season of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid will premiere this July.
Massive tracts of land.
Say what?
Massive tracts of land.
Yeah, the character here in the new graphic is uncomfortably busty.
No such thing.
You sure? Damn it! It's not the full freaking picture. I probably shouldn't scroll down without knowing what's going to happen. I probably should have used the Crunchyroll article instead.
Probably.
But yeah, just like
perfectly proportional.
All right. Anyway, continuing. So this was a thing I was going to skip. Oh, look, yeah, $2 every chat. You have some explaining regarding tentacles.
The first tentacle, Huante.
Tsukudoji or whatever it is.
Why does Greenline 743 know about our behind the scenes conversation?
What? That wasn't behind the scenes.
Yes, that happened before the podcast started.
Oh my god, never mind.
You know, I could be wrong, but wasn't the tentacles, wasn't that a way to get around like censorship?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh no, okay. So he's saying that regarding the fact that all the fat Asian guys are drawing themselves into the hentai is like, well, then you've got some explaining to do regarding the tentacles. Yeah. So I know this is a joke, but just to explain to people, the reason that they have tentacle porn is because it was illegal in Japan to show genitalia. Right. So what they did is like, well, okay, I can't show a dick, but monster tentacle dicks, those aren't genitalia, right? So that's why that started. That's why that trend was a thing. Yeah, just given that. Also,
given what
Trailblazer sounds like one of those nature valleys you take with you when hiking. Christopher Parker says he's watching on his laptop. I understand. No problem. All right, so anyway, I wasn't going to share this just because I didn't think we could get much out of it, but Danny shared it to me, and I'm going to take that as a, hey, you better talk about this. So explore 2020's most popular anime on Crunchyroll around the world. Now, before I show you guys what the world was watching, I'm just going to say that 2020 was apparently a shit year for anime. All right, so So here we've got North America, right? And I don't know how, but the United States has watched more Jujutsu Kaisen than My Hero Academia season 4.
That's incredible.
I'm ashamed of my country right now.
Why? You think Jujutsu Kaisen is better than My Hero Academia season 4?
No, I just hate My Hero Academia.
Okay, well, you should be ashamed of your country for many reasons, namely your leader.
We don't need that negativity.
Hey, when does the next Canadian election happen so you guys can oust?
So then you guys can complain on our behalf.
Kind. Yeah.
You know, give back.
Hey! Look who's here! The cheating whore. I'm kidding.
How's everyone doing today?
Not bad.
That's interesting. Christopher Barker says, so are any of you watching WandaVision or don't give a damn? If you are watching, thoughts. So I'll give you my thoughts. I've seen the commercial for it, and I would watch the shit out of that if it was a movie and not something I had to devote more time to than that, because it looks really interesting, and I like how it's shot on the old cameras, and they have dedicated a lot of effort to recreating the sort of looks of different periods of TV, but no, I haven't watched it.
I don't have Disney
beyond
Plus.
that. Yeah, and I also don't like Disney. So anyway, has anybody else taken a gander at WandaVision that would like to?
If it makes a disc version that I can rent on Netflix, I'll probably check it out that way.
Yeah. He also says 2020 a shit year for anime. Will 2021 follow suit? Well, not My Hero Academia. Attack on Titan will be the teller of tales regarding.
I'm watching 16 series this season. It's the most I've ever watched in a single season.
Half
also,
of them
Mike
is
says,
a
"Oh shit,
sequel,
it's
right?
the Church Hustler."
For WandaVision, I'm glad to see Smart House finally get a TV series. I thought it was a decent movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
So nobody else has thoughts. Let's jump into this. So yeah, Mexico and Canada are watching My Hero Academia season 4, and apparently America likes Jujutsu Kaisen, which was translated by a pedophile. So there you go.
The manga
Continuing.
one,
Yeah. So South America, it looks like Brazil is interested in Jujutsu Kaisen as well. What is
I'm
this?
surprised they didn't put Tower of God on everywhere universally.
Right.
You know,
Yeah. Black Clover is being watched by Colombia and Venezuela, and what is this? Suriname. Then we've got Peru is watching My Hero Academia season 4. I think this is Ecuador and Bolivia, and then the rest of this is watching. The rest of this poop coming out of the rest of South America is watching Attack on Titan. So the only place with actual taste. No. Let's see what we got. Europe. What do you guys think about Europe?
Why is it not all Tower of God?
Well, what is this? Russia?
Yes, that's Russia.
Yeah, Russia's watching Tower of God apparently. So is Ukraine.
Belarus and Poland.
Belarus and Poland
And Bulgaria.
Bulgaria?
Bulgaria.
Lithuania is watching no, that's not. Is this Black Clover? Where's Tower of God? Tower of God's the white one. Who's watching that? Is that France or Spain?
That is
Spain and Croatia, I think.
Yeah, I think that's Croatia.
And then My Hero Academia season 4 is being watched in Estonia. Shout out to Mudan. And Latvia, I'm thinking, because I don't think that's the shape of Estonia. And then what is this? Sweden and Norway. What's over here? United Kingdom and Ireland. I think that's Iceland.
Greenland.
No, I would be willing to bet that's Iceland.
Take that back. You're right.
So that would make this the Netherlands, Denmark.
More like the Neverlands, Promise Neverland.
Oh, there you go. So Germany is also watching Jujutsu Kaisen, as is Finland.
No, this is the
Hungary.
top. This is the top watch show in all of 2020, right?
Jujutsu too soon?
I'm kind of doubtful that these numbers are correct.
Well, you have to take into consideration the fact that some people might be using a VPN.
Jujutsu Kaisen, that came out last season. How did that have
That's probably
more?
what Brad meant by this year has been awful.
Right.
How did that have more when it was just this last season than something that came out like the first season of last year, that has had like people to watch it all year long to watch it? That doesn't make sense to me.
Apparently, every single province in Australia is also watching Jujutsu Kaisen. So is New Zealand.
Is this all anime from 2020 or just Crunchyroll stuff?
I'm assuming it's just Crunchyroll because that's where they grab the data from.
That's where they got the numbers from.
So apparently, Papua New Guinea is the only place that likes Boruto.
They bumped the numbers up for Tower of God.
We've seen what fucking Spain is all the in freaking what was that again?
God of High School.
Was there
Black Clover?
Who's watching Tower of God here? Does this little island Anyway, all right. So continuing, let's see. So Africa. So they're watching Black Clover in Hitler's homeland, Namibia.
Okay, this is Africa we're talking about. So this might be a grand total of 10 people total.
Yeah. South Africa is watching Jujutsu Kaisen. Here we got some Tower of God. Madagascar, is that what that is? Yeah, I think that's Madagascar and Mozambique. I'm totally looking at a map, by the way. Just trying to read all of these. I can't even pronounce this one, but yeah. So a grand total of 8 places are actually watching Tower of God. Then we've got Asia over here, which I thought this was interesting because apparently Afghanistan is part of Asia.
I mean, Russia is part of Asia, right?
Watching,
so Russians are Asia.
Russia, Eastern.
I'm sorry, no. Oh my God! All this time I've been saying Tower of God. It's the God of High School. This whole time.
But what about for Tower of God?
Tower of God is literally only on this page. It's the yellow one. It's this little itty bitty place in South America down here. Oh no! It's also Russia. I've been mixing them up in my head, I guess. All right, and then Japan, watching Onyx Equinox, the only place in their entire list. Look, most frequently favored anime. 87 countries and territories watching Black Clover, 71 watching Jujutsu Kaisen, 32 watching Boruto, 23 watching My Hero Academia, 10 watching Tower of God, 10 watching The God of High School, 6 watching Attack on Titan, 1 watching ReZero, and 1 watching Onyx Equinox.
Hold up. Tower of God? God of High School? They're really saturating this whole God thing with their originals, you know?
I'm surprised those are outranking ReZero, but oh well.
Hour of Satan? No, that's more like it.
Yeah, so Boruto dominating in China, Mongolia, India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Myanmar, all those places. Anyway, and then we've got
that's most of the world's population right there.
We've got the Middle East, which is this is Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, the United Arab Emirates. Iraq is watching Black Clover, and apparently they don't get Crunchyroll in Syria.
Yeah, they kind of have their own thing going on there in Syria.
Turkey. Right, yeah, okay, and then I guess what is this? Egypt? This must be Egypt. Anyway, all right. So there you go. That's I thought it was interesting. So who's watching ReZero then?
I am.
No. I mean,
I am as well.
List.
Oh,
but
there it is.
Oh, it's one of the Oceania.
Oceania.
What is the Solomon Islands or whatever that is?
Something like that.
Is it still airing?
Oh yeah, the new season.
Second part of
that
the
is the Solomon
season.
Islands. Holy shit! Wait, hold on. That didn't work the way I wanted. Here.
AC, check the private chat on the.
That's not Solomon Islands.
For
this one. Vanatu. That's what that is. All right. Anyway, check the private stream. I will, my friend. I will private up that chat.
It doesn't really show a much bigger picture, but I mean.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for. What a team player. Yes, it is actually. I mean, it's not a bigger picture, but you can see the full bustiness. You can see that her breasts are expanding beyond the breadth of her hips.
And she's apparently what's her name? She's kind of sitting down. The new one is actually standing up, so she's like really short.
So you're saying Toru is sitting?
It looks like she's kind of like she's leaning.
She's leaning on her.
She's probably leaning a little, maybe.
See how like her legs, like she's sitting on something.
I don't know that I would say she's sitting on something. I think that I don't know.
Like she's not standing. She's not standing up to her.
This is a mystery that could easily be solved by just watching the show when it comes out.
It's like
her proportions are not appealing to me. And the little hey, look, I'm wearing undies and not pants.
Once again, I'm still waiting for that one day that there's some really, really weird, obscure character design or something, and Brad's just like, this is totally my thing. Really into this.
So hard.
No ED here to be found.
I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to think of
we're just waiting for the day we're just waiting for the day for when Brad's reaction.
Oh God, I'm coming again.
Thank you for wasting the reveal of that video. Yeah, I would say that if we're being honest here, I don't think that day will ever arrive because it wouldn't be character design that would get me interested in the character. It would be like the personality type, which I can't really.
You need a heart phone.
Fetish wise, because you're always I'm not really into this thing, as if you really needed to disclose that.
AC can be negative. He will be negative.
Okay, moving on so that we can just
see right there.
Now, what is it? We got some chats.
We did. I'm in the private chat. Sorry.
Public chats. We got.
Okay, hold on. Church Hustler.
Church Hustler.
That's you.
Been there.
Can we change his name to Church Hustler? Knowing Marvel Studios, when it comes to their TV shows, we won't have Blu-rays. We don't have Blu-rays for Mandalorian. Blu-rays coming for Snyder Cut of Justice League, though.
That's good.
Who is not watching the Snyder Cut? Say I mateys. So I never saw the non-Snyder Cut, but I would totally watch the Snyder Cut if it was ever just handed to me. I would watch that.
4 hour
Snyder Cut.
I didn't even type that out, but apparently that's my thought. Black Clover and Hitler Land seems stereotypical. Yep. Tower of God seems puny. God demanded his name in the title. Tower of Satan. Okay. Hell yeah.
So after he said that, I realized, wait, what about if we take God of High School and make it Satan of High School?
The devil is a part-timer.
I was just going to say the part-timer.
All right. So NHK announces a substantial fee reduction. Japanese internet reacts with jeering. Yeah, let me ask you guys this. If you had to pay $20 a month for a TV station you don't even watch, what would you consider as a substantial fee reduction?
50%.
50 cents.
So they're cutting 10%. So it's going to be like $18 now. Hold on, it was $20.90 US dollars, and now it is.
So it's now going to be $27 a month.
Anyway, so yeah, it's they're cutting it down, and people are saying, why not make it 10% of its original cost, or how about 0? Anyway, because it's. This is the thing where they send around the tax collector guys. Is like, hey, have you paid your NHK fee?
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, piss off. Anyway, all right, so continue. Evangelion 3.333 film begins IMAX screenings one day later than scheduled. So I'll remind you,
This is an old article.
It was previously suspended due to a serious work deficiency. Right?
Oh my god, I'm thinking of the 1 point or the 4.0, whatever.
So what was the serious work deficiency? A flaw due to technical negligence. Is this actually the article we covered last podcast? Because this came out, I think it actually might be, because this is more than 10 days ago. So I must have deleted the actual article that was relevant and accidentally shared the same one as before. So that's unfortunate. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Demon Slayer Mugen Train anime film steamrolls past 35 billion yen at the Japanese box office. The media could not be played. Great job. Great job, guys.
What is with Mugen Train? What's the title?
Infinity Train.
Infinity Train.
Infinity Train.
That sounds like such a dumb, I don't know, title. Demon Slayer Infinity Train.
Sounds
the
better
train just
than
goes on
Mugen
forever.
Train.
It's like the OVA for Mob Psycho, season 2.
What was that? Oh God,
They were on the train forever.
they're on a Mugen Train.
All right.
Well,
Continuing, Gintama,
Yeah.
the final anime film, takes first place in Japan box office.
Which one?
Topples Demon Slayer Mugen Train. Now I'm going to remind you, how did they topple Mugen Train? Seriously,
they did their fan art.
yeah.
They
In
gave
order
away
to get the limited edition Demon Slayer fan art, you had to go watch the other movie. So they're capitalizing on Demon Slayer's historic 12 weeks in the #1 spot by knocking them out of it by just getting people to go to see Gintama just to get this stupid ass
They
fan
probably didn't even go and see it. They just bought the ticket,
They
got
just
the
bought the
art,
ticket,
and just
yeah.
went back into Demon Slayer and watched Demon Slayer again.
Yeah. All right, so continuing, we got another one here. The hentai common manga creator piggybacks off Demon Slayer's success as well.
That
With
that
this,
looks like some Stealth Weaves level merchandise. So you need to get on that, AC.
fuck, can I make underwear? I need to find one that will let me make underwear. Actually.
Oh, he's undie searching.
Continuing.
That reminds me of how Mushoku.
You could probably cut those gator masks into that style.
Yeah, I probably could, but I don't want to have to go to all the trouble of getting out the old sewing machine and doing that for every single order. Toho revises its earnings forecast upward significantly due to Demon Slayer film's huge success. So apparently, I'm not even gonna bother to read it. They made way more money than they thought they would during 2020. Violet Evergarden, the movie, brings home over 2.1 billion yen at the Japanese box office. So I'll just remind you, we were just looking at 35 billion yen for Demon Slayer. So apparently KyoAni's in the wrong game. You don't make heartfelt artistic pieces, you just make shonen stuff. Earwig and the Witch premieres in the West February 3rd. So it's going to be in select theaters February 3rd. It'll also be coming to HBO Max streaming service 2 days later on February 5th. So I need to find a way to watch this, but I work on the day of the week that this stupid thing comes out. I believe it's a Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
Right, sure, Max.
Got to figure that out. Hopefully one of my coworkers gets COVID again. Why are you putting this up here? Reese, what are you doing?
I didn't do anything.
I heard the clicking of your mouse.
Well, I'm in
And
my
then
own file browsing right now. I didn't do anything. What are you
All right.
talking about?
Cancel subscription for a TV station I don't really bother to look at, then ask myself, why did I piss time on this? So the thing is, it's a station that comes with cable that you can't cancel. That's the thing. It's an extortion. NHK is like PBS in the United States or the British Broadcasting channel in Europe, where you have to pay your TV license because that channel is on it, and you can't opt out, right? Infinity Train copying MCU title. Oh, don't give me that. This reminds me when Hunger Games was popular, so we had other films just like it, trying to be like it, but nowhere near as good. Maze Runner and Divergent. So there's a thing they call mockbusters instead of blockbuster. It's so anytime a 3D movie comes out, like Frozen or whatever, some company will put together a 3D movie that almost looks like it and then the cover will look very similar but not quite Elsa, in order to sell straight to DVD movies. Yeah, they're called mockbusters. They're basically a bootleg of the intellectual property by telling the same story but differently, and to just totally shit, so that when grandma goes to Blockbuster or the 99-cent store, he says, "Oh, my granddaughter loves this Frozen movie.
That's
I'll
all
buy it for her." And it's actually called Friesen or something like that. Right?
Yeah, you guys remember Snakes on a Plane? Well, there's Snakes on a Train.
Yeah. Oh, it reminds me. I think it was a skit in like All That or something, where it's like Blockbuster, and they did
the Russian video store.
And the video store is like, this isn't X-Men. It's like the kids in front of the desk instead of a like crayon drawing background of the Statue of Liberty or something, and like had like steak knives strapped to their hands or something.
Yeah. I think that was on the Amanda Show or something. I think I remember that.
Yeah.
Lance says, "I am where I belong." In the chat, being a complete asshole. Reese is watching porn. Leave my buddy alone. All right. Well, okay.
I was not watching porn. I promise.
In other words,
it would be completely on brand for the podcast if you were.
Lance
so
is
Demon
saying smack off.
As long as it's furry or
Since you suggested it.
Demon Slayer Mugen Train anime film to debut dub alongside subbed version in U.S. theaters. So was there a date? I hope that this entire cast here is just the cast from the show. That would be very unfortunate if it wasn't.
Yeah. No date yet, but it's pretty.
Yeah, so we're suspecting that we're going to finish the Watch Club just in time for Dan and I to go see it.
It should be probably late February.
Yeah. All right, so continuing. Knights of Sidonia Ai Sumugu Hoshi film trailer depicts fierce battle for the survival of the human race.
Holy shit. I haven't heard of that name in a while. Knights of Sidonia.
Oh, yeah.
Limited advance tickets with 2 types of figures will go on sale on January 23rd. Let's see if they have pictures of them. Ooh, they actually look pretty cool.
It was a good show, if I remember correctly.
Fucking
My
great
brother's
show.
waifu is the giant.
to quote you,
I
quote you, Dan. In the future, you can be anything, even a bear.
A bear.
That one character that's literally
I know there's the one character that is the bear. Yeah.
Yeah. I just know that, like, the character, there's a sentient penis that is in love with the main guy.
Yeah. Well,
that's all I remember about the show. And I remember the show having amazingly good sound design. I watched the show with headphones on. It was so good.
Well, that was the show with, like, the humans, they're born, like, sexless, and they can decide what gender they want to be.
Oh, that was also in Simone.
What?
There's another anime that had that sort of gender complex called Simone, released by Anime Works.
The Yuri?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Simone?
Yes.
You mean semen?
I don't know.
Yes.
No.
Okay, you guys remember we talked about the Tite Kube Club?
Oh no.
Remember we talked about this?
Vaguely.
Do y'all recall this?
When he his own fan club?
Thinking about it, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So we talked about this is like, hey, wow, pre-opening visuals. It's like eye-popping how you get to just see some random-ass sketches that Tite Kubo did. Well, he finished his sketch. And let me tell you,
it's about fucking time.
It was not worth it.
Oh, God.
So
I'm
his
not
mouth
surprised.
is now open,
That looks like crap.
and his sword is like non-Bankai form or whatever now.
He's
It's like he
wearing
cut butter and
wallpaper.
didn't wipe the knife.
It's a flaccid bonkai.
Yeah, it's just like the edge fidelity of it. He's like, yeah, it'll look like metal if I just scratch it all up.
How am I going to color it? Simple. Take the Alabama flag and inverse the color. There you go. Do it a couple times.
Here's the burn the witch one where they didn't even bother to color in the mouth or eyes.
AC, this was posted by ANN 2 hours ago. Private chat. I'm just scrolling through Twitter right now.
See, I had the opportunity to look at all the stuff.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Well, I guess.
I thought that was
Since you took a break from your porn viewing to be a fun. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba film reclaims box office #1. But see, the thing is that it's already broken its streak.
Yeah. It doesn't count anymore.
It doesn't mean anything anymore.
It's gotta go back and it's gotta go stay in theaters for another
another 13 weeks, right? Yeah.
That'd be like the ultimate salt on the wound if they actually did that.
Well, now that I know, honestly, then we can say with full certainty that the only reason people saw Gintama was for the stupid fan art shit. Hold on. He went on to say, "Hey, Ogmaster 9000, nice collection, bruh. Also, I plan to make AC read my absurd, completely unrelated comments." Oh, yeah, you've done it. So, is that amazing sentient penis at least named Solid Snake? No, it's Tsumugi, isn't it? Isn't that the name of the character? Nomkai, if you will.
Once again, Lance, thank you for the comment of the large collection. I have a video up of this large collection, seen in full.
That's probably
That's
how
a great
he
collection. You
I
got
like seeing it in the background there.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, continuing, we can skip that. Tanjiro VA leads original TV anime Odd Taxi from Pokemon Studio OLM. So yeah, Odd Taxi is something. This is something that Reese will be watching with his amazing amount of watching.
Oh,
Is this or is this not the shirt from Scarface?
Popular shirt.
I can make that hat.
Yeah.
Is that the Pizza Planet hat? Assault Lily project to get Shaft produced mini anime in summer 2021.
I get Shaft.
I'd watch it. I'm not a big fan of Shaft, but I'll watch it.
The only
By the way, my daughter watched a bunch of Glitter Squad or whatever that Precure in America.
That's
Netflix
like a super
show
edited, condensed version of
Doki Doki Precure.
Precure, yeah.
Also, more girls join the soccer club in Farewell, My Dear Kramer TV anime. So from the creator of Your Lie in April, right? We have more lips that were drawn with too many lines and eyebrows that should not be a thing. Again, eyebrows.
Now, AC, does this get you off?
Hold on.
Remember, he likes them wigs.
Wigs?
Yeah, earlier podcast conversation.
Hold on. I'm just going to upload a couple of overlays real quick so that I have them when
legalized.
Legalize freedom, bitch. All right, hold on. It's on the desktop. I keep seeing it's from like December or not December. God, when did we watch it? January, maybe like last year. I have an amazing screenshot. Talk amongst yourselves while I locate this amazing screenshot.
So, Reese, what's the list of 17 million airing shows?
Augie, do you have any pickups?
Oh, I do, but I'll talk about this particular one because I even mentioned it. So I'm like 3/4 of the way watching The Helpful Thoughts in Kosan. I need to give that a good spin. So far, I'm enjoying it. There's like this one segment at the end, but as if you're virtually dating this.
Were you not here when we watched this for the Watch Club?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Like,
Oh, I thought that was in the future, but no, it was not. I was not.
It was in the future at some point.
Well, now it's the past, so oh well. All right, fine. Let's go a little obscure. I did not know this was released. There was a second Tekken movie.
It's live
Kazuna's
action.
Revenge.
Ew, gross.
It's live action. I know. They also have this Wolf Children we're going to be talking about tonight at some point.
Yes.
And some regrabs of
ReZero.
Shrine Morning of the Mist and Devilman. Ooh.
Ew, live action, gross.
No, it's far worse. There's CG involved.
Well, that's closer to anime than live action. Ew, gross.
I believe
Silly
y'all have already
gross.
seen this, but JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Live
Diamond
action, ew,
Unbreakable.
gross.
I know.
Were you not here when we did that Watch Club for that one?
I was not. And here's
you'll
something
never
I
see that
have to
video
continue
because
the trend.
It's banned worldwide.
We have Jackie Chan 8-film collection, which includes Battle Creek Ball, City Hunter, Crime Story, Magnificent Bodyguards, Police Story 2, Dragon Fist, and The Protector. Ooh.
Man, Japan's
The
into
Protector?
weird stuff. Like Dragon
The Protector.
The Protector is not a Jackie Chan movie. That's a Tony Jaa movie.
Well, it says Protector on it.
So, I already forgot what sick burn I was replying to, but I just feel like they should be
What
here.
was this from? I can't remember.
Girl Who
The
Leapt Through
live
Time,
action Girl Who Leapt Through Time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, great movie. All right, back to the news.
We gotta keep that one in the
Yeah,
brand.
it's there. Girl Meets Motorcycle TV anime Super Cub. Okay, set to premiere in April 2021.
I'm getting more flashbacks.
So here is a way for Japan to advertise all the Japanese-made motorcycles and mopeds, apparently.
Cute girls riding mopeds. I mean, it's on brand with Japanese cute girls doing something.
Yeah, I remember the episode of Golden Boy. All right, never mind. Old and new voices bring Tao and Lee to life in the Shaman King reboot TV anime. So, spoiler, this character is getting a reprisal of her Japanese voice actor.
Wow,
and this character is getting a new voice actor.
Wow,
Madness and Mayhem Run Wild in High Rise Invasion anime trailer. So this is a thing.
What?
Interesting.
I'm giving the rest of the hosts an opportunity to comment on the
shy
physique
girl
of this lady.
Shy
Um,
girl.
She-
What's
it's a
wrong with the
match.
physique? She looks great.
She looks
There
fine.
you go. Yeah.
She's got the right
How
measurements.
about
in the
this
right
hot
places.
stuff?
Well, I mean,
He shops at Dickies.
Hmm.
Another shy girl. A shy girl. And another shy girl, which we've seen before.
Oh, is this a Netflix show? Okay, cool.
A shy girl.
Oh, this
Oh,
isn't Shaman
Yeah,
King still?
she's very shy. You can tell by all the blood on her dress.
Oh,
and
good.
the
All
second
these
one.
shy girls in no Yoshi. I don't think this is going to
She
be a
does
very
not
good
like
thing.
getting up close and intimate with people. You can
Dude,
tell.
she's not shy. She's just health conscious in the COVID age, all right?
is this the one where it's like they're in a high rise or something and they get murdered? I think I saw a trailer for it a while ago.
It is called Wild in High Rise. Or no, it's called Madness and Mayhem.
It's like they
Run
get like
Wild in
locked.
High
It's
Rise
like
Invasion.
the girl there gets like locked in a tower, I guess, and it's like these serial killers running around. At least that's what I gathered from the trailer that I saw.
So a murderous Rapunzel.
No, I mean, not really. It's like a business tower thing.
Okay.
I'll watch it.
I thought we were
Okay.
still talking about Shaman King.
Nope.
People get murdered in
Gotta
that
watch
show
the
too, don't they?
screen, not listen to the words.
Shinsengumi Kitchen Diary promises tasty time travel adventure. So this is going to be a new mixed media project, or media mix project, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, that will include web novels, manga, and an anime.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
Well, look, there's another. There's a jacket I can make.
Look, Mom, it's an
Italia. Yep. So there you go. Time traveling ramen maker or something. All right, moving on. Yashahime anime has been accused of promoting child grooming. But the more important thing is that Sesshomaru X Rin has been confirmed. So you made the right choice, Rumiko Takahashi.
Is that the little girl?
Yes.
It's a different time period.
So here's a question. Look, I'll be real with you. I don't disagree that Yashahime is. I'm not saying it's promoting child grooming, but clearly Sesshomaru has groomed this child. Now they're saying that she's 13, giving birth.
What?
The math states that she would actually be closer to 17, 18. Still very young. Now, Sesshomaru is like 1,000 years old. So I ask you, at a certain point, are you just not allowed to have sex anymore?
Because everything's like
Well, guys,
infinitely young.
I've made it to 1,000. Who wants to have my children? Like,
Oh, it has to be another 1,000-year-old hag only.
Well, that was like.
no, but see, the thing is that the childbearing years of a woman sort of fall off post, late 30s. So,
Hey, Brad, remember that one? The I think it was a Highlander, the Highlander anime or cartoon movie.
I never watched it, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, like the main bad guy, he like, the Highlanders, they're all like they got to kill each other in order to be like.
There can be only one.
Yeah, well, the bad guy in that one, he like in like a brief backstory, like he finds like a female Highlander, and he doesn't kill her, and he's like, oh no, you're gonna be my queen, and I bet you that's why he did it, so that he could actually have somebody for thousands of years.
Because even if you are the only one, you can still get canceled.
So he was just protecting his legal, because it's like she's 1,000 years old too.
You just know that that's exactly the move Drexel would make. All right, so Super Cum. I don't know where this comes from. All right.
Play it again, Stan. Play it again. Where is it? God damn it. It's too late now.
The most recent one.
Carry on. I'm not doing
So
it.
this is like a Brazzers moment.
No, I'll do this one.
I'm not playing
So I'm
it.
coming day and night. I mean, it's terrific, right? So, I'm in heaven.
I like how the comment stays above the video. Okay, I know you were looking for.
Oh God, I'm coming again.
I was gonna go to that, but I kept,
anyway?
like having to freaking stroll all the way to the bottom looking for it. It was like it lost its punch, right? Because they didn't have it just like right then.
Was not right.
The timing
That's
was.
from Uruzuki Doji Legend of the Overfiend.
Okay, I got that.
Okay, hold on. Lance says, I did see Augie's full collection. It was very sensual.
Oh my god.
I am currently sending a link to the developers on PH Pornhub so they can get it spotlighted.
Well, he has to be verified, but yes.
2-hour gorilla rough fucking.
I warned it was rough filming.
So if live action is gross, are you telling me that Alita is a terrible film? Who said live action is gross?
Me. Did you not hear me say that 50 times?
I mean, okay, let's be honest. Like 90% of that movie was CGI, so I don't think it counts.
Yeah,
well, I'll say this. I make this point in my first impressions. The movie would have been better if Rosa Salazar's face was used instead of the CG doll version. Also, oh my word, AC is talking with his mouth full. Just gonna bookmark that for later. Okay.
Hold up. I got address the live action gross thing. So in a similar vein to what Dan was about to say, but he was saying about Alita, I was going to say that basically 90% of live action anime adaptations are awful. So that's why I just completely write all of them off because I don't care.
That's fair. I remember watching the Last Vampire live action movie. That was awful. That was very awful.
Hey, I'm pretty sure when I brought that up when we were talking about the live action Tokyo Ghoul, you defended it.
What? Did I?
In the live action Tokyo Ghoul first impressions. Oh, here we are again.
You're on the hot seat.
When I brought it up, didn't I specifically brought up in one of those videos, I brought up the Blood the Last Vampire one, and then you said, hey, that wasn't that bad. And then I brought up the fact that they inserted the hot white chick for no reason into the story. Like she existed literally to give
I don't remember ever defending that movie because that movie was hot garbage.
It was hot garbage. All right. Okay, so back to Yashahime. So I will say this. Look, I'm going to defend the woke culture for a second.
No, don't do that.
And say that they are right. It is a little bit inappropriate for the fact of that the what do you call it? The target audience for Yashahime is young girls. But I also think that this happening in the series has gone straight over their heads. And let's be real, all the young girls who watched the original Inuyasha were hot for Shishomaru anyway. So this is their insert character. Now, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have anything else to say about this. But somebody keeps bringing in the same point here. They said, at Crunchyroll, would you like to comment on the fact that this show includes a 13-year-old girl who had children with the man who found her when she was 8? You want to talk about how the original anime's primary love story is between a 14-year-old middle schooler and a 50-plus-year-old half demon? No, okay, moving on then. So yeah, look, I want to be abundantly clear about this. Enjoying this anime is not an endorsement of child grooming.
There's so much more to it than just the child grooming. That's only a side meal for those of
liking Shishomaru X Rin or whatever the fandom is called. Not an endorsement of child grooming. Fiction does not equal real life. Anyway.
That means when people say that, they probably mean,
watching incest porn is not wanting to bang your family members. Anyway, all right, continuing. Kimetsu no Yaiba manga outsells entire U.S. comics market significantly.
Take that, Marvel.
Oh no, Marvel's rejoicing because they look at this and say, "See, this shows to show that the comics industry is doing just fine."
What?
The backwards comic industry is going just fine.
An article discussing the propaganda.
I shit you not. They are claiming that because the manga is doing well, that means the comic industry as a whole is doing well.
Oh yeah, of course. But
yes, because they're lumping themselves in with the success of giants who are doing all the work.
Yes,
that's like That's like when America's economy
industry is doing well because YouTube's doing well.
Well, that's like
Hey,
when
hey, I'm not defending them unlike
that's
Brad. I'm not defending them unlike Brad.
Defending who? Who are we talking about?
The woke crowd.
Oh yeah. No, I'm just defending the point that if you
I'm giving you a hard
argue
time.
it, yeah,
I'm giving you a hard
they're
time.
not wrong, but at the same time they are wrong because that's not like really what's going on here. It is a little bit weird. Like if you think about it a little too long, like okay, so this 1,000+ demon guy meets this 8-year-old little child and then impregnates her 10 years later, right? Like. Yeah, it is a little bit weird, but
well, I mean, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. When you're 1,000 years old at that point, what difference does it make?
Right.
Age is just a number.
Basically.
Well, I'll just say again, when it's anime and not real life,
they're
who
fiction.
fucking gives a shit, right? Anyway,
so an article and drink it.
An article discussing the propaganda and failures of the Western comics industry has pointed out that the well-performing Demon Slayer has sold more than 6 times the amount of comics that were purchased in the West back in 2019. So, Demon Slayer alone has outsold the entire U.S. comics industry by over 6 times. Much like the games industry, the comics market in the West is oversaturated with works that cater to magical fairy dragons and attack helicopters who regard their gender as part of their personality, which is surmised to be the reason behind their inadequate profits. Such comics tend to insult the reader, as once beloved and iconic characters have their genetic makeup warped to suit a demographic that doesn't even consume comics. The article, The article disclosed that concepts such as Superman smashes the Klan, a black Batman, a bisexual polyamorous Wolverine, superheroes named Safe Space and Snowflake, and a non-binary Black Flash were only some woke-esque characters introduced in 2020.
That reminds me of how...
What?
I was going to say, that reminds me of how Wizards of the Coast in the latest Magic set that's coming out, they have the first non-binary Planeswalker. That's basically a character. So it's like, oh, great. Lovely.
I don't understand how Wizards of the Coast needs to put the sexual orientation or whatever you want to call it on the card. Can't you just look at the card and say, yeah, that guy, that's my self-insert, he's totally gay. He raw dogs men all night. Like,
well, what is it? So essentially, the card doesn't have any of that written on it. That would be hilarious, though. But
it's like a little footnote asterisk. By the way, he's gay. Right?
they just include that as like a promotional thing to get woke points.
Well, yeah, that's what Blizzard did with Overwatch. Hey, Tracer. By the way, she's a lesbian. The most looted character. Yeah, she's a lesbian.
They probably did that as a revision to also decanonize all of the fan porn.
Well, you know what? Screw them. The fan porn is what's keeping that franchise alive.
Exactly.
Okay, so people are so dumb. Just because something happens in anime does not make anyone do those actions. Not saying whether or not Sesshomaru is a weirdo or not. Just anime ain't real, bitches. I mean, that's not saying much. Comics industry is in the trash, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Marvel Comics are idiots. They realize that manga is the death of them. Something happening in media does not support anything. For fuck's sake, the movie Saw is apparently supporting murder from that point of view.
Yeah.
Comics still have a market? Well, you know, I mean, like, not really.
That's the whole Shield Hero thing. They're like, oh, this promotes slavery. It's like, well, do all of your favorite movies promote murder then? Like, what?
Oh yeah, Star-Lord is now bi. Yeah, they did that to piss on
Chris Pratt.
Yeah, Chris Pratt.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
That's true. It was. Yeah, a lot of it was. That's true.
Well,
touche.
Was? You mean is?
No.
Well, it was because they took it down, allegedly.
Oh yeah, they had,
Well,
oh,
they
yeah,
can't take down what's
that's
stored
right.
on Reese's computer.
Pornhub got purged. That's right.
Yeah.
That's probably.
All right. So anyway, okay.
I hear a large outcry in the force.
By the way,
Billion.
Like a million
What
voices
they
just
do?
got silenced.
Would they go from like 15 million videos to like 2 million or something like that? Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
come on, man.
Well, okay.
The entire.
I'll just say
the
that the
Xvideos.
argument being made was that there were actually underage people being exploited on any of those sites, and that the purge was to curb that, because there was human trafficking and whatnot, being utilized to. They were allegedly they were trafficking girls, and I don't know, maybe guys too.
The real story is probably that someone like all these porn channels were saying vote for Trump.
Yeah, there's probably a tag for.
There might have been some of that, maybe.
Solo girls with MAGA hats on. Anyway,
so I know why they did it. I mean, it's this is a conversation for another day.
Yeah, but the point I'm getting at is that I can at least appreciate, with all the purging going on and all the woke bullshit, that at least in those cases they were actual human beings, is what I'm getting at.
Right.
Okay.
Versus drawings and shit. Anyway, so it was noted that the entire Western comics industry sold 15.5 million units in 2019, most said to be manga and scholastic books. Meanwhile, I'm sorry, what? So the Western comics industry sold this many units, but most of those units were just manga anyway. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
I'm telling you, that's what. Yeah, they're crazy.
So Demon Slayer only recently broke a record of having sold 100 million total comics. The article pointed out that only about 126 million people live in Japan. Yeah, well, 100 million divided by the number of volumes.
23.
Yeah, so sure. Some will obviously attribute the success to Japanese mangaka trying to make actual content instead of preaching about modern-day political topics or forcing readers to try and convert to a certain ideology. Yes, look, I'll just say I'm finding it harder and harder to even be
alive.
Like creative, and you'll notice that you'll find some people who are creative and not tainted by this like political socioeconomic undertone, and you're
not
like,
out of choice but out of necessity, I guess.
No, like you just see people who are still actually able to make jokes and be funny and not have it be all about some woke bullshit or whatever, or even the opposite end of the spectrum. And it's a breath of fresh air. Like, oh boy, I feel like this content was stuck in a vault 10 years ago and is coming out now.
Literally when I rewatched all of the Whitest Kids, because you brought up that thing, I was like, man, this is so refreshing.
Right? All right, so Days soccer manga series scores its final chapter next week. So Days is ending. It's the end of Days.
Days are numbered.
Is that the only reason you're sharing this? Just
no, I made up that joke on the spot just now. Okay, Japanese fans rank the manga series they want to see end before they do. I think you can guess based on the photos provided.
Yeah.
Berserk, Hunter x Hunter. What's left?
I was a little bit surprised. So number 10 is Hajime no Ippo with 1.5%. I didn't know that manga series was still going. Personally,
it's like 1,000 volumes. Or sorry, 100 volumes. 1,000.
Next is Kingdom, Kobo-chan, then Berserk at only 3.5%. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with 4%. And see, this is a real concern because Araki is clearly a 1,000-year-old vampire already, and he'll just continue to make it forever. So I understand their concern about.
You'll die before he does.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're saying. They want the manga series. They want to see it end before they do.
Well, to be fair, technically each JoJo arc is kind of its own thing.
Guys, more people want to see Golgo 13 and Glass Mask end than Berserk.
Hold up. Glass Mask? That thing's still going on? How long?
Then we've got Hunter x Hunter. And we've got One Piece at number 2 at 14.5%.
Holy Christ. What's that, like 50%?
Detective Conan at 31%.
Jesus.
But that's
here's another picture for One Piece just to balance out the article.
Isn't Conan just basically a Monster of the Week mystery type thing? Like what?
Scooby-Doo.
No, you don't understand. They want to see One Piece end because they're dying to know what the One Piece is. They want to see Conan end because they need to see him become a real adult again.
Oh, right.
He doesn't become an adult. He just gets super drunk.
And then start off the spin-off chapter, their children, like Yashahime style.
So Glass Mask is 49 volumes.
Wait a minute. Is it child grooming if he later has sex with, what's her name? Rachel? Right?
Yeah.
What?
Never mind. Anyway, Promise Neverland has a game app in the works.
I thought you said a gay map.
I hope not.
You would take that.
Pokemon Snap whipped out the camera on April 30th. So there's a new Pokemon Snap for the Switch.
I never played the original, but
well, I'll say this:
better.
Some of the charm I feel like is lost with the high fidelity graphics.
Yeah.
I won't disagree.
Continuing here. All right. CD Projekt Red faces huge financial fine if they fail to fix Cyberpunk 2077. They're facing a fine of 10% of their total earnings from the previous year from the Polish Office of Competition and Consumer Protection, UOKIK, if they fail to deliver patches that will fix Cyberpunk 2077 for console users. So, way to put the pressure on and make them work and like release a shittier product.
All those people that are complaining about crunch are gonna
You better get back to work. You hold on.
You gotta ensure good working conditions, but crunch so you can give us an update.
I'm using your video.
I paid for my goddamn product and I got fucked.
Oh, beautiful.
There you go.
Do you know what that video is actually about?
Yeah, I was so shocked that I remembered because it was like 2 years old, that video, but I remember that clip because I'm like, that's a beautiful clip. But what is it? I'm like, okay, so what product did he pay for? They got ripped off, and it's like, oh, he bought those Pokemon screen cards that we talked about on the podcast. And they didn't include the Pikachu because he bought them on eBay. He bought the lot of all of them. He didn't get the Pikachu. He got like 2 Psyducks and 2 of another one. So he's just like, oh, I paid for my goddamn product.
Well, okay. You missed it. I poured flawlessly my alcohol into my energy drink.
Alcohol into your energy? Is it like upper and a downer there?
Yep. Yeah, it is. Brad's a genius.
Yep.
Brad wants to be true neutral.
New Dungeons and Dragons book will be wheelchair accessible.
There we go. There we go.
I'm gonna
before we be wheelchair accessible.
2 hours and 8 minutes in, and the show finally begins.
You come up to the curb, roll dice.
Hold on. I think I actually heard of this earlier, like a month ago or so. But,
yeah, I've got the figures here.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Now hold on. Before we get into it, I'm just gonna say,
hey, it's so everyone can be a hero.
Yep, everyone. Including that barbarian and the paladin who clearly is abandoned by
where's
his
the
god.
blind guy in this Dungeons and Dragons mashup?
I mean, there are probably blind characters.
Dan makes a great point that one of the characters is a paladin, which is a terrible fucking thing to be, and it should give all of your party distrust. Because as you just said, if your god isn't even willing to restore your legs, why are you going to be able to heal anybody?
Yeah. The thing is, you'd be able to either fix your legs or cast a spell to temporarily let your legs function.
Basically,
yes, but instead they're using it. They're using it
Oh, man.
so that their chair rolls itself. No, look, I want to acknowledge something here real quick.
Because the druid changes into different characters.
I just want to acknowledge it. Yeah. So then you turn into the bear, and it's got like when a dog's back legs don't work, and they've got the wheels.
Yep.
What happens if they turn into a squid?
Well,
All right. So I do want to acknowledge that these are some top-notch sculpts, though. Like these look fucking great in terms of just an artistic standpoint.
Oh, yeah,
the only problem is.
Miniature always look fantastic.
So the problem I'm seeing, I love the thought and artistic like the ideas.
Those stubs are gonna make it uneven.
Well, see, the idea is that like they're using their what do you call it? Their wheelchair wheels has the kunai effectively in it. So very very well thought out work for sure. This guy. At what point do you just if you're this buff, just cut off your legs?
Like he's a hostage.
Like you're gonna dual wield an axe. How are you gonna even roll your stupid? Like, is somebody gonna wheel you into battle?
Like,
force the will.
You paired up with somebody else.
I'm very dangerous going downhill.
Do you see the anger in his face? Sheer anger will propel him forward.
So I will say this though, it's very unfortunate that these high fidelity sculpts look like fucking ass when they're printed. Like, look at how smooth this is. Right? Now look at the actual detail that they're losing.
That's
the cracks and stuff. Right? So that's very unfortunate. Now I do want to. Oh, there's more.
Oh yeah.
Hold up. My wheelchair pusher has to.
The bard.
There's the bard. There we go.
That would make sense.
Yeah, the bard makes sense because.
So if they make a character that has,
I play a tune, is like I stop him. Like, don't make me take your other leg.
So question: if they make so they're obviously going to branch out their wokeness. Or if they make someone with like mental disabilities, is it going to be like a minus D4 for intelligence roll or something?
But the people playing have the mental disabilities.
Well, that's the truth. But this is all part of their clever plan. See, because now, and I made this joke earlier, but I don't know.
You can play it fresh. It's all right. Go ahead.
So it's like, instead of going through all these really hard quests, dangerous quests to get all the MacGuffins to finally defeat the Dark Lord, hell, now you can just cancel him for, fat shaming or, not making his lair wheelchair accessible.
Roll initiative for canceling of the Dark Lord.
Exactly.
We're going to need a 27 or
Weirburger, what do you roll?
I rolled a nat 20.
Hold on.
But
nat 1. Damn it.
Oh, natural 1. Beauty.
You know what the cherry on top of all of this is? The absolute irony is if you scroll through here, you'll find someone say something like, "Oh, to all the haters," I'm paraphrasing here, to all the haters who say that this is unrealistic.
I can't be the only one who dislikes this. I'm crying. People have told me again and again I can't have my wheelchair in D&D. This makes me feel so seen and cared about.
That person's fake.
What the fuck? Okay, first of all,
are you saying that's fake news?
A character could be completely blind, deaf, and dumb, and still be the greatest thing that ever happened to D&D.
Hold on. There's one of these in here where someone's Brad has the screenshot because I sent it to him, where the guy's like, to all those who are saying that this is unrealistic, like this is Dungeons and Dragons. It's not a very realistic setting, is it? But that is the exact same argument that they gave whenever it was like for the fan service, like in the fighting game or just about any video game now. It's like, what? Why is the why is the scarecrow woman fighting in combat? That's unrealistic. You wouldn't be wanting to do that. It's like these people
are inconsistent.
Lack self-awareness. I swear to God.
No. Look, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and just say it.
It's hypocrisy.
All they're doing is they are looking for anything they can to make an issue because they just want to attack something because they got nothing better to do with their lives. Maybe they.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think Dragon Ball said it better. This is fantasy. Magic can happen to you.
Yeah, that's what they meant.
It's just, I mean,
okay.
Come on. They're gonna use the exact same like argument.
Got it. It took me some moments, but I did get your screenshot. Hold on, a YouTube video just started playing on my other tab. Lupin Pandora of Eisen. Completed all stages. Damn it. Pause.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to get back to StreamYard. Okay. Yeah. So to those of you saying that having a wheelchair in a game is unrealistic, you do know that we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons, right? Yeah. Anyway. So, Dan's right though. So look, I'll say this. Nobody. Okay. Back to your point. Not that point.
Not that point.
I'm trying. People have told me again and again I can't have my wheelchair in D&D. Who has told you that?
Okay, Michael, I have a question here. I understand psychology pretty good. Does anyone of me read that comment and go, either this is fake, which I'll have, or where my mind went, good God, this person is depressed and has a lot more on their plate than, wanting to play D&D because someone, for some reason, said they can't have a wheelchair in an imaginary game?
No, but seriously, think about it for real. Literally, picture your average D&D guild or whatever, like the people playing the game.
Yeah, one of my buddies is in a wheelchair.
One of your buddies is in a wheelchair, and he said, okay, well, my character is in a wheelchair, and he's got all this dexterity, and then everybody in the table says, you can't do that! Do you really believe that's a scenario that actually exists?
I mean, believe it or not, in high school,
do you think that actually having the stupid little miniature is going to all of a sudden change?
No.
If you're actually playing this game with people who hate you so much that they won't let you have your stupid character in a wheelchair, that they're going to take your piece and just smash it with hammers.
That episode of Community that got removed.
Yes. For the drow.
For the whole they talked and dealt with suicide. And
I played as a drow in my playthrough of Baldur's Gate, and it was awesome. Surprised. I had drow privilege.
It's amazing to me that this is. It's amazing to me that this is. Oh, what?
Lance. So as a man with visual aids, if you were to make a Dungeons and Dragons character, would you want to give them visual aids, or would you perhaps want to role play as someone without visual aids?
It really depends. I have literally written short stories and stuff with characters.
I don't know about you guys.
I would gladly pretend to be in D&D.
If I was disabled, like my legs didn't work, I'd probably fantasize about being able to use legs. So
you fantasize about playing as a goblin or an ogre in a wheelchair. Right?
That's also true too. But the thing is, it's the absurdity. I'm sorry. Am I coming through clear? Because I've got the mic.
You're coming in.
Yeah, you're coming fine.
Awesome.
Coming fine.
Awesome. I got the mic 6 feet away from me. The thing is that it's amazing to me that this is an issue because, okay, think about it. Let's point it on view. Let's say there's a moment of a chase and they're going downhill. This guy's gonna catch them. Like he's on point.
Good catch.
I love the idea that you're like, the dragon sees us. Everybody run! And it's like, we leave him behind.
all of a sudden, this guy's a Wile E. Coyote. He's out.
The wheelchair rolled a crit fail. He is eaten by the dragon. Along with the
So-
wheelchair guy.
So
But why a wheelchair?
will-
Why not a
But then the
mobile
dragon rose
trebuchet?
tail dies to the wheelchair because it was made of explosives.
look,
You see,
I want to be
The
abundantly
trebuchet,
clear.
you'd be stuck there, but he can launch himself out of danger. Gotta think.
Dude, no
Okay.
one ever
How do you
said this
fight
isn't
in the
this
trebuchet?
isn't Batman's. No one ever said that. I'm sorry. No one ever said this isn't Batman's wheelchair. This thing could be jacked out like a wacky racer car. Don't take me wrong. The options
mean-
are there.
I mean,
There's nothing wrong with this. What the problem
Yeah,
is the mental just the mental capacity that it takes for someone to say, "Oh, people won't let me play with in my character being in a wheelchair." For the love of God, there are people who literally play characters who have mental conditions, so they have to roll just to carry on a conversation. I watched one where a guy played a motherfucking plant.
Yeah.
And he had to literally, his teammates and party literally had to roll to keep him from fucking their minds. But it was fun.
Okay, guys. So I want to
I
acknowledge
digress.
that the mere existence of the little miniature stuff, I don't have any problem with this. I don't
think
have
that's
any
cool.
problem with the. I don't have any problem with the game itself existing. You know, whatever. It's totally fine. That you're going to make a version of the game that is quote unquote inclusive, to use their word. That's totally fine, right? So
Why is that ever not an option?
yeah,
I wanna
that's
address
my
two
point.
things.
Is that it was
Yeah.
never not an option to begin with in literally any of the existing like D&D books. When was there ever that footnote that said, "Sorry, if you're disabled, you can't play"? Right?
Also,
Like,
I want to hit real quick before I forget to Footnam's comment earlier. And yes, like who the hell like is going to go into a D&D session? It happens. I know it's possible. I know it happens. But who in the world's not going to be like, I want to be someone other than I am? I mean, don't get me wrong.
Ultra
I am not a
Chad
fish guy.
Turbo
Yeah.
packs.
I won't. I'm just. It's just. It doesn't. No, this argument in general doesn't make sense. I rest my point.
I want a D&D figure that has my glasses.
oh dear God.
Cool.
The thing is,
Can-
I don't like
Can you
how
buy
Wizards is using this as a way to gain woke
Can you
points.
burn entire cities to the ground with those?
I just wanted him to say.
That'd be the thing.
Executor.
That would be the thing.
Roll the dice.
Roll the dice for laser vision.
He has Nappa's laser vision from Dragon Ball Z. Just.
Tying into an earlier comment I made,
Or the laser vision that Goku had, where he just blasted the grave for Vegeta in that one episode. He looked at the ground and blasted
where
open.
Goku just went through this. I'm no longer like a Saiyan. I am a telekinetic. I have all these psychic powers.
Yeah.
by the
So
way,
Random 11 wants to know what is the timeline for the Cyberpunk thing. I didn't highlight it, but I think they did actually say soon. Like,
soon 2021.
yeah, I think it's sometime in 2021. I'm not sure,
Well,
but
If it was 2022, that would be remarkably slow. But
That'd be hilarious.
I don't know. Anyway,
by the way,
Because it would make it fun marketing having it be 2022 and then just change the 2s to 7s.
there you
Oh
go.
God.
Okay, so addressing more. Then he goes on to say, like, fix it. Okay, sure. See you in 5 years. Screw Cyberpunk's 2077 shitty game that people still like for some reason.
it is
Park,
a good
parked in
game.
the handicap spot. Roll the dice.
And
Okay,
God
can I
knows-
say something? As someone who has a physical disability, I could care less. Well, your only disability is that you fund this show. Roll above 5 for the dragon to be me too.
Yeah.
I rolled a die to fuck that dragon in the ass.
So my favorite is you guys heard the one where it's
I
like,
just got a
your
1.
party comes upon a fork in the road. I pick it up.
Net 20. The environment changes.
That's part of the fantasy, referring to the having a disability and all that. Fat shaming as a rule in a tabletop game. Business that makes this crap will go out of business. businesses that make the scrap will go out of business. Nothing of value will be lost. You can be anything in the game. Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm autistic. Do I want an autistic character in D&D to feel represented? Fuck no. Joe Swanson guest starring in D&D.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah.
pretty fun.
From Family Guy.
I don't want.
Make a custom figure of Joe Swanson decked out in garb and shit. That'd be fun.
Hey guys, real quick, I want to address something. Either I'm extremely proud of Brad for being smart enough to skip my comments, or they didn't show up. I don't want you to read them. Just see if they're there.
I didn't see them. I thought yeah. You said good on Smut Hub.
Oh, okay. They're there. I was
Yeah,
like,
sorry.
Oh my God, have they started again?
Well,
No, you're there.
Skip
That's
them. We're
fine.
good.
Yeah.
While we're still on D&D, I'd like to tie back to a comment I made earlier about binging the Wise Kids You know. You know that they have like a regular D&D stream they do now, right?
Yeah, and so does Freddie Wong. He has Dungeons and Daddies.
But that actually makes sense. The Wise Kids You know makes no goddamn sense.
Yeah.
And they don't even know what they're doing half the time. Like a
So
lot of
the
it, they pull out
corridor
their
crew.
cell phone and I call the other character. Like, what?
Well, the corridor crew guys they're working on starting a D&D series that's going to be like where they're going to photo scan their miniatures and have it take place where they're recorded with like the mocap on, so they're playing the game as their characters in the thing. So that should be fun if that ever gets made.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I thought a D&D VR experience would be like the best game ever.
On my little private channel that I've got, I'm getting some shit together for that. So.
You need to make it public after you make those videos I recommended you make.
I've actually never played D&D. It would be an interesting thing for us to do that.
We could easily do that on stream.
Oh no, dude! It's gonna be simple as hell. And with me as the dungeon master, I'm not gonna make you roll. I throw a punch. All right, well, how do you throw that punch? I'm at least not gonna do you like that.
Okay.
With my fist.
Would you do D&D Beyond with Roll20, or how would you go about that?
Rip my fist off and throw it.
You would need to have a full set of dice, right?
Yeah, believe it or not, there's a free app.
Mainly just the Dungeon Master,
that'll roll for you. So
you just need a D4.
Yeah. We'll use that.
You ain't gonna find out
What system does it have
Another
to be
$2 super
D&D?
chat.
Could it be GURPS?
Another
Could it be
$2 super chat from
Euro?
Green743 says,
Batch?
"You bet your ass," regarding his disability. Dungeons and Daddies, I feel very creeped out at the moment. Yeah, it's because all the people who play it have kids. Is the thing. But yes, it does sound like
so when they
like
want
a
to
S&M club.
want to increase the difficulty of the game, does someone say harder, Daddy?
Okay, so I'm gonna read this real quick, just so that if there's anything more interesting in here, we've at least addressed it. Yeah, so I want to address that. If we ever did, just for the fun of it, a D&D stream, I need somebody else to like figure out the logistics because I've never done it, and it would be like my first time. Or I would like watch.
What I prefer to have played in the past is all pretty much verbal. You just have your characters.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, for the sake of actually doing a D&D stream, like, you need to link me some so I would get some ideas on it. But I would love to do it with the chat, like with the entirety of our normal viewers, all hanging out. We just need to figure out a way to not be talking over each other the entire time.
You mean the chat plays?
Yes, we all play.
Oh, that sounds like a nightmare.
It is. That's
slightly less fun.
If you have like 6 players, it takes an eternity to get any battle going because there's so many.
Okay, then how about the chat is the dungeon master?
No.
And the larger the super chat,
the person that has to be organized.
That's the person who gets to choose the next scenario.
I'm going to organize this and not Brad.
All right, we'll figure it out at some point. Anyway, so I want to read this real quick, just so that we can get.
I can see the almighty dollar, and I'm terrified of that.
So the next book in the Dungeons and Dragons series of tabletop games will now be wheelchair accessible.
And have
yet another form of representation for those with low self-esteem, and sure to be regarded as absolutely preposterous by hardcore D&D players. The collection of 17 one-shot adventures will be called Candlekeep Mysteries. And, well, yeah, because I guess the only thing you're good for in a wheelchair is solving mysteries, looking at clues and stuff, rather than actually
they're acting
fighting
like
the dark
this
lord.
isn't more discriminatory than keeping the games everyone can play. By the way, I love that figure. I just looked real good at it. Those figures are awesome.
Is wheelchair wielder gonna be a class?
Okay. Also, like, would they be like?
I think it's a
blind
curse,
person
isn't
can
it?
do nothing but read Braille. Like, this mystery is all in Braille, so this blind person is the only one who could solve it.
This is an
Why do they say
idea.
they're all-
We should do a woke D&D just to poke fun of how stupid
Oh my
it is.
god! So someone's gonna be safe space or whatever.
Not it.
I think this would be better if we just played Paranoia.
Okay, anyway, continuing here. Each one is deemed a much shorter adventure with no relevance towards the others. These experiences are meant to be for singular gameplay sessions and are surely targeted towards newcomers. Wouldn't it be funny if we got this and played these, but with characters that aren't handicapped?
Okay,
Dungeons
first
and
of all,
Dragons principal
I'm
story
gonna
designer
reiterate.
Chris
How
Perkins.
does being handicapped stop you in D&D when I've seen players literally who are basically gods just about die to a swamp?
I want to know if these characters are built for speed.
Look, dude. If I was gonna be like a character in a wheelchair, that's fine. But you know what? Also, I'm gonna do that wheelchair is gonna be Batman's wheelchair. It is gonna be the utility chair.
I push
It
a
has
button.
a toilet built in.
My utility chair transforms.
Next thing you know, I am fucking Optimus Prime. I could.
Okay. Okay, so here's what he said on that. It originated out of the need to provide dungeon masters with short adventures that can easily integrate into their Forgotten Realms campaign, or into any campaign, really, that has in it a library. Each adventure is built on the premise of the characters finding a book. That book is what propels a mystery that the characters feel compelled to solve, which then leads them on a grand adventure.
Segregating them to a specific adventure type.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is literally
Actor and producer Jennifer Kretschmer also aided in giving tabletop players a glimpse at this upcoming entry. She has exerted great efforts in creating the accessibility in gaming resource, and
Did she
stressed the
her leg and
importance.
spend like 30 days in a wheelchair, and all of a sudden now she's like, "This is what needs to happen."
It's like I blame COVID, stuck at home doing all this stuff.
I don't blame
And
COVID. I believe COVID has done us all a good service of pulling people's like stupidity mainstream, so everyone can start realizing that this is happening behind closed doors. It's just now people are becoming more aware to it. Also, I'd like to say something directly to AC.
Go ahead.
For future
SMB?
yeah, I know. This isn't a direct message. No, I feel like I just throw this out there. Don't shoot me. Kick me from the stream if you must. But I feel like it would be a good idea for you to read the entire articles and then everyone discuss it, because as I've done to you several times and other people have noticed, these articles take so long because we discuss every 3 or 4 words because we're reiterating the same prospect every time. So
Yeah.
it might be a good idea for you to just read everything and then say, okay, discussion time, so you can actually move on from it.
I think the temptation to not make a comment is probably the biggest factor there.
Sure,
I could do it if it
and
was
the fact that I can't even get a word in edgewise, trying to respond to your statement there,
Yeah,
without
exactly.
FDB&M interrupted. Okay, so I don't even know if this article is interesting because I didn't read it yet. So I'm just trying to get through it. Anyway, so they stress the importance of the game being accessible to everyone. They said, quote, "This is not something that's new to tabletop gaming or new to D&D, but it was important to me to make accessibility part of my dungeons." God, I just cringe at the idea of that. Like, they're all ramps, no staircases.
Everyone makes their dungeons accessible.
No,
Everyone.
no ladders for this. No ladders for this map.
As an ambulatory wheelchair user, I wanted people to have the opportunity to see themselves represented in game. We have the ability in fantasy to imagine things. We don't have to pay to make those accommodations. This is something we can imagine in our brains, and it's there. So it's something that was really important to me to put into my design. Again, though, all those things you just said, I don't understand how that was something that they could not do until you decided to step up and make this.
Well, they have to
also
canonize it in the book or something.
We'll know that we've lost when Mario is handicapped in a Nintendo game. I'll just say.
My legs are broke.
Mamma mia.
Mario's crippled.
They're just gonna come out and they'll say, all this time. Oh, we lost Reese somehow. All this time, the guy who rides in the cloud.
Oh, that guy, Lakitu?
Lakitu, yeah.
Lakitu. Oh my god.
All this time, that guy's just been handicapped. Anyway. So the obsession with making tabletop games accessible has been ongoing for quite a while, and one individual known as Sarah Thompson is responsible for creating the ridiculous premise that it is a combat wheelchair, a free supplement for Dungeons and Dragons that has actually been made into official canon for Matt Mercer's Critical Role. The final statement from Perkins. What's wonderful about it is,
we'll save it for now.
With so many adventures, you get to see a huge variety of what D&D can be. Every adventure is unique. Every adventurer's got a weird twist. Every adventure's got a weird twist or take. I think that the weird twist is that it has to do with everybody in the party being in wheelchairs. I think that people will be able to pick up this product and find one or more things that they're just going to be aching to want to play to put in their games. Okay.
I have
that wasn't worth reading. You guys are right.
I've realized something. This reminds me of when the video game companies were trying to make video games more accessible to people with disabilities.
Right, so they took away hard mode.
Or
they added very easy.
But the thing is, I'm like, that never really helped anyone. I platinum Dark Souls 3, even with my visual aids. There is a way to do things if you're willing to try. But then there's just sometimes when it comes to video games, especially with visual, you just can't overcome this barrier because you have to look at it. But in D&D, okay, this is completely imaginary. Like they don't need to go
in here. That's all you really need.
And even if you're deaf, silent language. If you're dumb, well, write on a piece of paper. I mean, you could still be involved. There's ways around almost any obstacle. So my point is, this is propaganda.
Oh yeah.
This is nothing but just pushing an initiative to try to get some poor
They're
mother
getting woke points.
Feel sad for their child to go buy this stupid book because apparently their kid's imagination, because they're in a wheelchair, isn't good enough.
Yep.
Did I sum it up?
Their imagination is also in a wheelchair. Okay. All right, hey Danny, we covered the Crunchyroll stuff, like most viewed 2020 anime all over the world already. So catch that on the flippity flip. Also, the last podcast, the super long one, has timestamps now and chapter skips if you guys are interested in reliving that nightmare.
When I was a part of.
Oh crap! Oh well, I need to get going. Should I drop what I think of Wolf Children and go from there?
Yes. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, Wolf Children. A lot more fun than I remembered. However, she's still a terrible mother. I enjoyed the fact when the daughter was younger, she was able to explore, play as both human and pup, and it was more active. However, as time went by, the mother feels like the mother sort of ignores the son a little bit, but
the son wasn't making trouble when they were young.
Right. But there was one scene where he mentioned to the mom that he wants to go. He made motions like he was getting sick or something was going to happen to his tummy than vomit. She just kind of, how I saw it, kind of ignored him like it's going to be all right. But so be it.
The timestamps on this podcast are going to be awful.
Oh well. I did like how the girl when she's in 4th grade mauls the guy, then it kind of forms another romance. But the common issue I have with this is
The bestiality.
no, it celebrates mediocrity more than anything. Education doesn't matter. Life goals does not matter. Just live willy-nilly and everything will be fine.
She's getting through a hardship of being a single mother with a dead bestiality boyfriend.
Dead beastie boyfriend.
All right.
Plus, they're wolf children, so they're exceptionally hard to take care of in general.
Yeah, but she played the whole thing as if she was ashamed of having the children, so no hospital whatsoever.
No, that's not
my
the
God.
name.
Like, I can't even begin to get into how unbelievably wrong you are about this movie.
I am not wrong. This person's an anti-vaxxer. Obviously, the children.
No, she didn't take it to the
Wow.
doctor because they
Unbelievable. Unbelievable
takeaway.
inability to understand the premise as to why she couldn't go to the hospital.
Because they'd see that
they'll take her of the way.
They'd see that
They're a
they're
creature
wolf
not
mutants
normally
and then
seen.
abduct them or use something. She wanted to not go to the doctor for their safety.
On the flip side, that same worry that you're talking about could have saved the father, because instead of just dump the wolf body in the...
He was already dead.
In the... Well,
they couldn't save a corpse.
Did he have the kids or did
Oh
she?
my
Wait,
God.
which way did this go? Did he die in childbirth?
No, he
In
died
childbirth?
later.
I was going to say the father. I just need to
He
know.
died down the father in the river, and just
I'm
threw
going to
the
go back to
body
the
and
right
just crushed it.
news because they need to be gotten through. So Hajime
All right,
no
I
Ippo.
want to bring this up with you later.
Yeah, we will. Okay. So collection 2 of Hajime no Ippo.
Hajime no Nippo, because I don't see any nipples on that cover.
Loop on the Third missed by $1 on Blu-ray.
I mean, you
So,
can. You could
I
like
have to
literally
say-
buy plastic nipples now. Japan is making that a thing,
Say that again.
and I'm not talking about Japan is like making plastic nipples. Like it's like
Prosthetic
actual artificial
nipples?
nipples that people like put on cosplay and stuff. It's
Why?
Guys, I might need to step out of the room for a minute to charge my.
he has to go masturbate
Because-
to that thought. I know.
Because
Okay.
Okay, no, I just put in the wrong one. No, hold on, it's the left one or the right one that you need to go back in the case. Yeah, because I could barely hear you. The volume was so low,
Hey, guys,
but my
I can
computer
talk
speakers were
well
all turned up
now.
all the way.
Good
Okay, so I'll say
People
number
have
one.
built-in nipples.
I really hate this logo.
Now
You
I
hate
have 4.
I don't
the
like
dollar
the
signs?
dollar signs. I do not like that.
Hmm.
It feels really cheap, personally.
Well, it's better
Um,
than just plain text that was on the Funimation one.
Okay, well, regardless, I'll say this. I rewatched The Pursuit of Haruma's Treasure today while I was compiling articles. And boy, I was thinking as I'm watching it, and Lupin started talking, I'm like, he's no Tony Oliver, but Sonny Straight's not bad. And then the rest of the cast started talking, and holy shit, is it a tragedy that Funimation got Lupin to begin with?
You know,
Freaking Chris Sabat as Jigen.
Yeah.
What a disaster.
Well, that happened, I guess.
The worst is Zenigata. Like
I was
Yeah.
I was so excited the other day because my roommate's brother had some stuff like ordered here and I didn't know it. So there's a package in there from Amazon and my buddy opened it like thinking it was one of his things. And he's like, it's anime, and I'm like, oh my god, it's the new Loop, and I was like, oh no, I didn't order this, damn it.
Was it Loop on the Third the first?
It's the one that just came, that just released. I don't remember. It's been out 4 days since this happened, and in operation, but we won't go there.
Yeah,
I'm just noticing that there is a damage in my slipcover.
Oh, that
Is it this one?
sucks.
Yeah, but it's like
Lance?
It's not the
Maybe it's-
steelbook, so
No, it doesn't. It's not a DVD. I can tell you that.
It'd be the DVD Blu-ray combo pack one.
But
might
is
be
it
it, yeah.
this Lupin, the 3D
I
one?
can't go into his room to grab it.
Okay.
Visual
Do you see
aids,
that
Fred.
line
Visual
right there?
aids.
There's a little crease in my.
No, I don't see the crease. My God,
Right.
that finger.
There.
Oh, I
Anyway.
see it, yeah.
Okay. All right. So.
He's squinting, and they made it 3D.
Okay. So anyway, continuing from here. Submarine Super 99, or is this 29? What do you call this one?
99.
Spoken language is Japanese. Well, that's unfortunate. It's all right. It's all right. I'll watch it. Cyber City 808 on Blu-ray. With the original English from the director of Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust and Wicked City. Wait a minute. Kawajiri, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. It's Ninja Scroll guy.
I bought the DVD long ago strictly because there's that clip on YouTube called "The Worst Dub in Anime" or whatever.
Yep.
It's really funny.
Well, I'll tell you this. I know for a fact that it's actually Urotsuki Dojin Legend of the Overfiend because I watched that the other day in some portion. And as soon as we knock out the first hentai with interspecies reviewers, we do have to review that as our watch club.
Reviewers is a
Which
hentai?
one? Urotsuki Doji?
Yeah.
I believe that's the only one I own because it was like a rare Blu-ray or something. And
So the problem though is that there's a lot of Urotsuki Dojin, and very few of it has actually come over here. And I think some of it's only come over here on VHS. So that's unfortunate in terms of collecting. The woman called Fujiko Mine Blu-ray, which is this or is this not like basically the same cover as the?
It is. The like the framing, the purple accents around the framing, that's different.
I
Like
think
they
the
added,
text didn't used to be on the
It did.
side.
It
It
was-
used to be
it-
on the bottom.
no, it was on the side too.
Okay.
Exact
Well-
same text and font, and then
Can't wait to buy this again.
Yeah, I
The
didn't even
worst
ask you
loop
about
on
that.
next
Why
to,
do you do it to yourself?
No, it is the worst. What's up?
Why do you rebuy things you like already have a copy of?
Well,
like,
when it comes
Oh,
to
it's just 'cause
Lupin
it's
specifically, I'm collecting all of it, like
Oh.
every release that it has.
he wants to support this series to the gills.
Yeah, to the
you,
gills.
you want to support anime to the overmax? Gotcha.
Now, before you go into this, Danny's got some stuff in the chat
Okay.
that I can actually help explain a little bit.
Yeah,
But-
I agree. She wanted to protect the children of Goten as well. So I had to get an expensive used copy of Lupin Third Complete First Series. Is the first series expensive now?
The first release, the Fat Pack one with all the special features, that's out of
okay.
print now. That's
Is it
no
super
longer on.
expensive?
It's no longer on Right Stuff anymore.
I'm hoping that that's just a sign that Blu-ray's coming.
Well, the thing is, they did a re-release without all the special
Yeah.
features,
Mhm.
and whether the Blu-ray will have those special features is, why would a re-release not have? Why would they reprint or
Something without
repress new discs without special features? Without all like the extensive liner notes and commentaries and both versions of the
Fat
pilot film.
Pack.
Yeah,
had more discs. Yeah.
it has four. It only has 4 discs. The reprint has 3.
Yes, exactly. So they cut that stuff out to make a more affordable option that was still, Lupin, and it's in line size wise with what they were going to release for part 2 and part 3.
Yeah, but it still didn't.
So-
It didn't have a slipcover on it anyway. I don't think.
Okay.
Maybe it did. Did it?
I don't think it did.
Well, the Blu-ray will have a slipcover probably.
So Christopher Barker asked how much it was. He said 124 could not be bothered to watch and
Yeah.
follow
So
$99.
I saw that it was no longer on Right Stuff, and I messaged him, "Hey, did get that part 1 set already? Because
it says it will probably be coming out on Blu-ray by the time.
I can't see it on. I don't see it on Right Stuff anymore, and you're not gonna find it on Amazon or anything. Or I mean, I'm not finding a new copy on Amazon, like from the Amazon warehouse or something. That baffled me. That came out of nowhere. That was out of print already for some reason.
Yeah, I'm trying to download the Hitler episodes from part 2, and they are going so fast. And by so fast, I mean like when you go so fast, it looks like you're standing still because they haven't started yet. So I need to.
Going nowhere fast. I got you.
Yep, I should have grabbed. I went to the storage unit today. I didn't acknowledge this on camera, but I've got some better lighting in here today because I'm so sick of yellow lighting. I hate trying to work in yellow lights.
Agreed.
But while I was there, I should have grabbed my computer because then I could have started ripping the DVDs, and I could find out whether or not Discotech put it as episode 3 or episode 20. Because when it came out over here,
they put it in the correct order.
In the correct order, yeah. But see, the thing is, I tried to watch on Kiss Anime to find out what
and they used the original and they used the original
order because they're using the English titles, even though the one that they have there isn't dubbed. So it's like, but it's got like the "to be or not to be" as the title.
Fucking great English title.
I love the Genion release of Lupin. It's the reason that Lupin is my favorite series was because of how much fun I had watching all those, like, what is it, like, how many discs is it, like 12, 13, 17, something?
What Genion released was 15 discs, I think.
Yeah, love it. Anyway,
79.
What is 4 versus 3?
4 discs versus 3 discs.
Oh, versus 3. I gotcha. 23 episodes on 3. Yeah. Not on Discotech eBay store either. Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely gone. Well, I'm glad that I buy all of these things.
That was one of the first Lupin things that I got, or like maybe the 5th Lupin thing
I've
I
never
got.
watched. You guys make me feel like I can't open it now. I've never watched the part 1. I've seen like 1 episode from it. Actually, I might have already opened it. I might have popped the disc in and watched like 2 episodes. But I really want them to dub it. I really just want them to dub it. So
yeah.
They should just go back and redo all the sound effects and everything just so they can make the dub.
Well, I mean, they might be able to dub, like, they might have isolated tracks for that series.
I thought they confirmed that they didn't.
I don't.
That's for part 2, I think. Well, so the thing is that
no. Part 2 was just there's just too much. They didn't want to invest.
They don't want to. Okay. Well, we've had this conversation a million times. Let's just move on for now. Demon Slayer helps Japan sell record number of New Year's cards. Every time I see this, I think of the fan art drawing where he's holding them like in his butt cheeks. Have you seen that?
God.
I'll be right back. My cup ran dry.
Okay. Every time he leaves, it gets so quiet. Like he's our white noise machine because his mic is picking everything up. Okay, Demon Slayer stars protect your drinks as new cup clinger figures too. So, friendly reminder that we're watching Demon Slayer. I think episodes 1 through like 13 for the next podcast. Fire up your Demon Slayer technique with Rengoku's replica Nichiren sword. So, here's a sword. It looks decently real. And then you look at the video, like, look at this. Like, that's metal, right? And that's, like, real rope, right? But then you watch the thing, and it's like, it looks like plastic in the video.
That's a shame.
It's like, oh, so epic.
So epicuru.
And the reason I say it's plastic is because there's a fucking button on the handle that you can push to play sounds or some shit. See? See that button? You see that button he just pushed right here? Let me full screen for you so you can tell. There's clearly a button there.
Oh, God. Oh,
right?
that looks awful.
It does, right? Totally ruins it. Anyway, moving on. It's a trap Japanese style capsule toy. Japanese capsule toy. Anyway, it's a literal trap, bear trap. I didn't load these pictures, but who cares? Moving on. Fall asleep with these new Chika and Miko Kaguya-sama Dakimakura. Right, don't sexualize children or whatever the argument is. I don't know how old they are. I've never watched the show, but whatever.
She's 1,000.
Check out the flashy toy re-release of Kanada's bike from Akira. So this is kind of cool. Has a neat little interface and everything. I think there's like a USB. Well, no, it's on the right stuff pictures, but anyway, you can like take part of it off and like, I don't know, for some reason you can connect to it via like USB or something. Lego's new botanical collection opens up a world of permanent pedal play for stressed adults. So these photos are horrible because like I can't quite tell what's going on over here. I mean, I can kind of see things that somewhat look like Lego. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting concept. Luxury Spanish leather designer Loewe, I don't know how to pronounce that, releases limited edition My Neighbor Totoro collection. So these are all things that I thought Reese was going to have something to say about. So it's great that he left right now. They're kind of neat. Like if you were, some super luxurious fashion. Yeah, is that a man? Look at those hips, man. And then pretty much just like the ones with the soot sprites. Anyway, moving on. Boy, once again, ones that Reese was supposed to be here for because he's the one who said, yeah, throw those in instead of the skipping, which I was going to do. So there's premium gashapon, which are like $25-ish versus like, you throw a coin in now. It's like, yeah, put your whole wallet in this slot. And then you can get Demon Slayer figures.
Oh, that's cool. I want one.
I'm glad that you read the articles that I sent you, and I said, yeah. Also, the Foo Fighters.
I had a joke about there's a coin shortage. Well, the government like, how do we get the populace to give us their coins? Gotcha machines.
Demon Slayer. Foo Fighters unveils an exclusive new Japanese sake. So, what do you think of this?
Looks boring.
It says Foo Fighters.
It looks boring.
IGHTERS. Yeah. So I'm not sure why this is a thing, but I'll try it on stream if it comes to America. Tried the taste of harem water. Waifu bath water for sale. I'll try this on stream too.
This is a pretty fun show. He literally kisses the childhood friend in the first episode. It's like fucking Chad.
The new harem fantasy anime is also simulcasting on Crunchyroll. So a Tokyo-based company, Sidebird, has decided to collaborate with the winter 2021 TV anime The Hidden Dungeon Only I Can Enter in its vending machine business. From today, January 9th, I hope Belle Delphine is suing for royalties. From today, January 9th, a wrapping vending machine that you can purchase original collaboration items, such as the harem water Only I Can Drink, and acrylic trading. What do you think it tastes like? Do you think it's really literally just tap water?
Probably.
Why is it kind of milky? Like.
What was that one bath additive from that one box?
Oh yeah, from the adult Fukubukuro box or whatever. Yeah. The lube, the personal bath lubricant or whatever. Okay, so you get the item, the harem water only I can drink, and acrylic trading keychains featuring its 4 main heroines. So it's these. It's nothing more special than that. So for $7.70, the harem water only I can drink is actually a 200 milliliter plastic bottle of mineral water made from natural water. What if they literally just went up to a hot spring in Japan? It was like, okay, your guest all gone for today. All right, bring in the bottle.
That'd be unhygienic, though.
I mean, isn't that what Belle Delphine did?
Yeah, but like the idea of people might have pissed in the hot spring.
Isn't that what Belle Delphine did?
Just fill bottles of water. I doubt it was even her bath water. I think it was just water.
It was probably, yeah,
she
if she was smart, she didn't see, because here, if you're Belle Delphine, you have to decide, well, I need to have bottles in order to fill with my bath water. So I can either buy a whole bunch of flats of water and have to drink that shit or pour it down the drain.
Okay,
or
I guess I said
or I
that
can
wrong.
just buy the water and just print new labels for it. You know?
I have to open each bottle though first, just to make it seem.
Yeah. So it feels more authentic. Resealed to keep my freshness.
She probably she probably just contracted with a company and they just made it. Like that's what I'm getting at. Like it probably wasn't.
I don't think she has the entrepreneurial.
She's like sitting in the vat that it pours into the machine.
I doubt it ever touched
around
her
up here
skin.
for a while.
I doubt it ever touched her skin.
Yeah. It's it's all in the imagination of the simps that bought it.
Well, yes, and
okay, so
her bank account.
Yeah. Which it must not have been enough, because didn't she start filming porn now or something like?
Well, I mean,
he's like, wow, this made me a billionaire. Jeez, step aside, Elon Musk. Watch me make a porno.
Well, hey, I think there was
OnlyFans only pays so much.
$1 million a month, according to her, anyways.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think we need to open that OnlyFans soon.
All right, so it's a 200 milliliter plastic bottle of mineral water made from natural water containing vanadium from Mount Fuji, whatever the fuck the vanadium is. Cooties. All right. All right. Yep. That's definitely appealing to see in my water. I cleaned that out of some trash cans yesterday. Anyway. Wrapped with each heroine's illustration.
You're sitting on a gold mine at your workplace, AC. You're in the wrong business, buddy.
Yeah, you should see the color of the water that comes out of the truck when we're done. It also comes with a limited charm of the heroine. The character on the bottle and the one on the charm will be the same. Meanwhile, the price for the 4-type acrylic trading keychains is $6.25. So you're telling me that I have to choose between the stupid-ass keychain or the stupid-ass water bottle? You can find
the keychain would last longer.
True, but you can't pour a keychain all over your dick.
You could not.
I mean, I guess you could. It has more uses. So you can find it at this building, blah, blah, blah. This isn't as funny as I wanted it to be. Oh, I like how you have to reach into her chest to pick it up. Is that what's happening here? Yeah, I think that is what's happening. Something about the way they drew this is really irritating my face. The
looks
fingers.
Like a zipper of fingers.
Yeah, that's a little creepy. Okay. The TV anime adaptation of Meguru said, so this is just like the history of this. All right. Well, the Belle Delphine jokes carried us through that almost.
Delphine?
Really. Moving through. Okay, so an English mistake on a new Japanese beer leads to the suspension of sales before its release. So there's this limited edition beer that's being brewed it's using the same traditional manufacturing methods as Japan's first beer factory, Kaitakushi Brewery, which was founded in 1897. But the problem is they misspelled lager.
I can't
So
read
they
it.
scrapped the whole thing. Just kidding. Sapporo decides to sell the new Japanese beer with the English mistake on the label. Yay! All right. So you guys remember this, right? We talked about this last podcast, 7-Eleven Japan, to double the shelf life of their onigiri rice balls.
Yep.
And we talked about how it was to reduce the amount of wasted onigiri by 50%. Well, my friends, guess what? They're really interested in reducing the amount of wasted onigiri. Because 7-Eleven is under fire now for mysterious holes in their onigiri rice balls.
Wow.
Customers wonder if the chain is now selling air as a new rice ball filling. All right, so there's plenty of tweets showing it. It's the salted flavor. It's supposed to just be salt and rice. But as Sora News 24 points out, some of these pictures are actually from all the way back in 2018. And in this photo, it appears to show a construction that looks as if the onigiri is made by sandwiching two halves together during the production process. So, if that's the case, then a simple explanation might be that it's easier and possibly more cost-efficient to make the chain's rice balls on the same production line, while the ones with fillings would have ingredients inserted into the hole. The salted rice balls with no filling would be left with an empty cavity, an unfilled cavity, right? Mm-hmm. Anyway, so that's not all. 7-Eleven Japan's Paper Tiger sandwich sparks online controversy over deceptive packaging. So they're calling it a Paper Tiger because a Paper Tiger is a tiger that is not real, right? So this is what it looks like when you buy it. And then you take the bread off, and the tamago is sliced so thin and put just at the edge so that the part you can see that makes you want to buy it because you look like you're going to bite into all this egg is actually just a facade, right? I don't know how they thought they would get away with this.
They would have got away with it. Weren't we stupid? How does that line go? I would have gotten away.
Would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you stupid kids and your
meddling kids.
Meddling kids. There we go.
And your stupid dog or whatever the line is.
Meddling kids and your stupid dog.
All right. Anyway, so that's not all. 7-Eleven Japan banana milk sparks controversy over deceptive packaging.
There's no penis in this.
So, why don't you take a random guess what's going on with the packaging? Hold on. Let me show you a full unopened one turned upside down.
Oh.
This is where the drink ends and the cup keeps going. And the cup is colored the same color as the drink at the top to make it look like you're buying a cup this large.
Yeah.
When in actuality, they're only putting in this much drink.
That's pretty clever. I mean,
does it say the
devious? You mean devious? Evil? All right, continuing. Deceptive strawberry milk package also angers 7-Eleven customers following the banana scandal. Why don't you guess what's wrong with this one?
Same thing.
Nope, something different.
It has too much in it.
Go the opposite end of the spectrum. Yeah, like basically the same thing. The cup is colored to show have the red stuff on the bottom.
All of the red stuff that looks like, oh yeah, there's so much strawberry in here, is literally printed on the stupid clear cup. So when you finish drinking it, you're left with a cup that still has the strawberry marks. Because there aren't any actual strawberries blended into the bottom that's going to taste really good. It's all to get you to buy it. Well,
I mean, to be fair, I don't like fruit chunks in my stuff, so I don't see the problem here, man.
Okay. Well, that's fair. That's your
your problem.
I guess. That sounds like a Canadian thing. All right. This is it. I've been waiting all podcast to get to this. I think it's supposed to be to hell with sound judgment, says Red Bull in ad. But Japanese people don't seem to agree. Energy drink maker gets edgy in coming of age day message. But some people think they need to grow up. Monday was coming of age day in Japan, a national holiday when people who turned or will be turning 20 during the academic year celebrate the start of their legal adulthood. To say congratulations to all the new grown-ups and soon-to-be grown-ups, energy drink Red Bull took out an ad in the day's edition of the Yomiuri Shimbun and also sent out a copy through its official Japanese Twitter account. The image shows a picture of, ironically, a blue bull versus a red one, and begins the message with extra large font characters announcing, "The hell with sound judgment." Actually, you wouldn't be wrong to go even a little harsher on the meaning of kutabare. Kutabare, right here, right? The first word in the ad. Here, for example, is how online Japanese English dictionary Weiblio translates it. Suck my dick. In this case, Weiblio is a Japanese English and also Spanish dictionary. Oh, that's what Chingate is. So instead of to hell with sound judgment, just suck my dick.
Red Bull gives you wings.
But whether you render kutabare as drop dead, fuck off, or something in between, it's pretty clear that Red Bull doesn't think highly of conventional wisdom, and it doubles down on that with the rest of the ad, which reads, now I'm going to read it with the best part, okay? Suck my dick. The excessive correctiveness, I already fucked it up. Suck my dick. The excessive correctness of this world is trying to smooth out your beautiful edges. Nothing can be created from excessive correctness. I'm going to start calling wokeness that. When you layer common sense on top of common sense, in the end, you don't get anything other than common sense. Protect your own sensitivities. Protect your own impulses. Protect your inner idiot. Do what your instincts tell you will be fun. Let's move straight ahead in life and live it stupidly, honest, and large. Also, suck my dick. And naturally, the message ends with Red Bull's advertising slogan. Red Bull gives you wings. And the company logo. Given Red Bull's positioning of its product as a youthful counterculture beverage, the tone isn't all that unexpected. That doesn't mean it's been particularly well received, however, with a slew of negative reactions from Japanese Twitter users whose comments have included, I don't think I've ever looked at something in this world and thought, that's too correct. The idea that something is, quote, too correct makes about as much sense as, okay, great. Proofreading here.
Are you saying
makes about as much sense as saying a square's corners are 290 degrees. Sound judgment and common sense are important. You should take care of those first and worry about doing what you want. You should take care of those first and worry about doing what you want to do. Otherwise, you're just being selfish. All right, that's a poorly constructed sentence. Good judgment is essential. I like logic a lot more than instinct. Staying calm and looking before you leap is the surest path to success. If you disagree with something that people say is correct, you also have to at least take a moment to make sure you're not the one who's mistaken. That's part of being an adult. Many disagreed with the timing of the message too. coming out at a time when Japan is seeing the largest surge in coronavirus infections since the start of the pandemic. Well, you don't avoid the coronavirus by not sucking dick. Prioritizing doing what's fun over what's right is why the coronavirus mess isn't getting better. With all the fake news about how the coronavirus isn't anything to worry about, is this really the right timing for a message like this?
Yes.
Any time is a good time to suck a dick.
Oh, yeah.
It's like no one who wrote the ad bothered to look around at what's going on in the world right now. The pandemic, it gives you a need to wear a mask. Not every reaction was negative, but voices agreeing with the ad were much fewer in number. People saying the ad is wrong or just proving how right it really is. Yes, suck my dick. Even if something is correct, you shouldn't overdo it. Sound judgment doesn't always equal the correct answer. In a lot of ways, the reaction could have been predicted. While Japan is plenty fond of emotional advertising, in general, ads that set up any sort of us versus them narrative end with mixed reactions. What is this Marxism in my Sword News 24 ads?
It's
Japanese
to me,
confectioner
it's
has
kind
firm
of
rebuttal to go to the anti-outbreak. What's up?
To me, it's kind of amazing how the coronavirus has had the magical effect of you see someone in a mask walking down the street, you're either suspicious and or run the other way. Now you see someone without a mask, and you're like, oh God, no, God.
Yeah, it used to be that masks indicated you were probably up to no good and a bad person. Now it's the virtue signal of the ages.
I wonder when hoodies are going to get that treatment.
If you took every instance of this article saying correct and put politically in front of it, would this article make more sense?
Well, let's read it. The political correctness of this world is trying to smooth out your brain. Beautiful edges. Nothing can be created from excessive. Nothing can be created from political correctness. When you layer let's go ham with it. When you layer political correctness on top of political correctness, in the end, you don't get anything other than political correctness.
In the end, you only get a crooked statement that really doesn't
protect your own impulses. Protect your inner idiot. Do what your instincts tell you will be fun. Let's move straight ahead in life and live it stupidly honest and large.
This guy needs to back off because he is trying to word things like I do.
In other countries, where concepts of revolution and rebellion are more celebrated or romanticized as part of a local history or psyche, it's comparatively easy to get consumers to see themselves as the heroic iconoclast. In Japan, though, there's no shame or snickering involved in being a responsible member of mainstream society, and it's not so easy to convince people, even young people, that it's their destiny to become cool by throwing a monkey wrench into the status quo. That makes trying to sell a product under the banner of us versus them harder, since a lot of people aren't necessarily going to feel like they're part of your company's us team. Again, it's not like everyone hates the ad, and with Red Bull obviously playing to a niche market, to a niche in the market with it, you can't really call it an outright failure. Still, the reaction is a reminder that while pretty much everyone would like to have wings to soar in the sky, a lot of people in Japan are in no way embarrassed about having their feet firmly on the ground. Well, that was a letdown. I was hoping it was going to get way crazier. I still thought it was fun. All right. This is the part where we get banned off YouTube. Genital Manju sweets with a dash of pubic hair raised eyebrows in Japan. His and hers steamed cakes are a popular gift for newlyweds. Once you've tied the knot with your loved one and are setting out on the path of marital bliss, you'll likely be opening wedding gifts together after the big day. Here in Japan, friends and relatives usually present the bride and groom with money. But that's not to say newlyweds can't receive an additional little something as an extra wish for happiness in their That's not to say that newlyweds can't receive an additional little something as an extra wish for happiness in their marriage and in the bedroom.
Two things. One, does this come with a free mosaic when you buy it? Second of all,
So that picture is some stock image that they bought off of some Japanese stock image site that they dared.
Well, if it's
The
illegal
image-
to see genitals in Japan, you'd think that they'd pre-mosaic it in the oven. But
Well,
my second
Yeah.
question is, so this is basically an edible fleshlight and dildo?
Nani?
Effectively,
Right, this is an edible flashlight and dildo. I'm like, whoa.
Okay, well, let's just continue here. So
I don't want to touch that, but let's.
that's the concept behind a rare and beautiful set of Manju sweets produced by a small 8-person business in a 8-pervert business in a rural town in Ibaraki Prefecture called
Really
In a
trying to
rural
make that-
13 town, I'm 34 town. Gotcha.
The sweets company may be small, but what they make has become big with tourists.
Engorged with blood.
Well, that's wonderful that the Google Street View didn't load.
Oh my god. Wow.
Come on, I don't have all day, Google. Thank you. Oh, it's so cute. So yeah, Kimura Seika has been in business since 1931. Wrong way. This sweet specialist is famous for their Inyo Manju, which translates to yin and yang manju, right? Because those are words. I guess Inyo is the Japanese word for Chinese yin and yang. With manju being the word for traditional steamed cakes with a paste filling. Oh, of course. Of course they've got a filling. And if you're wondering what the yin and yang in the name refers to, one quick look at the product should explain everything. A precious gift for newlyweds. There you go. Make sure you censor it.
Open
post.
wide. When they
As the
said
photo
honeymoon,
above-
this is what I had in mind.
I like how they, because is it the chrysanthemum that they always make the female genitals? They got the mushroom and the.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's a fruit. What? Hold on. As the above photo shows, the sweets look like his and hers private parts. While the design is intentional, the manju on the right is said to resemble a matsutake mushroom, and the cake on the left is said to resemble the fruit of the chocolate vine. Oh, that's all right then. It's not actually what it clearly is.
All right.
The mushrooms and the fruit appear on the beautiful packaging. Oh, okay. There you go. I was mistaken.
10 out of 10 would eat again.
I just love that it's filled with
surprising,
cream or whatever. The Inyo Manju pay homage to nearby Inyo Shrine, which was built as a sacred site for marriage-related deity worship after 17th century feudal lord Tokugawa Mitsukuni passed through the area and discovered rocks resembling male and female genital parts. after a feudal lord was horny one day. While these Inyo rocks are said to have collapsed during the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake, the shrine remains a sacred spot for couples today. Conveniently, matsutake mushrooms and chocolate vine plants grow in the mountains near the shrine, imbuing these special his and hers sweets with a whole lot of extra meaning and significance. The Inyo Manju are only available in and around the local area, making them an incredibly rare treat. Every time someone posts a photo of them on Twitter, the tweets receive a lot of attention from people seeing them for the first time. And that's what happened when Twitter user @Yosizo shared those photos online recently. Yep. Well, you wrote an entire article about it. So yeah, people were quick to comment with, "Wow, I live in Ibaraki and I've never seen these before. These would be fun to eat with your partner." No. I'd like to try them. I'm a bachelor, so maybe they'll give me good luck. I like the attention to detail with the black sesame seeds resembling people. How dare you? This is a flower, and those are the seeds of the fruit. These would be even more delicious if they were drizzled with honey and condensed milk.
Oh my!
Condensed milk specifically.
Yep, condensed milk.
Not cream or some form of, lubricant, but condensed milk. Full of condensed milk.
According to those who've tried them, the sweets have a tasty red bean paste filling. Gross. Like, of all the things to put in it.
Why red bean paste?
I mean, aside from the fact that that's what Japan likes, because that's their version of sugar. But seriously,
Japan doesn't grow sugar locally, so they historically have used red bean.
The concept of them being cream filled was funny when it was the dick, but now you've put red bean paste, and then it becomes a lot gross.
Look, dude, you've got to understand they're trying to play to a very weird crowd where your
I'm
first
sorry.
time means everything.
I didn't read the whole thing. It says here the sweets have a tasty red bean paste filling that includes the unusual addition of walnuts. That's the herps. While the cakes are meant to help create a harmonious marriage, you don't have to be married or even in a relationship to eat them. And get some good fortune for love in your belly. So they're sold in 12-piece boxes for $9.59 US. The manju aren't all that easy to find, though, and the small headquarters reportedly sells out of them in the mornings, so they'll definitely be a satisfying reward for the intrepid traveler. And if you're in the area...
cream filling?
Okay, so do I have a feeling like some really religious, really righteous person over in Japan can't walk down the street eating one of these, much like people in America couldn't walk around carrying a Coke?
I mean, dude, they have penis festivals in Japan. It would be pretty hard to live there if you were religious in general. And that would
believe it or not, there are people over
there. It is frowned upon generally in America to walk around shoving,
dicks in your mouth.
Yeah. the gummy penises from a bachelorette party.
Shove them in your mouth. What if someone else is shoving them in your mouth? Is that also?
It is frowned upon generally to eat dick in public. Anyway,
what really?
Are you speaking of this from experience?
Can I please finish the last damn sentence of the damn article?
You haven't implemented any rules. You just screwed, dude.
And if you're in the area, you might want to say hello to the giant Daidara Bochi yokai while you're there. Well, because this sounds like a giant ding dong. Oh wait, no, this is the one with the big nose. Wait, no, it's not.
He's got a giant ding dong too.
What is this? Oh man, he looks like those restorations we covered.
A 3D restoration.
Oh, Jesus.
Imagine being the artist that spent 18 years or whatever of your life crafting this, and then you take a step back and you're like, oh, I fucked it up.
and knowing
18 years
centuries later, people on the internet are just going to laugh at it.
Yep. All right. So I'm going to take a quick pee. And then we will talk about attaching chemical butt warmers to your crotch.
Are you sure that's not what you're actually doing instead of pissing?
I've really got
to be. You need to look at the camera and tell us that.
Go to the
I'm taking a leak. I'm taking a leak.
Oh, God.
All right.
And he woke up everyone in his house, and then in 5 minutes, his wife beat the hell out of him.
So, is anybody here watching the season or shows that are airing this current season?
I'm watching 2 shows, Horimiya and Mushoku Tensei.
I am watching, let's see, I'm watching Danmachi as it's airing its 3rd season.
Is it over yet? I thought that ended already.
No,
he's dubbing.
I'm watching dub. I'm watching Yashahime. I'm keeping up because I followed Yanoyashi years ago. I was like, hell, if I'm not gonna see what the hell they do with this now. I'm following Assassin's Pride. Let me see. I've actually got a few more. Actually, just be easier to open up Funimation because I can't remember them all. Because Funimation has been doing this thing that's killing me to where they're not dubbing every week or every other week. Sometimes I get 2 or 3 weeks hiatus. Either that or just for some reason doesn't load for me specifically. Because I've literally posted in the Discord, hey guys, has anyone noticed that Funimation's not uploading videos? Because there's stuff that's supposed to be simuldubbing? Okay. Let's see.
Well, if we can actually see
The
their
Day I Became God. By the Grace of God just finished. I finished that.
holy crap! The
Glyph
Tower
Meter.
of God, God of High School, by the grace of God. Oh my God!
There's lots of guys.
Literally.
So I missed the opportunity for a funny joke when you said you were watching Corey Mia, and I was going to say, "Oh,
No,
you mean Corey in the House?" Okay. Anyway. All right.
But I've been more like
Did
40.
Dan say something when you just left?
I'm starting Log Horizon season 3.
No,
he just bailed.
Oh yeah, he had to go to bed. No problem, Dan. Understood. Probably should have let him have a chance to talk about
Bestiality.
Yeah.
Lance, if you go to Funimation, they literally have date added filter, which I think is the default if you go to simuldub. So right now it shows Golden Kamui 14 hours ago, and then like other series, it's like add 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 2 days ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 3 days. Like,
well,
I don't know, man. It looks like they're
with me with
an episode every day.
Yeah,
So about these butt warmers.
With that note, I apologize. I will admit when I'm wrong, unlike a lot of people.
Okay.
But I'm going to try to find that now. Where's this date at? Because
AC, I think your mic is going through your headphones.
Current.
Oh.
Explore.
Yeah, we heard your leak the whole time. No.
No, it says it's set to the Yeti.
Okay, yeah.
You're using a Yeti?
It sounded weird for a second.
I switched it and just switched it back. So.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right, there's that. Okay. All right. Mr. Sato continues to push his hypothesis that the male groin is the gateway to efficient regulation of body temperature, even if it means serious bodily harm. Okay. Earlier this year, during the scorching summer heat, so by the way, this is an article from 2016. There was a separate article about a butt warmer, and I read the first sentence, and this article was linked there, and this is way funnier than that one. So we're reading this article.
An anal warmer?
No, it was literally just it was going to go into random merch news, which actually this one kind of did too.
I have to address something real quick. Yep. The Foodum just said, because I'm just going to do Brad like that. Sorry, not sorry.
All right.
It says that time I got reincarnated slime, episode 5 added 6 days ago. I don't believe that, but I'm going to check anyway.
It's probably that's probably the OVA.
I hope so. All right, I'm done. Go back to your business, Brad.
It's all right. Earlier this year, during the scorching summer heat, Mr. Sato had the idea that the sensitivity of the male nether regions would make it the ideal place to add some cooling spray for rapid relief. While it worked for a brief moment, the intense agony that followed made the method unsuitable for most people. Okay. Sticking this Red Bull down there so that you can suck his dick. That does look like a Red Bull. It's not. Is it a Red? It might actually be a Red Bull. They said it was a cooling spray. Anyway.
Red Bull in this image, does that mean Red Bull is condoning this activity?
So now the days are getting colder and colder, and flakes of snow have even been sighted in the Tokyo area. So Mr. Sato's thoughts turn once again to his pants as a way to stay warm. Having kind of learned his lesson, he paid an ounce more consideration to his well-being and carefully chose a warmer. Okay. These are called Poka Poka Oshiri no Hope, or toasty butt cheeks in English. And they are a type. Imagine being a woman, like as the model for this. And you're chosen because you have a butt that's not offensive to look at, but it's also not sexy. Like so you won't have any trouble in the
The thing is, this is probably a CGI.
Let's say it looks more like CG.
Could be, but I'm just saying, like, imagine that you're a butt model, and they specifically choose you for having a butt that's shapely without being sexy.
Just don't let Netflix make that list, and we'll be all right.
All right, so it's called Toasty Butt Cheeks in English, and they are a type of pack which generates chemical heat known as Cairo in Japan. They are widely popular in the country and can be placed in one's pocket or adhered to one's midsection. These particular Cairo, however, are specifically designed to stick to butt cheeks. Figuring the groin and the butt are about two sides of the same coin.
You're two sides of the same pelvis.
Mr. Sato thought this would be the best product to try out down his pants. However, it should be noted that this was done without the blessing of the product's manufacturers and is clearly advised against on the package several times. Please be sure to read the package before using. I mean, I don't see any spot where it says don't stick it on your balls.
I need picture diagrams to tell me just to not do something.
I see a picture of it being placed on a penis, and it just has the circle with the line.
Yeah.
It's a freaking cadaver, and all they have is like, all right, well, you stick this on this, and if it does this, then it does this, and just slowly shows
equals agony. Since these were designed to go on butt cheeks, each pack had 2 Kairos inside. And since Mr. Sato would only require 1 for what he was about to do, he decided to recruit fellow writer PK into his experiment. Mr. Sato saying, "Here, pull down your pants and stick this thing on your junk." Okay.
I'm even an adult.
The two sat and waited for something to happen. This was different from the cooling spray, which went to work immediately. They could feel the pad warming up, but it wasn't anything special. However, bit by bit, warmth began to cascade through their body, like there were dim but reliable fires burning in hearts at their cores.
You guys, would you call this pole dancing? Since there's a stick down there.
What?
I'm sorry.
How did dancing
broke me?
It was a wonderful sensation, and Mr. Sato described it as, quote, like resting your privates in a tiny bathtub full of
Oh God, I'm coming again.
I'm sorry, guys. I just.
Okay. Even better, there was no pain afterwards, like with the cooling spray.
Really?
The warming sensation simply ran its course gently until finished. Oh, well, you look like you're in ecstasy. However, and this is a big however, we absolutely do not recommend anyone try this at home. These packs claim to heat up to an average temperature of 49 degrees Celsius and a maximum of 59 degrees Celsius. Even though these aren't scalding hot, they can cause what is known as, quote, low temperature burns. Can cause what are known as low temperature burns if the area they are applied to doesn't get enough circulation. Also, applying such heat directly to the testes can't be good for these guys' sperm counts if they ever plan to father children.
The guy on the right and the guy on the left.
Oh wow, 120 degrees and 138. Wow.
Wow, that's hot.
Like,
how hot does water boil?
200 something.
Yeah, so it's not terrible. The body's already 98 degrees, right? So it's not going to be that bad.
Yeah.
100.
Maybe that was
straight against your balls for about 5 minutes. You're gonna know it.
212. Boiling point is 212.
Yeah, anyway, that's what I just said. Fahrenheit, 100 degrees Celsius.
Once again, they finish off the article with a link to another article regarding if they ever plan to father children, and maybe that was never in their cards anyway. Who has time for kids when there's burgers with $85 worth of pickles waiting to be eaten?
I think we read that.
I don't think we actually read it, but I think I showed it.
Yeah, we've seen this one. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Why not just put like 5 pickles stacked together or something? And
hold on. No. this is clearly just a jar of pickles that was frozen before they broke the glass off and stuck it on there, right? You're telling me, yeah, it is disgusting, but you're telling me that jar of pickles cost $85?
Yes.
I think the breaking of the glass and so what the hell is that?
The Q.
There's a lot going on.
That looks awesome. That thing is shrimp.
5 times our Japanese language reporters added $85 of extras to food. Oh, okay. So they actually went to to Burger King and asked for extra pickles, and the cost of how many extra pickles they added cost them $85. It's probably like 1,000 yen or something, and that's why it's adding up to that. Anyway,
that shrimp looks awesome. I'm hungry.
Oh God!
Heard it here, folks. Reese likes.
Is that corn and natto together? What is this? $85 of sweet corn on pizza from Pizza Hut. You get sweet corn on pizza?
That sounds
$85 of sweet corn.
All right.
I pay like $20 for a bushel of corn.
All right, so Reese, I wasn't going to read this because I didn't think it mattered.
Well, the only reason
we'll just show the picture.
You pointed out the picture. I was like, oh, he probably wants to talk about that. So I'm just like, yeah, whatever.
Well, so I pulled this up. I just I'm curious. Like usually, I pull these up a lot when I'm compiling articles. I'm just curious as to what they say, and then I'm not actually going to cover them, right? But then oftentimes, because I'm so swamped with work for the compiling all the other articles, I usually just close the tab. But I perused through this one to find the scariest image I have seen on this site. Right here. I mean, they're photoshopped, right? Like,
oh Christ. There's
no way.
Those are don't they make those whatever?
They have like the thumb Tannic was it Thumb Wars filter where the eyes are real big.
What the fuck?
It's scary, right?
I decided to look at the screen and I was like, what the hell has happened?
So I need one of you to be real scared so I can put these girls behind you in the thumbnail.
Well,
is that a chocolate bar?
Oh, I gotta open my. I guess I'm the only.
Put your
one.
clothes back on.
Wait for it. My camera has to load.
We should have. You know what? I'll just grab the one of Augie. It's all right.
Get the one with the Christmas hat view that I used during the stream.
There. Was that scared?
I think I'll do the one of Augie.
Denied.
I'll put some nun hats on them. All right.
It better be white face mask this time.
China, oh, damn it, Dan's gone. China develops helmets for soldiers with self-destruct button.
Oh my!
The Chinese military is equipping. The Chinese military is equipping soldiers stationed in Tibet with newly developed helmets embedded with a self-destruct button. The button triggers an embedded bomb to go off, killing the soldier.
Oh my God, I'm right.
At a battalion or brigade level command center, a commander monitors a soldier who is far away by using the navigation system. The commander can activate the self-destruct function of the soldier's helmet if he can't get in contact with him. So, soldiers can also press the button themselves. If a soldier is seriously wounded and doesn't want to be captured, he can activate the self-destruct function himself. This can maintain his dignity, as well as prevent the enemy from obtaining this system. Right. Because the important thing that you don't want your enemy to get is your helmet that blows up. I mean, I guess if they're going to like hack it and reverse engineer and blow up all your soldiers on the spot, that'd be pretty bad. Yeah. I like to think that this is how World War III is going to go down. It's like, all right, well, the war with China that we've been fighting for like the last decade, information warfare wise, is about to go hot. We got the helmet,
guys. We got the helmet.
What they don't know is we've had the helmet this whole time. They get to the battlefield and they all just collapse. And a little puff, a little smoke comes out of all their heads. So anyway, I will say that this is an interesting thing because it's probably the first intentionally explosive thing that's gone off in China. As we have China menaced by exploding watermelons, right? Also, China menaced by exploding down jackets. This is also a thing that has occurred in China. China also menaced by exploding computer monitors. Also, toilets.
Okay. Oh,
coins.
I thought you meant exploding diarrhea.
The coins all.
That's next week. That's next week.
Yeah,
that's mine and Reese's special podcast.
The coins also explode in China, as do the China brand cigarettes. Right, so everything in China is explosive. I don't have anywhere to go with that. I just thought there was a lot of articles regarding the fact that stuff explodes in China.
Japan or China, whichever one you just said. I'm sorry, my brain's in 3 different places. But if you're in that place, is every time you go to the bathroom have diarrhea?
Well, let's see what it says.
Hey,
wait, was this the threat or the coin? Yeah, here we go.
By the way, Lance, when the way you spelt harass was hair ass.
I did that on purpose. Was that right?
Okay, got it.
Okay, so the toilet had a seat heater. So yeah, I read this one actually. The water dripped. Allegedly, like they're thinking that the water from the plumbing dripped onto the internal components and started a fire that caused it to explode. Anyway.
I turned on my Blu-ray player the other day and it opened itself when I powered it on. And my roommate was like, was that not a sign when it wouldn't let my disc out?
Now, I'm curious why a coin would explode.
All right, fine.
Brad,
is it like an electronic coin or something? Or
just to be a pain.
We're getting close to the end. It's all right. Let's find out where the coin's exploding. A small child has reportedly fallen victim to China-quality coinage, with the currency exploding in his hands for reasons unknown. The exploding money was encountered by a 3-year-old boy in China's Fujian province.
Province?
Yeah.
I'm from the province of Ontario.
It's now Postins. Anyway, when it blew up in his hands. According to his mother, he had just learned how to pay for the small rides at local shops, and she had given him a 1 yuan coin for this purpose. No sooner had she taken her eyes off of him as he went to play on the rides, then she heard a loud bang and a scream and came running over to find the boy surrounded by smoke and the remains of the coin on the floor. Oh, he's still holding it.
He can have a live-action male version of Violet Evergarden now.
So I feel like what's going on is that like there was probably faulty electric wiring. So when he stuck the coin in, it caused like the electricity to just explode, right? Whatever. Like it caused a charge and the coin impurities in the coin exploded. Is that fair to say?
That is insane.
So the boy escaped with minor burns to his hand. That doesn't look minor. That looks like the type of marshmallow I eat. Similar incidents involving small children exploding currency in electric vehicles were reported in 2007 and 2008, leading some to speculate that some combination of electrical mishap and dubious coinage may have been at fault. Online, there is some glee at this latest entry into China's explosive Hall of Fame. Explosive inflation! The bubble is finally bursting! What sort of monetary policy do you call this? What the hell is going on in China? Who could have imagined this? Next up, exploding notes. China, you can do it. How can a lump of iron or nickel explode like this? Fake coins and explosive ingredients. What a country. This is China's version of a financial Big Bang. You can only look forward to hearing what will explode next, can't you? Okay. All right. So
are you saying that wasn't worth reading?
Yeah. So I've got one here that I want to read to you guys. A thief stole toilet bowls from new building residences. But I don't actually want to read you this one. I want to read you the Solar News 24 one. But I feel like the Sora News 24 one blows their load a little too early. So I want to read at least this part first. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, bless me, damn it. All right. I just popped a rib out doing that. Oh God. Okay. So a sly office worker has been caught by police thieving toilet bowls from new residences at a construction site, leading to the police labeling these thefts as the toilet god incident.
What the hell?
There you go, DM. Serial toilet thief captured by police in Japan. Investigators can finally close the book on the god of toilets case.
God damn it. God damn it.
That needs to be an anime.
Investigators in Chiba Prefecture had a hard case to crack. Sure, they're trained to deal with criminals, but this time around, they weren't up against just any common crook. They were up against a god of toilets. Okay, odds are none of the officers genuinely thought that they were trying to catch a literal divine being. However, after a string of serial toilet thefts took place in Funabashi City, they started dubbing the caper the god of toilets case. It all began back in October when a construction crew partway through building a house in Funabashi showed up to the job site to discover the toilets had disappeared since their last shift. It wasn't long until another porcelain throne vanished from a different under construction house, and from there the reports kept coming in, with the eventual commode count reaching 18 pilfered poop pots. But the police finally have their god/man, having traced the thefts to a 26-year-old office worker, Ryusei Takada, who was arrested and taken into custody earlier this week. Takada was previously employed at a home construction company, and it's likely that his knowledge of on-site workflow and common security measures enabled him to continue his It's likely his knowledge of on-site workflow and common security measures enabled him to continue his crapper crime spree for as long as he did. The God of Toilets is also a surprisingly emotional song by Japanese pop singer Kana Uemura. And I can confirm toire is the Japanese way to say toilet.
It sounds like toiri if they're like in subbed.
What?
If they're in subs.
Oh, when you're watching Japanese anime and you have it on subtitle version, you're watching subs. Basically, is what you're trying to say? It's toire.
Yeah, I don't know. They're like, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom, and they're like, toilet, and I'm like, okay, so you're like, I gotta go to the toilet, and I'm like, that sounds dumb, but whatever.
Well, they might be like combining a verb for, I don't know, like maybe because it's hard to explain. I'm not gonna get into it right now. They could be trying to verbify toilet. I'm toileting, like I don't know. Anyway,
there's a question to be asked here, like, who the hell hasn't called out somebody for, hey, by the way, this person is walking down, Japan's very crowded, the fucking street, carrying a used goddamn commode.
Well, the toilets are freshly being installed, so he's just going in at night after the crew leaves and uninstalling them and throwing them in the back of his truck.
So my question is this, and they didn't like pay attention to the fact that somehow he is aware of every newly installed commode in Japan?
Hey, they figured it out after 18. So Takada, who is admitted to the thefts, said he stole the toilets as well as other items from the construction sites in order to sell them at secondhand stores to help pay for living expenses. I just like the idea. You know, you walk into a book off, they've got a ton of PS3s, a new Nintendo Switch, and a whole wall of toilets.
What was the price he was selling them for? Because I'm like, was he like, all right, I'm marketing the porcelain that these are made out of, or is it just this is the
anything that when you steal it, anything you sell it for is pure profit, right? So honestly, we had no idea secondhand stores even bought toilets, and it's hard to imagine there's something a lot of people come in selling. The police have not publicly announced how they tracked Takada down, but it's possible that eventually word got around the local shop owners about some guy who's always seemed to have a spare, good as new toilet he was looking to unload, which gave the police the lead they needed. Yeah, I just like the idea that the God of Toilets is actually a song. I haven't listened to it. It's 10 minutes long. Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
That's something for another day.
So did this guy?
I don't know if I want to hold hands with the God of Toilets. All right.
Well, dude, look, man, you can either hold his can or you can hold his John.
Well, at least it's not the God of Urinals.
Yeah. Footnum got kicked out, and now he's back.
I think I got canceled.
Oh, well, roll the dice to see if you can make it through.
Roll initiative.
So, a 7. All right. So, man confuses plastic food samples for the real thing and then gets arrested for trying to steal cash. The headline is the only thing that's funny about it. I'm going to skip it. All right. Canadian woman fined. Thank God you came back just in time. Canadian woman fined for walking husband on a leash to dodge curfew.
What? Wow. I may or may not have been that man.
Is there pictures?
I didn't know.
I wish. It sounds like there's CCTV camera footage. I looked for it. I did. Civilians suffering from the absurd lockdowns due to the evil coronavirus have resorted to a drastic measure. Have resorted to drastic measures as one Canadian woman fruitlessly tried walking her husband on a leash like a dog, thinking it would allow her to dodge curfew. A new curfew was enforced in Quebec, and one desperate woman was spotted walking her husband like a dog to try and avoid it, which ended in failure as both were fined $1,500 each. Now, is this U.S. dollars or Canadian dollars?
That is a good question.
Because in Canadian dollars, that's like $1.20, right?
Yeah, basically.
So, though the curfew marks the period between 8 p.m. and 5 a.m. as a forbidden time to leave the house, there are predictably some exceptions, such as, quote, a person who must go out so that his dog can do its business, though only within a kilometer of the person's abode. The couple were said to be disobedient when confronted by officers and were adamant in believing they were within the rules regarding the curfew. The woman also said she would refuse to pay the fines and instead let them pile up. So they're claiming that she actually thought this would get her past the curfew, right? But I honestly think that what's actually going on here is that, like, her husband's a complete masochist, and she's like, "You're my dog, right?" And it's like, "Yeah, of course you're my dog. That's why I'm going to walk you after curfew," and all that kind of stuff.
Someone really liked Hinsky.
Yeah, so this is probably just like a role play that they jumped at the opportunity, right? Anyway, those who consistently violate the rules can see fines as high as $6,000. Despite this, over 700 people were subjected to fines in the first weekend of this newly imposed curfew.
Wow.
Here's a statement from the Quebec Premier, Francois Legault. Quote, "What we're targeting with the curfew, and we saw it over the holiday period, is there are far too many people in homes who are going and visiting those who are 65 and over. That's why we put the curfew at 8 p.m. That allows us to reduce the number of private gatherings." Right. Because putting the curfew at 8 p.m., because that's the time when you go visit grandma. Because old people are known for staying up all night. Like, I don't understand this. FDM, do you have anything to say for your country? And fellow Maple people?
My actions are not defendable. Do not defend them. I did not mean to film that guy in that forest. I'm talking about Logan Paul.
Logan Paul, all right.
Just the Logan Paul apology.
All right. That's a good one.
Apology?
Okay.
Logan apology?
All right. 2 high school girls were arrested for forced middle school girl naked submission. So that stuff you see in anime is true. 2 high school girls have been arrested after they forced a middle school girl to strip naked and prostrate herself before them in public. with this humiliation being a part of a quarrel over a boyfriend. Get this. I know you just pictured this happening like desolate, like outside, but not in public, right? As I will continue to read here, we will learn that perhaps more is to be learned. Okay.
I was thinking in a crosswalk with people around.
Okay. Well, the incident occurred in front of a clothing
Eiffel
store.
Tower. I don't know.
Oh, Jesus.
The incident occurred in front of a clothing store in Mie Prefecture's Yokkaichi City, and according to police, it happened at midnight as the two high school girls threatened the victim, saying, quote, strip down and kneel to us or fight us. Yes. Okay. So again,
This
now
goes
when you
back,
think
this
about
goes
it,
back to the drive-by guy on the moped. What the hell are you doing out this late at night? Where are your fucking parents?
But again,
I wouldn't even think about it. Go ahead.
It's midnight. Surely, they did this and were able to get away with like feeling they could do it because nobody was around because it's fucking midnight. Well, so a lover was cited to be the reason for this act of humiliation, as one of the high school girls had an issue with the middle school girl's boyfriend. Video footage recorded at the scene depicted a middle school kneeling naked. Okay, they mean a middle schooler. Depicted a middle school girl
kneeled naked.
the actual school, like the buildings. Video footage recorded at the scene depicted a middle school girl kneeling naked and apologizing as a crowd of about 10 people gathered, including
Jesus Christ,
including the two bullies and the aforementioned boyfriend.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa.
Both high school girls
they just
were
sat there and watched this happen.
Yeah.
I think all of them should be arrested. Continue.
Hold on.
Including the two cops. Unless it plays out.
This is way late now.
Oh God, I'm coming again. Ah!
All right. I think that's what was going on.
Oh my God.
All right. Anyway. Both high school girls were arrested for extortion, and one is admitted to the charges, though the other denied them, saying she went to the scene but did not threaten the victim. The authorities learned of the incident after the victim and her parents consulted police. All right, so I got one more article here, and I can't show you the image associated.
A school, a literal school.
He can't show us anything because he just cucked himself. Where is it? There it is. All right.
Rule 34. Brad time.
Honestly, has it stayed at 34 like the last 8 times?
I don't know. I haven't been. You want me to bump?
You know what?
Hey,
to 69.
Okay.
It is 1:30. You want me to bump the numbers?
What?
It is 1:30. You want me to bump the numbers?
It's 2:24. Are you on crack?
42. There you
I
go.
mean,
I bumped your number.
Okay.
It's 1:30.
The number doesn't mean anything now. We've lost count of the official record.
But that's the point, dude.
Rip
Always
cut count.
Guys, I can't actually show you the image here.
Your something is fine now.
There would
I can't
be,
actually show the image here.
You could, but there would be repercussions that you would not want to suffer.
There would be repercussions worse than the mushroom and fruit of the manju thing. Okay, that's gross. All right. So a hacker hijacks an electronic chastity cage and says, "Your cock is mine now."
Was it cock or cunt?
I'm pretty sure based on the following article that it's cock, but they didn't see because this believe it or not, the image I'm not showing was considered safe by Sankaku Complex. Like you didn't have to tell it, yes, show me adult content. And to be fair, you don't actually see anything, but it's enough that I don't want to tempt the YouTube overlords with this one. And if you had used a male like chastity image, I feel like there's just no way you're gonna get away with it, right? Like there just isn't one for that situation. So anyway, the obsession of companies digitizing everything has already started to backfire, as one individual wearing an electronic chastity cage had their device hijacked by a random hacker, goading innocent people by remarking, "Your cock is mine now." The delinquent forced captives into forking up Bitcoin to regain control. It was learned back in December that the manufacturers for this chastity cage, which is placed around the penis to prevent erections as a form of erotic play. No, that's the purpose. Had an exposed API where hackers could assume control, as demonstrated by screenshots of dialogues held between the victims and hackers. One sad soul had been sent a message demanding a ransom of 0.02 Bitcoin, roughly $750. Fuck, not anymore. And found the cage was locked and not able to be opened from his end. But thankfully, he was not wearing the cage at the time.
Oh my god.
Several other individuals were quoted as being in similar predicaments, though critics will wonder why a chastity cage has to have internet connectivity in the first place.
Why a cuck cage?
The Chinese manufacturer.
Of course.
I don't know. How do you pronounce KyoAni? Anyway, did not provide comment, and a U.S. distributor disclosed in an email that a new version of the app now fixes the vulnerability that allows hackers to assume control of the cage. See, what's going to happen if a hacker can get into the cock cage? What's going to stop them from getting into the helmet bombs? Right? Like, 700. Give me some Bitcoin, bitch.
Everyone drop a like on this video and I will make this man explode.
And then, of course, with the other things we've covered, what's the stop? What's the anybody who's going to buy a China-made electronic chastity cage and not risk it blowing their dick off? All right.
That's the real reason for the internet connectivity.
Self-destruct.
You down, dude. There. I don't want to spoil it, but that is literally one of the premises of how a fight goes down in the new Scientific Railgun season.
What? All right. Okay. So there's a lot of chats that I feel like need to be addressed real quick before we go into our discussion on wolf children. Thanks again for the heads up, Reese. Danny says.
Yeah, I saw that.
Time for bed. Good night, everybody. Well, I'm glad I saw that and was able to wish you some sweet dreams. Sorry about that. Also, lame ass sword, fake as shit. Yeah. By Rest Easy, American Pie moment. I think that's a reference to the onigiri.
Yep, with the hole in it.
TH.
That's
hot.
Hat.
That's hot. That's one thing. Fallout 3 had slave collars that exploded if they tried to escape. That is probably where they got the idea.
I was kind of thinking, like the exploding heads image. It reminded me of Kingsman. Did you see that? The first movie?
I haven't watched Kingsman.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow! You know what's funny?
That's
also part of the plot in Glistener. Your head will come off if you.
Oh, okay. See, I thought you were talking about the chastity thing. It was in all these anime. I was like, what?
Oh, no, look, man. The
Flip says you're still live. Yes, my friend. We have defeated your stream. And apparently you already replied for me. Well, yeah, we don't end.
So since we're applying for you, is this identity theft?
Well, because he's logged in. When I was working peak at the warehouse, I needed to let them. I needed to give the reins over to somebody that I trusted.
All right.
And that was definitely not Augie.
And that was no one.
Yeah, well, Reese has shown himself to not be entirely trustworthy, as those immediate first podcasts where he had the power was a grossly
The power
abused.
went to his head.
But the thing is that because he's logged in as me, that means that when he comments, he also comments as me on the chat here.
When I comment
believe
through
in that.
StreamYard.
Well, yeah, when you comment through StreamYard, it's sees him as logged into me. In fact, if I turn off my camera, I'm also Reese. But I can quickly just edit the avatar and change it to any one of these wonderful. Anyway, yeah.
Very
Who's
flattering.
the real me? All right. Anyway, also continuing here. So, talking about long videos, I saw a 6-hour review of Toki Meki Memorial yesterday. Well, I mean, it wasn't nearly as good as my review of Vexil, was it?
I watched the motherfucker.
Where's Augie? He went to bed.
You wore him
Pokemon
out.
game.
He was sexually tired.
Oh.
You want to talk about a long video? I'm going to say this because I'm going to give myself the prop. I watched
Typing
the
error.
Stupid Fish
New
play the
wireless.
Pokemon
Okay.
game.
I like
hate that I did
TH. I like capital TH as being that's hot. All right. Okay, so Wolf Children. So let's talk about all the ways that Augie was clearly wrong.
That's
So, yeah, obviously the reason that she couldn't take the
children to the clinic is because they find out of the secret.
Yeah.
And who knows if they'd kidnap them, murder them.
I did like the scene of like that she might take it to the
where she's like, oh, it's the hospital, it's the vet, it's the hospital.
That was great. That was hilarious. I love that.
Yeah, and of course the kids ate silica gel packets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me just start off by saying that I really did like the movie. It was very different from what I was expecting based on the cover.
I thought you already saw it before, and that's what you're basing all your opinions.
I had never seen it before.
Hosoda as a whole, like with his whole catalog.
Well, I'm glad I'm glad this is something new for you.
True to the Hosoda spirit, I immediately forgot most of all of it after watching it, so I'm gonna have to have my memory jogged by you guys. I did actually give it my full attention though. Like it wasn't like a picture in picture while working on something else. The movie is way long, way longer than it needs to be, and I got my problems with it. Namely that, so there are some things I liked about the movie. Like I liked how the story is being told from the perspective of the daughter, but it gets real creepy hearing that little girl sounding voice talk about, oh, my mom spent the night with a werewolf sexually, I
think we can all kind of agree that was everyone could have wished that scene was not in there.
Yeah.
I mean, for the minuscule audience that was yiffing up a storm watching it.
That's the scene that if you're watching this with your family, you distract them real quick.
No.
Hey, what do you guys think of this movie so far?
No, that's not even that.
That'd be bad because they'd say not anymore.
You're watching this movie and you're watching it by yourself and the movie's completely calm, and then your mom walks in at exactly that moment.
Yeah.
Right? Or the part where she's like, then I peed on him to show him who's boss. Yeah, so I really go ahead, Lance.
It just, to me, I did see some of the movie actually. What kind of blew me away was how they would have the children just swap back and forth. Just between their human.
I loved that in the animation aspect of it.
And I'm like, holy crap. Are they going to, when they get older, are they going to, just have some sort of ability just morph back and forth?
I mean, yeah.
Animorphs.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, God. It's just, it kind of blew my mind how they would just, kid was just standing in the doorway and then it's all of a sudden, bam, I'm a wolf person.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, the next, it isn't long and all of a sudden I'm human again. I'm like, what the hell?
So I'll say this: it was a very weird, it was a very interesting story about how she decides, well, gotta go live in the wilderness, right? she gets the house. I don't know how that guy that left them the money must have had $1 billion because they lived for so long off of the savings, right? I mean, they lived years off of the savings, but. Property value in Japan must be real shit. Or
to be fair, she had a job and everything.
But still, and I would say, I was telling Dan, and it's a shame he didn't get to be here to communicate his own thoughts on it right now. But I was telling Dan how I thought Dan was going to like the movie because Dan really liked Makia, and Makia tells a story about a different type, like a non-human character,
so
with vastly different lifespan and sort of problems in life, and I thought that this movie handled that extremely well, of dealing with the mom trying to
support these children,
trying to navigate around, you know, being the mom that they needed, which is both a human and, you know, catering to both aspects of their life. And it's just something that a person couldn't physically do. But I thought it was beautiful because they show how hard the mom actually tried to
make things work,
make things happen. Yeah, like to really, and like bringing her son to the wildlife reserve to talk to the wolf character, even though he was skipping school to do it, you know, like being totally okay with that, which again, in Japan, you know, it's actually, there's no like truancy law, like not going to school is a thing that happens all the time. And it's like, it's not something you're supposed to do, but there's not really a major penalty for it. So, but I still thought it was interesting to watch her be totally fine with it. Right now, there were problems I had with the movie, such as the part where Sohei shows up. That's the love interest of the narrator, the daughter. Her name was Yuki. So the kids' names were Snow and Rain, Yuki and Ame. And I was telling you guys behind the scenes that it must have been hysterical for the people in the town when she's running through the monsoon, yelling out Ame's name, that she's just going, Rain! Rain! You know? And I thought it was some disappointments I had with it was that the Yuki, her story, because she's the one telling the story, but her story just kind of ends abruptly, right? And then it's like, okay, well, the brother's story continues. Also, when the brother says Sensei's got a broken leg and probably isn't going to survive, it's like, okay, well, the obvious answer is let's go get him and put a damn bandage on his fucking leg.
Yeah.
And instead, it's like, I'm the king of the temple now, or whatever, you know, like Megatron is dead. I rule the Decepticons. You know, like.
I thought it was really funny when the sensei thing came up, because I'm like, oh yeah, he has this like mentor in the woods, doesn't he? I thought that was
and
funny.
It made me think of Fantastic Mr. Fox, the bit when he sees the wolf on the horizon and he's just like. Have you seen that movie?
No.
He sees a wolf on the horizon, and they have like a moment, and he just puts his hand up, and then the wolf stands up and puts his hand up too. It's so funny. Anyway, continue.
What was the last thing?
It's been a minute since I saw this, like what I did see of this movie. But from what I can remember, personally, I felt like the show was a really good metaphor for, regardless, you know, of how much of a monster, quote unquote, here, children can be. Their mom was willing to go over and above for them.
Yeah.
And to me, that really touched me, because I remember her like fixing the roof, but what I can't seem to remember, and it's kind of blowing my mind, is okay, she has 2 kids. I remember that right? They're 2 wolf children. Why are they both so different in size?
Because of the age difference.
One's younger.
Oh, there's an age. Oh, okay, so all right, I don't remember one of the bestialities then. Gotcha.
You're blocking
they
it
showed
out.
it once. So the weird thing is, the only photo that they had, even though they were together for years, is the stupid driver's license, which was a great motif. Right?
Oh yeah, that was like so sad when I saw it. I'm like, damn, son, that sucks.
Well,
you couldn't even take a picture of his wolf corpse before.
It was I couldn't take his pelt. It was a great visual motif, but it kind of fell apart under scrutiny regarding the fact that they've been together for like 4 years, right? At least. And they don't have any photos together? Like,
well, maybe they were too poor for a camera? Question mark? I don't know. So I think
apparently not. He left them so much damn money that they lived off savings for years.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it was like their retirement savings or something, and none of it was free. until she decides.
They're not one. Maybe you can. Well, I was going to say maybe you can't take a photo of
I'm having a hard time believing
of them, but then how they get the stupid one on the driver's license?
So
also, it's kind of weird to think he had a driver's license. Let's be real.
Well, he had his job or whatever. Remember, but so two things. One was Ame is responsible for his father's death apparently because what is it? The father, it was like his wolf instincts made him go out to get food for his newborn. So the child's a murderer. Second of all, so when I first watched this movie, I really liked it, but the beginning sets this tone that's like, God damn, she just got like her life taken from her, and she's got all this bullcrap to go through. So the thing is, like,
she was extremely forward with him right at the beginning. She was like, I showed you the Family Guy meme of the waving down the airplane.
Oh, that was the context
towards the crotch, right? Like, here's the runway. She was really laying.
Just because apparently they decide to have kids so soon, but who knows? Maybe they were together for a year or two after, before then. But who? Anyway,
I don't think they planned it.
Well, remember how the guy
couldn't get a condom around his wolf penis.
They don't make one big enough or small enough.
They don't make one the shape of like the dog wieners that look like they're applying their lipstick.
So
also, let's address how awful it would be to actually make out with a dog person. I've seen in that scene.
To me, like, come home and there's a big dog in the house that just jumps on you and licks you in the face, and its teeth fucking mar your cheek, and you're like, I love you, but I'm also gonna strangle you.
So back on track. Basically what I'm trying to say is the building blocks of the story kind of don't work without the initial tragedy. It would have probably felt better anyway if it was like Guy didn't die and they both overcame the hardship together of raising two erratic wolf children and being poor or something. But at the same time, without the guy being dead, it won't carry the same weight, I guess you could say, of a single mother turbo struggling through it all and not having someone who's part of a wolf man child. So it's like you can't make it better, but you can't. Actually, no. There's no second part to that. You can't make it better than what it was.
I'd say for me, the biggest disappointment with the narrative structure of the movie is that Sohei didn't also turn out to be a wolf.
It felt like that's what it was going for, but they kind of just cucked that storyline, as you said. It's like they were...
Because it would have made sense because his mom was also single. Like, what if he was actually also the son of Wolf Guy?
Then that would cut Yuki out of her relationship.
I mean, he only had to be 10 to be considered an adult, right?
Yeah.
But what is it?
Dog years or whatever.
Something that to me would have been kind of cool. I understand.
Would be full on nudity during the bestiality scene.
Oh god, a whole lot. I really appreciate the whole way they did the mom in the story and really her heart and the way she handles things. And I'm gonna beat that dead horse, I guess. But the thing is that I think the movie would have been a lot cooler to me if they just swapped it and had her die and have the wolf dad deal with all this. Because
I feel like
as hell.
I disagree.
Just watch insert anime here that I'm not going to spoil.
Well, I disagree because the wolf dad has already lived as both a person and a wolf, right?
Well,
so he wouldn't have the same challenges.
She'd be the wolf mom then, and he would be a regular human.
I mean, I guess, I don't know. I felt like it worked the way it was.
I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying. Wolf children, another dimension or whatever. Try it that way.
Yeah. Like an alternate take. Yeah, it's funny.
She's the wolf and he's the dude.
So while I was compiling articles yesterday, I was really tired, and I actually went to bed early and tried to finish all of today. This is why we're doing a night podcast. Also because I don't have work tomorrow because I got the call. No work tomorrow. Anyway, but this just weird thought happened where I was thinking of wolf children, and I was thinking of, because I'm working on the Hitler in Namibia video, and apparently Hitler shows up in a brief moment in Children Who Chase Lost Voices. So in my head I was like, wolf children who chase lost voices of a distant star blazers. Right?
Oh my
and
God,
I was like,
When did he show up in
Dude, make that a shirt.
There's like a montage thingy. It's like a painting thing. It's like in Drifters, kind of, where you just see the portrait kind of thing. It's not anything special. They just talk. They make a reference to the 20th century at some point, and he just like is shown.
Make that a shirt, and then have a character that's like a mishmash of all of those.
Just the actual picture of Hitler.
Hey guys, I want to make a callback real quick to something I talked about at the beginning of the post. Well, when I first joined, about the whole Yashahime thing, because I had a comment. Let me set the stage real quick. I was typing this comment, and the moment I pressed send, my internet died. I thought this channel was gone because I was like, oh no, what have I done? Because it was in regards to the Sesshomaru and whatever her name was. I can't remember her name. Situation.
Rin,
thank you. I did watch Inuyasha, but it has been a minute. The thing was that I was thinking back in high school, I took government and several other, political classes that went back in history. And it makes you sick to your stomach when you realize that a lot of our leaders did this exact same thing. Like they would, I forget which one it was, and that's why I brought it up. It's like someone can eventually tell me, because I don't even know where to begin to look for this. Because
Ben Franklin, good.
Well, he these people had a daughter, so they when she was born, some agreement went down. It was one of our presidents, if I'm right, and he gave them all this stuff to raise her and everything. But when she turned of age, he married her. I'm like, people don't even realize, as sick as this sounds in a fictional setting, it's just fiction. But this shit has happened in real life.
Well,
and it's even 10 times more sick.
But I will say that the lens through which we view quote unquote child grooming. Well, yeah, even morality. But the way that we view it today, you have to understand that we have a lifespan that is significantly longer than back in the day, right? And during the founding fathers' time, you'd be lucky at times to survive 30 to 70, whatever. And so the purpose of marriage and child rearing and stuff was to pass on your lineage. So, I mean, I'm not saying that it was the best case scenario, but I kind of understand planning it out, like the long game. You know what I mean?
You're bringing logic into it. All I'm trying to point out is that people freak out when shit like this happens in some kind of fictional media. But at the end of the day, I'm like, they don't even realize that this shit was once a part of culture. And
and especially in Japan, in the feudal age. But is Rin even part of the time skip?
She's a part of. I don't know. I've her kids.
She's part of the feudal era, isn't she? This is normal in her. It feels kind of weird for them.
I've got to rewatch those first few episodes, because when I watched them I wasn't fully paying attention.
I'd say it was in season 2 or so that she becomes a character, from what I remember watching.
Yeah, because Kagome's the one who goes back in time through the well, is what I'm getting at. So Rin has already existed in that world, right?
Yeah, Rin was in a village that was attacked by Wolf Guy, enter name here, his pack, and they killed her, and Sesshomaru used his sword to bring her back to life, and she just follows him from then on.
Yeah.
And that's the story.
It's not really grooming if she's.
You save a bitch and everybody loses their mind. Right?
in all fairness, he did not, goad her to follow him.
Obviously, it's so dumb because clearly
sword.
She's grooming him.
It's also funny to me, like similar arguments are made, like Gohan and Piccolo. You know how Piccolo, everyone calls Gohan's true dad, but no one realizes that Piccolo's more like a big brother to him, since Piccolo's like
grooming
only 9.
Gohan. Confirmed.
Yeah, well, yeah, because Piccolo was born like maybe 2 years before Gohan is what you're getting at?
Yeah, about 4 or 5. It was like 4 or 5 years before the martial arts tournament. And he fights Goku. So Piccolo's still a child, and people don't even realize. No, he has a friend.
And Piccolo's Dragon Ball voice as like Kid Piccolo is one of the funniest things ever in the history of that show. But yeah, so I'll say this regarding the Shishomaru thing. What about the movie Leon, the Professional? Freaking Natalie Portman's character Matilda like has the hots for him at one point, or like she grows attached to him in a way that she's sort of pursuing him romantically, and she's like a tiny child, right? So there are better examples of the thing that they're trying to go after. But the reason I defended the argument, at least earlier, is because they're right. Yashahime is a young girl's show. It's a show directed at young girls and young boys.
Because that's an argument that doesn't really hold a lot of water. You can't say it's a for girls, only show. That's there. Right,
I'm not trying to say it's for girls only. I'm saying that the target. There goes FDM.
You said it's aimed at young girls. I disagree.
Well, yeah, I'm saying the target audience is a younger audience, right?
No, you said young females.
Okay,
and
it is aimed at young girls, but it is
because it's more as a generalized aiming.
The key word here isn't girls; it's young. Okay, you're missing.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You're missing the point.
But you said girls earlier. I'm being specific as to what your statement was.
I was reading the comments in the article. They were making the argument that it's directed towards young girls. It is a Rumiko Takahashi piece. It is a romance. It is a, what do you call the shoujos that are almost shonens?
I mean, it airs early morning. It looks like it's
What's
like
up?
it looks like it airs early morning. Hang on.
Yeah, it's like Card Captors or Sailor Moon time slot kind of thing, right? Anyway,
it airs at like 5 o'clock, it airs at evening, so it airs at like 5:30 at night.
I would even call it shoujo in the same level that Sailor Moon is shoujo, just a little bit less girly.
The point I was trying to say with it's airing at 5:30 at night, which is
well before
it's not a late at night show. It's everybody in the family's watching that.
Yeah, but let me make the point though. You can't say because of the acted quote unquote target audience whether or not something is what they're trying to do is whether or not it is or is appropriate. You have to understand that it's a message that they're putting across in it, and I'm completely just breaking the wall here. And then you have to look at it from the fact that when you watch Inuyasha, you understand that the show itself is an entire setup for this romance between girl and this guy. All right, whether or not that's aimed at girls, that's just their claiming of what their target audience is.
Yeah.
And then, because believe it or not, that's as much bestiality as the movie Wolf Show you guys just talked about. But the thing is, once you get all the way through it, and then you get into Yashahime, okay, this is a new premise that they've added on. As weird as it is, it's something there. And you can't go, okay, the target audience is this. Well, the thing is, when you go back to when you were a kid, I watched Sailor Moon. And people claim like that was a girl target audience. No, I watched the Toonami time slot and everything, and I'm like,
okay, just because you watched it doesn't mean that the target audience. Smurfs was
their aim doesn't affect anything. Is what I'm trying to say.
That's Smurfs created Smurfette, the pink Smurf, to appeal to girls. That doesn't mean that girls couldn't like the show, right, or whatever. It means that they make it to appeal. So when I say target demographic, I'm not necessarily saying
only
that
people
this is
that-
designed only to be enjoyed by young girls. I'm saying
My Little
that,
Pony.
that the
I'm following
the
that,
appeal.
but you're not getting the part I'm skip. You're not getting the part I'm just trying to make the point. Is that right there doesn't make a good argument. You can't say because they say this is the target audience. Well, it doesn't matter what the target audience to them is. They don't know who's going to watch this.
Okay, so
That
you're missing my point, which is that
Sailor Moon's a shoujo, legally speaking.
Well, my point is that they aren't wrong in that statement. I'm not saying that statement means that what is taking place in the show needs to be canceled, right? I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that to their credit, at least they aren't wrong, acknowledging that if this was a live action series with child actors, that it would be very weird to watch it happening. But it's not a live action series. It doesn't have child actors. It is a fantasy series taking place in fantasy worlds with 1,000-year-old demons, and it doesn't quite matter, right?
Well, it's fiction at the end of the day.
Of course. But even if it was fiction, in the sense that Cuties was fiction, but it was still very off-putting for people to watch because there were actual children being put in those scenarios, right? So what I'm getting at is I'm agreeing with the premise that they put forth in the sense that these are things that under a separate circumstance you would not be okay with. And you should at least acknowledge that putting the idea in young children's head or sort of normalizing the concept may be harmful. But at the end of the day, acknowledging to your kid, if you see them going down a weird path and saying, hey, just so you know, probably shouldn't want attention from much older men, right? There you go. You handled it. You know what I mean? So what I'm just trying
I'm finally getting at where you're coming from, Matt. That makes
so you can kind of get like when I said I'm willing to defend them, all I'm saying is that the concept that they were pointing out that it's a show directed towards younger kids. There is a large demographic audience of young girls, 14 and portraying what they were portraying. Yes, if you were to take it as a base element without acknowledging the fact that it's fiction and that it's anime to begin with, and the characters are thousands of years old and blah blah blah. Like if you overanalyze the concept that's happening, it is kind of weird, right? Yeah, to think that this little girl who follows Shishomaru around for 10 years of her life eventually gets impregnated by her. It is kind of weird. Am I okay with it being weird? Sure. I don't have a problem with it existing in the show, but I'm also in my 30s and I'm not a tiny child, So if my daughter were to watch the show, which I guarantee you eventually my daughter will watch the show. I, by the way, have not even watched more than like 3 episodes of Inuyasha and have had it on my back burner watch list for a long time and would very much love to eventually sit down and watch it because my wife loved the show. And I'm sure at some point I'm going to sit down and watch it with my kids. And my wife will have a nostalgic rewatch of it. And we'll get through it and enjoy the whole thing, But I'm just saying, like, acknowledging, being able to at least, like, let me take a step back. I often say on this podcast that I don't like taking on labels because I don't want to be tricked into thinking as a member of a group rather than as an individual. And this is a circumstance where I think you can be tricked into reacting as the anti-woke crowd or whatever versus actually acknowledging the argument being made, which I think at a base level we shouldn't discount the concept that they were putting forth as being harmful, which is the idea.
Okay, I want to touch on that to give a kind of a point of that. I understand where you're coming from with that. With your statement there, I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
Things have been clarified where you're coming from with that. I'm not saying that they don't have the right to bring this up or point it out. What I am saying is that from the context I heard with the article earlier, the way that they're looking at this is merely a look at it from this is harmful, the fact that it's in the show. Well, I'm going to point this one thing out. And I say this all the time to people. If you have anyone who watches media in general, even listens to music, and they think that is something that they are to act on, then that is a sign of mental illness.
Sure.
So, yes, I do not agree with this premise in any capacity in real life. But the people who would try to make a serious issue about this being in a show and claim that because the quote-unquote target audience is this, and this, they can say the target audience is 90-year-old women.
I think we could acknowledge that me pointing out that, hey, they aren't wrong if you break it down into the key elements, but where they are wrong is the attempt to cancel because of these elements, because it is ultimately a harmless thing, right? So if this was real life, just to put it into perspective, if this was real life and you saw this transpiring in real life, the way that they're portraying it, which I think that it's pretty tame, pretty wholesome. I haven't watched all of it, but I guarantee you there isn't any lecherous, like, peeking in on the bath scenes of Sesshomaru and Rin. I'm sure that I would be very amazed to find out that was actually a thing. I'm guarantee you there's nothing overtly inappropriate in that relationship.
The series had a very
she did do Ranma.
Okay. Rumiko Takahashi, yeah. And Urusei Yatsura, and
I'm saying Ranma because there's a lot of titty.
But in Inuyasha, the series, they had like this really, how do I put this? I don't disagree with censorship when the artist does it themselves. Let me be very clear. I'm 100% cool with an artist going, I'm going to do this way. You know, there will never be a panty shop, but you'll almost get one kind of thing. Or, you know, I am 100% cool with an artist expressing themselves in that way. I have a problem with censorship when the artist does something and people try to take it away from them. That's my problem.
Yeah, so just to be abundantly clear, I'm acknowledging that the base points brought up by the woke crowd weren't incorrect. But the summation of that resulting in you need to cancel this show, #cancel Yashahime, I don't agree with that at all. Right? I think that the series.
You're saying that they're the tiny bits of their argument that has merit. But their overall action and what they're trying to do
the response is incorrect. I would argue that because it's anime, you should be able to do any sort of depraved, like straight up, like, you know, like the redo of the healer thing. I'm going to watch redo of the healer, not because I care or want to see revenge rape. I'm very put off by the concept of rape in general. Right. But I'm going to watch this because it's not real. You know, I'm going to watch this because it's making people have a meltdown, and I want to enjoy something that somebody is telling me I'm not allowed to like or enjoy. Which, by the way, freaking Rising of the Shield Hero was outstanding. That I expected to enjoy that show, and it way overperformed on my expectations. I don't expect to really like redo of the healer, but I'm still going to watch it. But the point is that even if there was a character grooming some child in Yashahime, even if they glorified it, even if it was turns out that one of the demons was actually a Nazi the whole time and Heils Hitler all the time, even if all that stuff was in there, I don't think the show should be canceled. You know, now the argument being made of, do we still broadcast this to children, or do we move it to a later time slot and let it get a lot more dark and out there? Like, that's a different argument to be made, you know. But at the end of the day, I am always of the point of view that the parents are the ones who should be determining what their children are watching. Exactly. And you should not be trusting the TV. Right. Grant, especially the bullshit coming out of Cartoon Network right now, you should definitely not be trusting the TV to raise your kids. Absolutely.
Yeah, no
so I'm not asking for any of the shit coming out on Cartoon Network to be canceled.
I mean, in Shield Hero, technically that Raphtalia is basically a child slave. I mean,
yeah, there's a good example, But the difference, and again, this is the difference between what they're saying and what's actually happening in Shield Hero and Inuyasha, is that Sesshomaru, what's the main character's name in Shield Hero again?
Naofumi.
Naofumi, yeah. Is that Sesshomaru and Naofumi aren't coercing these characters into a romantic endeavor. It's literally the other way around, right? Raphtalia wants attention and affection from Naofumi. Rin follows Sesshomaru around, right? It's not like Sesshomaru is walking up to Rin's kindergarten and like watching through the window. That's not happening, right? So
that's the differentiation between what is it? How you're saying you agree with that point. However, because there's no like this malicious whatever he's trying on her.
So let's say that. So remember when I talked about the concept of the image of the skull being that these people have a low resolution picture that they're looking at, right? So the image of the skull versus the image of the objects that are making up the skull. That's kind of the argument we're seeing here, is that if you look at it, if you squint your eyes and look at what's going on, I can see what
There's
you
one
might
little
call
thing making it up.
child grooming. But if you actually look at the full context of Shield Hero, you're like, that's not happening at all.
Okay, I'm going to make this abundantly clear how to look at all this, including the woke people, the canceling, the attempting canceling Yashahime, including our freaking the video you had last time. People got to look at it like this. You can't just take something by looking straight at one point. You have to take in all the factors. And when you have people who look at anything, whether it be politics, whether it be media, whether it be food, whether it be anything, you have someone who is single focused and they have an agenda.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, that person is misguided and they are self-absorbed because they have something they want to do.
Yeah,
that regardless of whether or not,
they're sophists. They are intentionally making an argument for which they know is false.
Exactly. To give an example, think of it like this. Let's say you're a member in a band, and to cause disillusion in that band, you know that few of the members have this belief and few of the members have this one. Well, to cause a rift, all you have to do is make sure that each and every person starts noticing the little problems that differentiate each other. Thus, things start breaking apart.
It's called stirring the pot.
Experience. Yes, and what you got to understand is this world is full of a bunch of weird shit, a bunch of bad shit, and then it's also full of some very good people. And once you have to really take a step back and go, each and every person is different. What they enjoy is different. What they like is different. And media is no different. And you have to understand that you have to take everything within context. And if you go at and you focus at anything, like you just said earlier, which I appreciate that you broke that down well. They are taking a point that this grooming shit is bad. I remember reading this in high school and thinking this was sick because I remember hearing about what they used to do. And like you said, it happened at a time when that was a thing. But the thing is that when
the survival of the human race required different things in different times.
And when you focus and don't understand that, and then when you focus on that little aspect, this is literally making a mountain out of a molehill. They are trying to create a problem of something that doesn't exist. And I think I've explained myself what I'm...
Well, I want to address a couple things you said there. But first of all, shit, I just lost it. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So something else that's worth noting. Okay, look. So imagine quote unquote child marriage, right? So obviously, if you look at a 13-year-old kid today, and you think that kid is not an adult, clearly.
But biology states that they're ready.
No, well, technically true, yes. But what I'm getting at is that,
but morally,
100, 200 years ago, a child, quote unquote, at 13 is more grown up than a kid today, because you had to be. Your life was different.
So are you saying you were
already tending to the farm. You already basically had a full-time job on the farm or whatever.
You're already raising your brothers and sisters that are younger than you.
So the point is that, again, it's very dangerous to paint a critique of history based on modern sensibilities, because modern times is not anything like 100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Yeah, 50 years ago.
Alcohol was once considered the thing to drink, and caffeine was illegal.
Caffeine was illegal.
Yeah, it was. They used to cause people to have anxiety and make them more hyper and excited. So
that just sounds funny to me.
And make people like drink alcohol to calm them down.
So by that logic, are you saying that when we get to
here I am with my uppers and downers,
the point in human evolution where humans can live 500 years, we're all gonna be like baby Yodas, where it's like at 50 we're still a child?
I think our lifespans are actually going to get shorter, not longer.
I agree with that, but I like
with overpopulation, probably.
Well, what I mean by that is that I think that we are actually probably working towards shorter lifespans, but we're counteracting that with the ability to keep people alive longer. But the thing is that we're aging so fast. We're aging so quickly after a certain point, because societal pressure of life is just too great. It is far too great now. Because back in the day when life is simple, when you get up, you tend to the farm, you read your Bible, and you go back to bed. And then you get up and do the same thing again. But now you get up and you're concerned with every little thing happening in the entire world. Yeah. You see the news that's constantly streaming in on your mobile phone, and it's aging you. It's aging you every second of the day with the concerns and the division of your mind into more things, Yeah. And ultimately, it's the concept of don't half-ass two things, whole-ass one thing, is that we are being divided, our attention, into zillions of different things every single day. No wonder we have an epidemic of ADHD and ADD. You can't focus on anything. And the issue is that we have created a society where our minds can't develop onto being good at one thing or focusing and devoting your life to one thing, because everything is divided. Right?
It's because to survive in this society, you must be a jack of all trades, Matt, and
which is
a master of none.
Which is why I'm saying that our lifespans are going to get shorter. Because, and it's the reason I think Japan is ahead of the curve on this. I think that their pressure that's killing their people so early in so many situations is going to be the norm in America in the next 20 years. And it's because of. Well, I think I'll say this about Japan, though. We just read about how they do not embrace the concept of revolutionary people, right? They're in the situation that they're in because they don't fight the system back to a livable means and are probably more far gone than we would end up being in the United States or even in Canada. Maple person below me. So I had something else I wanted to bring up, but I forgot what it was.
I have a question.
Go for it. Wolf children? Yeah, I was going to get back to that, actually. That's what I was going to direct back to it, but I forgot how I was going to do it. So yeah, I think I liked the film again, but I thought that it was very long. It's like 2 straight hours, and it just, I feel like some parts of it, the pacing was kind of off. Some parts of it were great. Some parts of it were very well put together, but let me put it this way. In the movie Up, they have like, what is it, like a 7-minute montage that is so impactful with the life of the guy's wife. Mm-hmm. And then you move on, right? And I feel like a lot of the beginning of the movie could have not been as long, right? Because the pacing is kind of breakneck. I kept saying, like, she's throwing herself at him, and then they're in bed together, right? And then they've got a kid, and then they've got another kid, and then he dies, right? And then there's a big chunk that it feels like it's still happening, and then they go to the farm territory, and then that goes on forever, right? And it's like stuff is constantly happening. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not getting monotonous, but I just felt like there was an inefficiency of it. And I do feel like they were trying to tell too much of a story, which something like this, trying to embrace that Machia sort of idea of these characters with exceptionally long lives and how life is different for them, and trying to instill the feeling into the story is not going to be easy when you're trying to do the human and wolf story at the same time. And I thought it was interesting that it flips, and I thought it was a critique on types of people, and specifically male and female coming of age. That the girl is extremely wild and becomes more mild-mannered as she ages, and the boy is extremely
mild and
calm,
then turns into
and then becomes
wild.
You know, yeah. I thought that was an interesting take that they did. Also, I want to acknowledge the music in this movie was great. One track in particular, which I sent you guys behind the scenes just so that you know what I was talking about. When that track comes on, God, that scene felt so impactful.
The thing is, I don't remember a single song at all, but I do remember thinking the music was good.
It's like one long. Most of it is like one long kind of just like a score, right? It's not like a soundtrack; it's like a score, right? But then that singular track doesn't have like the humming or whatever is in the movie. It's more just like they were emphasizing guitar or whatever it was. I don't even remember. But anyway, yeah, I don't really have much more to say about the film, other than like I'm glad I watched it. I really am. I thought that the boy Ame reminded me a hell of a lot of the guy from Boy and the Beast.
Oh, the other guy, the human with the hat.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
retrospectively looking at it, I'm like, yeah, this looks like that.
The same shirt with like the wide collar.
Hair color.
Yeah, well, I think his hair is more reddish in Boy and the Beast, isn't it?
Now that I think of it, do you even see his hair because he wears that hat? I could have sworn it was
whatever.
The same color.
You know what I'm talking about, though. Like with the shirt, the white shirt with the wide collar. That was something that I felt like was. I saw that character in it. Which one comes first, Boy and the Beast or Wolf Children?
Wolf Children.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like it seemed like it was the precursor almost of ideas, like to take that character further, in a different story. Yeah. And it was interesting because you're almost getting that. Like that character
is like
gets a mentor that is the Beast, right? Because he needs that in his life. It's almost.
Hold on, you're talking about the dad and what's his name? Oh God damn it!
We're talking about Ame. And then in Boy and the Beast, what's the kid's name that goes around with the Beast character?
What? No,
the boy in Boy and the Beast.
no, Kyuta or whatever his name. No,
whatever his name.
He looked like a carbon copy of the human with the hat. The human boy with the hat pretending to be a beast.
No.
The dad wore the open shirt, whatever Chungus.
All right, we're just gonna pull it up. It'll be way easier than not having this conversation.
Ren.
And thank you for the bees, Reese. My capital B's and N's.
Thank you.
I'll need it.
I try my best.
Thank you for the bees.
Did you see that gift that I sent you earlier?
That'd be one hell of a birthday present. What'd you give me? A jar of bees? What? Oh, really? No, it's real bees.
Yeah, you're right. He does have hair that's kind. He had blue hair in No, it is kind of red. Never mind. I'm right.
Huh?
Okay. So what was his name? Ame?
Ame.
I posted the Japanese nipple
A-M-E.
thing.
Wolf.
in one of
Oh,
the
I saw that,
chats.
Lance.
Okay.
Because
So you know what's really funny about this movie is that it wasn't until we were talking about it tonight that I realized that it's the same sort of changing between Wolf and Boy as Wolf's Rain. Like I as I was watching it and I saw them in their actual full-on wolf form, like with the scene when he's dead and you just see the eyes of the dad. I'm thinking, oh, it makes me want to watch Wolf's Rain. But then it wasn't until just like tonight that I realized, oh shit, that's the exact same way that they do it. They just like immediately now I'm a wolf, now I'm a man, you know.
Good.
All right, let me see what I've got here for.
I don't know
This
why
is
I
decent
feel-
enough, I
get
suppose.
I get the weirdest Beauty and the Beast feeling from this movie.
Beauty and the Bestiality. Lance, your mic.
That's what we should have called it. Beauty and the Bestiality.
My mic is more blood.
Wait, what did we call it?
Family-friendly bestiality.
Cheese and fucking
We
crackers.
can't change it right now.
No, it's fine. We've. Let's see if we're demonetized.
Hey, Greenland743 with the super chat.
Okay.
Am I still
Does
going?
it say you're still going?
He said,
Our top contributor and LLC share stakeholder.
Our resident mental illness or mental disability. Am I still good to join next podcast? Of course you are. Wouldn't have it any other way.
talking about the first half of Demon Slayer, or how are we going to do that?
Oh yeah. Actually, that's a good point.
Is Demon Slayer slated for next podcast?
Yes.
Y'all
So
watching Demon Slayer?
part 1 of Demon Slayer. So up to episode 13, and then we'll do the next part.
Really?
I think
We're
we
not
should.
do one discussion.
Well, look, we'll put it this way: Greenlight743. If you want to be here and we don't actually do the Demon Slayer discussion until the end, you could still hang out the whole time and contribute. Also, here's Boy and the Beast Boy.
Boy and the Beast
right
Boy.
here.
Run.
Right, and here's Ame.
Holy crap!
Right.
Probably mostly the same model.
Ame had bluer hair.
Yeah.
Seb wants to know who's playing the guitar,
It's
which is Lance.
Yeah,
That's
I assume.
he's the live soundtrack.
Okay, so now that all the comments are, first of all, I want to know what this is in reference to because the Germans thought there was an inner Earth back in the day. LOL. What was that in reference to?
We're going to talk about that when we finally get around to watching the first Full Metal Alchemist movie.
Oh God.
Ooh, Full Metal Alchemist
Oh,
movie.
so this next one was an interesting one to watch. I'm just having seen this one. Do you mean Boy and the
Shambhala
Beast
or
in that regard?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Reese, which one are you going to do, Shambhala or Milos? I love those movies. They're two of
Shambhala.
my favorites.
I haven't seen Sacred Star of Milos.
Me neither. I need an
I'm telling you
excuse.
right now.
But I will
really
say
be part of
this: as much shit as it gets, I thought Conqueror of Shambhala was fucking great in terms of how they handle the story with Ed and Al. So yeah, moving to all right, yeah, Totoro. When they moved to the countryside, he's a lot like Kid and the Boy and the Beast. Yeah, his hair is bluish.
Bring up.
And it was kind of funny. Okay, the girl Yuki, when she kept turning into the dog form, the wolf form with the hair, I kept thinking, "Could we play Edward?"
Oh no!
Big brother Ed.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah.
Oh,
so
cute! Your dog has the same kind of coat. You got raincoat. You have.
You're coming with me. Vera Bradley wants to have a word with you.
I like how
anyway.
when they're showing when the kids the chewing on the furniture and shit. I thought that was kind of
Pure Aussie.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let's look up Pure Agumon real quick. Just so everybody knows the joke.
All right.
Oh yes. I did that without using an N key, and I was able to get it right.
Agumon.
Horribly misspelling everything. All right, you guys ready for this?
For the record, before anyone thinks any of this is copyrighted, I'm making up on the
Oh my
spot.
god, he has a backdrop? I didn't know. And you can see in the second picture, he's like, I summoned this card.
He's ready to duel.
My trap card. What is this?
You've triggered my trap.
Hitler Agumon in my mail.
What? Damn it. That's the guy in the clip. I paid for my goddamn product.
Was it really?
I did. I haven't seen that video, though. I need to watch
Oh my god, that's really funny. Like, what a weird roundup to the whole video or the whole stream. I just love how he's got this like side jaw, like he's got a stroke on one side of his face.
You see, I'm gonna burn them down. You see, baby, burn them.
Final evolution.
I sent you in private chat the name of the boy that I thought guy looked like.
I looked and Angela Anaconda's in there too. I just not noticed.
That's Agum. She's the Fuhrer.
Yeah, I know that's who you were talking about.
Yeah, but look how much similar. Give us a comparison shot.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
He's got the bluey whatever hair.
I still think he looks more like the other guy. Okay, so in terms of like, okay.
If you strip them both naked and have them side by side, yes.
Okay, in terms of clothing and like demeanor, he looks more like this guy. But in terms of like face expression, yeah, he looks more like this guy.
Oh, well.
Anyway, so now that we've established that he looks like other characters from other things that Hosted also did,
Play Dragon Quest and watch Dragon Quest.
Demon Slayer.
I've eaten all those chips. Yeah, Demon Slayer.
Don't get
so.
Slayer. I didn't give my concluding speed run.
Okay, give us your concluding sweeping thoughts.
Okay, so Wolf Children. Really liked all of it. Like I said, I think it's got a premise that can't be, I guess you could say, fixed in a way. I think my only major thing that
wouldn't happen.
I think my major only other major thing would be that the conclusivity. I remember the first time I watched it, I guess I misremembered what it was. I thought it was like, and she lived in that house alone for the rest of her life. And I'm like, what? That's so depressing. Why would you tell me that? Instead, it's like, she still lives in that house now. It's like, when is now? And then it's like, okay, so I guess it's not for eternity, but when they say she lived in her house alone, I'm like, that's depressing. And what about, like, all I think I really wanted was the children to be in a state where it's like they're independent and it worked out.
But they still visit for Christmas.
Yeah, that too. But it's like, yep, she's on her own for the rest of her life. It's like, does her daughter not come back from boarding school? What's going on?
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like the story could have opened up so much to continue had Sohei also been revealed to have been, I don't know, a Tanuki or some shit. You know, like.
And
I thought
I may find a wolf girl in the forest or something.
God. You know what? I did think it was kind of interesting how she let whatever wolf boy be in the forest, and it's like you hear the howl, and it's like, if you think about it, it's like, oh, that's my son. He's still alive. And then the day
that's my son humping some creatures.
And when you don't, the day you don't hear it, you're like, is my son dead? Where is he? But, so yeah. I really liked it.
And then all of a sudden you get like 13 little kids like, Grandma!
Oh no.
That's a question. If he banged a wolf, would the wolf give off wolf children
or children
or human children that are also wolves? So I want to address real quick. E. Castro said he was referencing children that chase lost voices for the Hitler reference, because that's what the characters go to Agartha. Also Banana Face, not sure what that's about. And how does one go about joining the podcast? So the way that it works is I send you the stream link.
I'll eventually invite you.
You when you click on it, it prompts you to type in your name and select an avatar or do your webcam or whatever.
TLDR,
so
you get it in DM.
So you just join the call, just like you would a Google Hangout, essentially. So it's extremely easy, and of course, we will prior to podcast time.
Maybe like half an hour to an hour.
We will have like a lobby like time where we're kind of in here and talking before we hit go live, so that you can kind of familiarize yourself with things.
And don't worry, as someone who's only joined them a few times, just
familiar yourself with being controlled by either me or Brad.
Yeah, they'll at least help you get this shit set up. Because I remember when I first joined you guys, it was a disaster until I figured this shit out.
And now you're a legend.
My final thoughts on Wolf Children are it's in my top 3 out of the 5 Hosoda movies.
No, I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna say films. Like what?
No.
Of the Hosoda, it's in your top 3. So what are the other in the top 3?
It's in the top 5 Hosoda films. It's like, okay, man.
No, he's saying it's in the top 3 of the 5.
I know, but I'm saying that's such a small margin.
There are 5 standalone films that he did.
So you're telling me this is
Summer Wars,
hot for you?
Boy Beach, Children Who Chase Lost Voices.
No, that's not him.
I'm sorry.
So
I meant to say the one we watched.
Girl Who Left Her Time.
Summer Wars, Boy and the Beast, Wolf Children. Did I say Wolf Children Who Chase Lost Voices again?
No.
Anyway, so Wolf Children. What are the other ones? Mirai, Digimon?
No, there's The Girl Who Loved Her Time.
Oh, right.
Summer Wars.
Wolf Children, Boy and the Beast,
Boy and the Beast, and Mirai. Those 5.
Okay.
Oh.
So Digimon's way over here, not getting counted.
I'm not being counted. Yeah, I'm not counting the Digimon movies.
It's not his IP.
It's probably.
Okay. I haven't seen Mirai.
It's
I
not
like
that
Summer
good.
Wars.
Actually, I have a comparison. Wolf Children is like if Mirai was way better.
Yeah, I'll say this. I think Wolf Children was better than Girl Who Leapt Through Time, but not better than live action movie.
Okay.
Make it hard.
What's Ichiro? What's that about?
That was me trying to get him to Google that guy.
It was the name of the boar kid from Boy and the Beast.
Okay. I just noticed a little red ping on the private chat thing.
Yeah. So Demon Slayer. Well, my phone's dead, so I can't check. I can't check the calendar. But
today is Tuesday, the 19th.
Today is officially Tuesday the 19th because it's 12:34 a.m.
Yep.
So
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's 3:34 here.
Think.
Yeah, the bottom half of the screen is in Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, let me explain. The reason we did a night podcast on a Monday is because I didn't have work today, Tuesday, right? So chances are next podcast will be on Monday at around 3 in the afternoon. Yeah, and I'll have to try to I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'll have to try to get the articles done in advance, which is just going to be a disaster because I have taxes to do before my appointment on February 16th or whatever.
I was gonna kind of suggest, just pushing Demon Slayer the start until after that, like just not actually have a watch club.
A watch club
next week.
And we could then do our D&D thing. No, I think we should still push for it. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult, and we're going to fly by the seat of our pants. And I'll probably, honestly, fewer articles will probably just be better in the long run. The problem is when you throw articles in and then they end up being like, because you don't have time to read all of them, and then they end up being like a disaster. And the thing is that my son started school again. He had school today, even though it's Martin Luther King Day because of the online schooling stuff. And so I had to juggle finishing the articles because I was just floored with exhaustion last night when I got done hanging out with Dan and his family. And I wanted to stay up all night and just get the articles done, go to bed, and then do the podcast at 3 or even 7 just because we could. But instead I got up early and jumped into articles and then had to, simultaneously, have my son had to write down 3 sentences, and it probably took him 9 hours to do it, so that's how things go. But let's just try. I'm not going to sacrifice my watch time of Demon Slayer. Like, it's something I very much am looking forward to. I've got the thing all queued up. I'm ready to watch it. In fact, when I go upstairs and my wife is awake, I'm going to watch the first episode right now. But yeah, we'll make it work. I'm not sure exactly timing wise what we're going to do, but
I'm assuming you have it downloaded then, right?
I do. I have it ready.
Will you keep an eye out for screenshots for the docs?
Oh yeah, easy. Yeah, easy. I'm gonna give it my full attention. I'm not gonna half-ass this one. I really want to see it.
Screenshots from the show, like, I'm pretty good at that. Like,
I mean, you're welcome to submit suggestions. Basically, what it comes down to when it comes to the behind the scenes of the podcast is we have to come up with a name and we have to come up with a backdrop for the doc and also for this, and they're always going to be the same image for the doc and
this. For now, we're probably going with Semen Slayer.
I'm cool with that.
I literally said that like what 10 minutes ago, and you just did like.
I just didn't think about it as the title of a podcast. Of which I keep forgetting to check and find out if we're still monetized.
I was gonna do Yeehee's menacingly, and then just show the shot of the one Michael Jackson looking villain guy from the opening.
Yeah. Oh man.
My car is overbearing. Is it coming through there?
No, it's fine.
I'm not getting any return, so I don't know like how this is actually sounding.
It's calming.
Yeah.
Also, I'll remind everybody to like the video because, again, last podcast had more likes in the first 24 hours than probably any other podcast has had. So
that's good.
I'd like to keep that going. Last podcast had 11 peak concurrent viewers, which is also probably something we haven't had since the Vic Mignogna stuff.
Seb has an interesting life question.
What is that?
Can vampires come?
Oh, we're demonetized.
Is it because I just said that?
No, it's my music.
I have double checked that my video satisfies YouTube's advertiser-friendly guidelines.
Satisfies it enough to come?
Way to go, FD. Thanks a lot.
See, the question is, YouTube's going to take one look at this and say, I don't even know where to start. Because I think what YouTube does is they literally just grab like a 5 to 10 minute segment and they just jump in and watch it. It's like, that's fine. Because that's how we get we lose monetization all the time and then get it back. And it seems like the worse the title is, the more likely we're going to get monetization back.
For sure.
It's so weird.
What people don't know about YouTube is that it is technically a private business.
Well,
and some of people look at it that's looked at like that, which to me is insane when you think about it. But I heard about this the other day from some other news article stuff I keep on, and I'm like, okay, well that's insane to think about. This is literally like a huge mom and pop thing. I'm like, god damn.
Well, see, the thing about it though is that at being quote unquote advertiser friendly, means that when somebody clicks on my video and then it plays an advertisement for a Gillette razor or something, when the video is called Palapenis Inserted, I'm just amazed that Gillette wants to be associated with that. Or you know, when we get monetization back on family-friendly bestiality.
I like to think that those companies opted in to being.
When you have the ads for Purina dog food.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be a dog chow commercial. It's gonna be a Chewy online dog food.
Chewy advertisement.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, guys, I think we're good here. Let's quit while we're ahead. I will catch you guys next time. Thank you for stopping in, and yeah, we'll see you then. Also, I wish Dan was here because I want to talk to him about going to movies tomorrow to see Monster Hunter. I want to see if we can get to go to one at a drive-in movie, but we'll see how that goes. Anyway, see you guys next time.
Peace.